Back. Hopefully everybody had a nice lunch. I want to thank everybody so far. I hope I'm not jinxing us, but I do want to thank everybody that's here and appreciate your civility and decorum while we were going through this. And I know you're going to do your best to make sure that it continues. So thank you all very much. I know it's going to be a while, but we do appreciate your patience, and I know I do, because it's so out of character for me to have to yell at people. But, all right, we shall continue.
We left for lunch with Commissioner Sachs asking us 3 questions. The first is related to traffic, so I was going to have Brian Kelly, who's the traffic engineer for the project, come up and answer those. I did it again. I'm going to have Brian Kelly come up and answer the questions regarding traffic. Thank you.
Thank you. And for the record, Brian Kelly, professional traffic engineer with Simmons & White. And I'm certainly happy to answer any questions you may have regarding traffic.
Light is already on. Thank you.
You're on.
I am. See, very good. Are you going to give a presentation now, or are you going to respond to the one question that I asked regarding traffic before lunch?
No, I'm not giving a presentation. I'm here to answer any questions.
No, the one question I had was, what is the traffic? You said that traffic.
Correct.
You
There was
mentioned
one
traffic.
link.
So
There's one link.
you want to
of
go
traffic.
ahead? You can
Correct.
go ahead.
Okay, got it. Yes, okay. I'm certainly happy to answer that. Our office did prepare the traffic impact statement for the Hyder West project, and what was identified was considered one background failure on one roadway segment. So what a background failure means is it's a failing roadway segment that's not caused by the project. So when the proposed project traffic is added to the roadway network, it is not causing any additional failures. And I think kind of Kevin went up with the slide, showed that segment, and kind of showed the comparison with Hyder West as well. A couple things I do want to point out. This project is proposing age-restricted homes. That's actually a significant reduction of traffic from regular single-family homes. In the PM peak hour, for instance, it's almost a 70% reduction in traffic from regular family homes. So that is something that's helping keep the traffic down. Just to add a little bit additional context, I am familiar with the VHB study that was submitted. I think there was one submitted in late September, on September 22nd. We did review that. We had a number of comments and issues. We provided those in writing back to the county. I think the county then sent them back to VHB. They did submit a revised traffic study on, I think it was last week, October 17th, and there was a few minor differences we may have. Their overall conclusion was essentially the same, so there's very, very little difference. Palm Beach County Traffic, your expert staff, has thoroughly reviewed this as well, and they have the same agreement and conclusion as we do.
So the conclusion, after you read the independent study on traffic, was basically the same. Is that correct, sir?
Correct, and I want to make
sure.
sure.
And that would mean, just one minute, and that would mean that after reviewing that, the independent consultant determined that there would be 877 additional trips related to the 1,200 housing units that were going to be built on Hyder West. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, the trip.
Okay, so it's basically the same.
It's basically the
So
same.
you agree that you agree with the independent consultant?
I want to add just a little bit of context, if you don't mind. That
Sure, of
also
course. Go right
that
ahead,
also
sir.
includes the Civic site as well. So it's not just the homes, but it's also the Civic sites that being dedicated to Palm Beach County that
Very
generate
good.
those
Thank you
trips.
for agreeing with them, because I know that after they came out with their initial study, you requested that they add additional things, but the bottom line is that there will be 877 additional trips daily based on that, and really I think they do it by homes. Sir, are you a paid consultant today?
Yes, ma'am.
And who pays you?
GL Homes.
Thank you, sir.
Commissioner Woodward, you're recognized.
Yes, hi, thank you. I just wanted to verify, when we got the summary from our consultant saying that there's no adverse level of service segments attributed to this proposed project, that's because State Road 7 is already at failure.
One segment of it is yes.
Okay, so just so I understand, if I have a bag that's too heavy for me to pick up, adding another 5 pounds to it doesn't change that it's still too heavy to pick up. This road is failing.
Yeah. I do understand the analogy. One thing Kevin also mentioned too, I do want to add, is there is an improvement project on State Road 7 and Atlantic at that intersection that's going to be adding additional through lanes and is going to be adding capacity there as well. So that helps the overall roadway segment.
Do we have a timeline on when that will happen?
Yeah, that's, I think, about a year away, a year or two away. They are actively moving on that.
And is that on design phase, or that's going to be starting construction?
It's already designed. That would be when it starts construction.
And will this stop the road that is at failure now? Will that fix that problem?
It doesn't fix that road's failing, but it does add additional capacity.
Do we know how long that project will take to complete?
I don't. I would guess 18 months to a couple years. It's a large project.
Yeah. Well, if people in my district know projects that were supposed to take 1 year, we're looking at year 3 now. So, there's a delay there. Also, as construction happens, does that usually mean that a lane or more could potentially be removed while construction is happening for safety for the construction crew?
That's a possibility. It's up to the DOT. Typically, they try to minimize that and try to do construction kind of during non-busy times, non-peak hours, but that'd be up to the DOT.
So either way, this won't fix the problem for failure as it is, much less adding the units that you want to do with this project, correct?
Correct. It's not fixing that particular issue.
Do we have any indication that the state of Florida is going to be expanding State Road 7 to accommodate what's there plus what you would like to add?
No, not at this time.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Mayor, you recognized.
Following along on the issue of the state of Florida FDOT working on State Road 441, sir, have you inquired, since you have 2 entrances and exits to Hyder West. One is going to be one that will be, I'm sure, large, with lots of water and other things that are typical of a GL home area. The other is going to be a smaller into Sunshine Meadows that you're going to use. And also for Stonebridge, for the residents of Stonebridge who may be here, when will FDOT begin to work on 441, sir, which is the one road that will be going in and out of your proposed development?
I don't have an exact timeline on the State Road 7 construction. It's part of that Atlantic improvement project that's scheduled for next year. I don't know
No, it
exactly.
isn't, sir. Have you checked with FDOT? I'm sorry to be so stern, but when it comes to roads, Lyons Road, 441, we have serious issues. So I want to be very, very specific. Have you discussed any of this with the Florida Department of Transportation?
Yeah, and I guess to address specifically your questions about the driveways, yes.
No,
we have-
sir, I'm not addressing driveways. I'm addressing when the Florida Department of Transportation will begin to enlarge or widen or improve State Road 441.
I don't know when that will occur. I know when.
So you have not consulted with FDOT about the one road that leads in and out of the development, proposed development today?
We have not discussed any timetable for widening of that.
So you have not discussed with FDOT. Sir, did you want to speak? No?
He answered the question the first time, so if we could just move along.
Mayor, I find that out of order at a public meeting. I'm going to request that you caution everybody in this audience, including applicants, to respect the rules of order.
I need to look to our county attorney. He's counsel.
I mean, the commissioner is allowed to ask her questions, so,
course.
yeah, I don't think that it's necessarily appropriate
I
to.
apologize if I overstepped, Commissioner. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. All right, let's move on.
I have no further questions. Thank you, sir.
Commissioner Woodward?
Thank you. I did have one follow-up question about the civic sites that were put into the study. Do we have specifics on, and I know there's a number of different uses here. As I understood it, it was more like general civic uses that were put in there, but do we know like number of students that are going to be at the Torah Academy? Do we know the uses for the community center, for the synagogue? Do we have details on how many people will be using this?
The private civic parcels that you're referring to have to come back through by condition of approval for a Class A conditional use, which means that they have to develop site plans, architectural plans. They have to come back through the whole approval process, inclusive of their traffic study. So that you will see those again, assuming that this moves forward, those particular components have to come back through a full approval process.
So which ones were used in this study, or was it just a general civic use?
So we have the place of worship there, and there's also a high allocation of just general office to show civic trips.
Okay, so I would just like to clarify, I mean, is there a chance that promises are being made for civic groups that may not be able to come to fruition once it comes back for zoning, if it fails?
Well, I want to clarify the if it fails part, because if the application fails, there absolutely is no
No,
civic
I mean if their
usage.
traffic study fails, when they come back for
have-
zoning.
They have to meet the same standard that any other development project in Palm Beach County has to meet, which is they have to come back through the approval process, that we're under a proportionate share system under state law. So obviously, a background failure, a road that's already over capacity, that is not part of the requirement of the project, because at that point, under proportionate share, it is considered to be a DOT or Palm Beach County, if it's a Palm Beach County roadway issue, because the road's over capacity.
Okay, so I guess this is a zoning question. If this is comp plan that we're talking about, so if this passes, then the next part for the civic uses would come back as zoning? Is that?
Your approval today has some level of, the site plan has civic on it for Hyder West. It has public and private civic pods. So to some extent, they're on the master plan, but when they come in, they'll have to actually do final site plan approval, and some of the items on there may have to come back before this board.
Actually, there's a condition of approval that requires them to be a Class A conditional use.
Yeah, the 277.
Yes.
Not the
Not
277.
the-
No,
the
the-
JARC JFS.
You're talking about the
yes.
congregate, the congregate living
Yeah,
is
and
already.
and a elementary or middle private school is a Class A conditional use. So that's not being approved by the board. With this application, they would have to come back through as a Class A to permit the use.
And what about the other two? There's a synagogue and I'm not going to say it right, Chabad, yes.
The JARC JFS, by condition of approval, or actually it's text in the comp plan, requires a Class A conditional use, so that one's a Class A conditional use.
Place of worship, no.
I'd have to double check on the synagogue, but I believe they're also a Class A.
A place of worship is an administrative approval. It would not come back to the board.
It's that the synagogue or?
A synagogue
Just
would
the
be a place
synagogue.
of worship,
That-
yes.
Well, I'm not sure what the Chabad is, I'm sorry. So both of those would be passed administratively?
The place of worship would be an administrative approval. If that's the Chabad and the synagogue, then it would be administrative. It would not come back to the Board of County Commissioners.
Okay, but the other two would, as
other
Class A approvals?
Yes, ma'am.
Correct.
Okay.
I don't have any more lights lit.
Okay, number 2, Stephanie, if you wouldn't mind. Thank you, Brian. So this is what's called the SCAD, School Capacity Availability Determination. This is what is issued by the school district when a development application is submitted. It analyzes the number of students that are being generated, or potential students that are being generated by the development proposal, In this particular case, as I mentioned earlier, we have a 1,000-unit adult restricted, so they don't go through a SCAD determination. And then you have the 277 workforce housing units, which again, you can see the number of students generated, elementary, middle, and high, the capacity analysis, and then the utilization percentage of those particulars. I'm gonna attach it to my chest here very shortly. I apologize. Thank you for the heads up. So we have the utilization package, percentage, excuse me, which is to the schools that are identified: Sunrise Park, Eagles Landing, and Olympic Heights. And then if I could, Stephanie, if you could. So this is the Indian Trails, the current proposal and the prior approval, which was the 3897 prior approval, the 2612 current approval. You can see that the utilization percentages of the schools, some are a little lower, some are a little higher, but ultimately there is a net reduction in the number of students which are entering the school system from the difference between the two projects. However, acknowledged, Indian Trail Groves is 277, Hyder West is 277 in the West Boca area, but the school capacity issues are existing both in the acreage area and the West Boca area.
Thank you so much. Have you had the opportunity to read the independent consultant's review of the infrastructure, specifically the schools, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you see there that, according to the independent consultant, the Sunrise Elementary School is 100% capacity? And I'm talking about Hyder West, the 277 workforce families. Eagles Landing, 100%. Olympic Heights, 103% capacity. Whispering Pines, 100%. Every one of the schools, 1, 2, 3, 4 schools that are in existence that would be able to take the children from the 277 workforce families are capacity and overcapacity. Furthermore, they state that the roads at these schools are at capacity. I thought, is that your answer to my question before lunch, sir?
The response is that overall there is a net reduction in the number of students that are entering the Palm Beach County school system between the current approval, proposed approval, and what's happening at Hyder West, because the 1,285 homes which are coming off the Indian Trail Grove property are family. So they are.
Let me try to speak slower, if I can. Did you read the independent consultant's report, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you read there where it just described what I just read from their report, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's all. Thank
Okay.
you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. I read it in the record. Let me just say for the record that I'm not talking about over 55. You know I'm talking about 277.
Yes, ma'am.
And you also know that the 5 schools, actually only 4 schools that would service our workforce families are over capacity.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and the roads leading to those 4 schools are over capacity.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for your answer, sir. That's it.
Commissioner Woodward, you're recognized.
I did have one question about the 55-plus community, the age-restricted. Is it in, I don't know, some sort of an ordinance in the community that children are not allowed to live there?
Yes, we're required to record covenants against the property that basically says nobody under the age of 19 is eligible to reside in the community for any period of time greater than 60 days. So effectively, they are restricted with no children.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, Commissioner Baxter, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mayor. Could we pull the slide back up that shows the road failures?
Oh, it's a long way away. Do you mind if I?
That one, thank you. The bottom list there is all, those are all the roads in District 6 in the Acreage and Loxahatchee area that are failed, meaning we already have way too many cars on it. Is that correct?
That is a list of the roadways that are in the approved traffic report as background traffic failures. So they are over capacity.
Which is why when I say infrastructure in the Acreage and Loxahatchee can't handle the units, this is what I'm talking about. Now, regardless of how we got here, let's put that one aside for another day and why it's such a big deal to me. I think this sort of speaks for itself when you start looking at roads and failures. As far as who is responsible for the schools?
The Palm Beach County School District.
So whose responsibility is it to make sure we have enough schools to support the children in the areas that they're at?
Palm Beach County School District.
And so these 277 additional workforce housing, which I have heard repeatedly up here that we are in desperate need of, I mean, does this really make a dent in that number?
Well, the commissioner's point was that the schools are generally over capacity. Just as a reminder, this board just approved Logan Ranch, which was a 314-unit essential housing project with 25 workforce housing units. 2 of the 3 schools that those children are assigned to are the same schools that the children are assigned to from the Hyder West property.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor recognized.
Thank you. So that would mean that we really need to stop development until we catch up with our kids and our education. I'm sorry,
excuse
that's okay.
me.
They won't do it again. So let's go back to here. Let's go back to what, and I'm so glad Commissioner Baxter brought it up. This is serious. From 1 to 21, you have those many failures of transportation of roads. How many units has the applicant been approved to build that would affect, and I don't know the answer to this, but would it affect all those roads 1 to 21 if that your applicant has been approved to build independent units, housing units?
They're already background failures, so those roads are already over capacity.
But how many units, how many housing units, how many people is your applicant ready or has the permission since 2005 and then 2017, do you have authority to build that would affect 1 to 21 of those road failures, sir?
So I wanted to hear the confirmation in my ear. We're approved for 3,897 homes. Whether you build 1 home, 100 homes, or 3,897 homes, these roads are already over capacity.
Let's just take a pause on development. 3,900 and
3,897.
very much. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. Those were the 3 questions that Commissioner Sachs asked before, so I was done with my presentation. I'll leave it to you.
Thank you very much. We will now move to staff for staff presentation.
All right, I know the day is long, so I will attempt to demonstrate brevity in my presentation. All right, so briefly, just kind of the structure of the presentation. I'll very quickly go through the county's managed growth tier system. I know that's been presented before this board many times and at the transmittal hearing, so I'll run through that pretty quickly, as well as history with regard to the properties and some big picture concepts. Do very brief on the 2 different aspects of the 2 components of this application, because that was covered in depth by the applicant's presentation, followed by the staff assessment and recommendation. Just very briefly, the timeline to how we got to the adoption hearing today. This proposal was first discussed back in late 2021 at the Agricultural Reserve Workshop and a BCC zoning hearing. The board did initiate the text amendments in February of 2022, and immediately prior to that, or subsequent to that, the amendment application was submitted, as were 8 concurrent zoning applications. The transmittal hearing was originally scheduled in August of 2022. That was postponed to the May 3rd hearing, and it was transmitted at that hearing. So very briefly, the fundamental concept of how the county's comprehensive plan is laid out is through its managed growth tier system. There are different allowable future land use designations within those different tiers. We have the urban-suburban tier, where the far majority of the development envisioned in Palm Beach County is planned for, helps with infrastructure planning so we can adequately know where to invest the most infrastructure needs based on the potential future development. We also have the Glades tier, the ex-urban tier, and then the 2 tiers of which are in discussion today are the rural tier, where Indian Trails Grove has already been approved, as well as the agricultural reserve where the Hyder property is located. Okay, and real briefly, so we've got the Central Western Communities sector plan. The only reason I wanted to highlight this briefly is this was a planning effort, a multi-year planning effort that ultimately was challenged and rescinded, but out of it came a settlement plan in 2007 that was informally applied and really focused on some of the largest pieces of largest acreage land areas out there. At the time, Minto, you can see in red, is where Indian Trails Grove is located. So these areas during that planning effort, although the sector plan wasn't ultimately adopted, were contemplated for future development, and a lot of what was approved in Indian Trails Grove was a byproduct of that process. Right. Okay. So some big picture issues with respect to what's before the board today is, planning staff's concern with the kind of intertwining of 2 different tiers, the agricultural reserve tier and the rural tier. The way development has functioned in the county is the urban-suburban tier has been that tier that could be the recipient of additional density. That's where TDRs, or transfer of development right units, can be located into that tier. There's not ever been this exchange of densities between tiers outside of the urban-suburban tier. As you're aware, just like I mentioned, the sector planning that went on for that area of the rural tier, obviously you all are very well aware of the master planning for the agricultural reserve. And while that master plan wasn't adopted, a lot of the fundamental concepts of that plan became policy in the county's comprehensive plan. And it was referenced in the applicant's presentation about maintaining the 60-40 with respect to preserve area and development area. And that is true in terms of acreage, but the master plan and the policies as adopted today didn't contemplate that preserve area being able to be located outside of the agricultural reserve tier. It was also always supposed to be kind of that self-fulfilling tier. All right. So again, I'm very briefly on this because it was well covered by the applicant. Essentially, what's before the board is a reduction of the development approved in Indian Trails Grove by 1/3, both in terms of the residential units, so bringing it down from that 3,897 figure down to around 2,600. Also a 1/3 reduction in the amount of non-residential uses, retail and office. It would replace 6 existing agricultural reserve preserves, where development areas in the agricultural reserve currently have a portion of their preserve requirement at Hyder. It would release those conservation easements, move that up to the 1,600 acres within the Indian Trails Grove project, as well as accommodating the new preserve that would be required for the new development proposed at Hyder. I'm not going to talk too much about the park, 'cause Jennifer Cirillo will talk about that when we get to a slide on a couple areas where there is some disagreement between staff and the applicant. The civic parcels was covered. There are 277 workforce housing units that are part of this proposal, 152 of which are for sale, 125 are for rent. I will note, I had to, delete the slide because it's no longer an issue. There was a disagreement with the applicant on the affordability ranges. That has since been agreed with the applicant, what staff was proposing. So that differential there, that's no longer
Could
an
you,
issue.
I'd like to go over that.
Okay,
Mr. Mayor.
you got it? Yeah.
I'd like to go over that.
Sure.
Okay, so can you go over the disagreement with the applicant on this item?
Sure, I could do that, but I believe we still have Jonathan Brown here, so he may want to speak to that.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Commissioner Bernard, the initial request from the applicant was to use some of the workforce housing units in a middle income tier, which no longer exists for developers who come in after the October 2019 date, where the board made changes to the workforce housing ordinance.
So if I'm correct, we made changes to our workforce housing requirements, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you were negotiating with the applicant in regards to our current workforce housing requirement.
The applicant put forth a request, which
So
staff did not support,
So they put a request to do what?
to use the middle income tier. So they would, in essence, use the low income tier, the mod 1, the mod 2, and the middle income tier, which is the higher tier. And that tier, again, no longer exists for projects, new
Would
projects.
it increase the prices that the residents would be charged for sale pieces?
Yes, sir. The max income tier there was around $383,000, again, and no longer existing. We still serve those residents, but not in that tier.
So the applicant wanted to charge those residents more money for those houses.
Yes, sir.
And how long did you negotiate with the applicant on this issue?
It's been a few months since that request came in that we've started having conversations about what our program currently is and why we wanted to stick to what the board had already approved for the program.
So for over 2 months, staff negotiated with the applicant to try to come up with a price, the current price that we do have, and the applicant wanted to charge those residents more money.
Yes, sir.
Pat, can you give me a ballpark of how much would the applicants be charged by the applicant?
Commissioner, if you're referring to the difference in the sales prices between the two, as Jonathan indicated, the top tier price, so the price in our current workforce housing program, the highest priced unit is $324,000. That next level up, which we do have to maintain for projects that were pre-2019, when the board made these changes, that price is $383,000, so roughly $60,000 difference.
So what's a ballpark in terms of what the applicant would have made by charging the applicants more money?
I think total gross revenue is tough. I'd have to go back and do that calculation.
I would estimate to be about $5 million.
It's in the $5 million range, yes.
Okay, so the applicant who says like, hey, we've got the Holy Spirit, wanted to charge the residents more money for the for sale housing units. Is that correct?
Based on the current program, yes, sir. They wanted a category that no longer exists, which would have allowed them to charge more.
But today they're saying like they agree with it, but for 2 months, we tried to negotiate with them and they refused to accept our current workforce housing requirements.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
On the initial project that they did with the ITIG, what's the percentage of workforce housing were they granted on that project?
10% of the total units is the requirement.
Okay, so they did 10%, but in most projects are mostly 25%. So the county got shortchanged basically on the workforce housing on the 3,897 units. And over there in Indian Trail Groves, these prices for these houses would be less expensive for our residents. Is that correct?
If we're using the current program, yes, sir.
And so by us, if we go with this reduction of these 1,200 units, we're losing in terms of more workforce or potential housing that people can afford in Palm Beach County. Is that?
If you're saying, Commissioner, if you're talking the 10% versus the 25%, then yes, sir.
Wait, I don't get that.
If you're talking the 25%.
I'm saying the difference in the prices, because so by us reducing the amount of units out in this area, we would basically lose more moderately priced homes.
More workforce housing units, yes, sir.
No.
And just to make sure I understand, you worked with them for over 2 months. Is that correct?
Working through staff, we've had conversations with the applicant on their request, again, which we did not support. So it's been about 2 months. Staff has probably been a little longer, but my involvement has been.
But then they refused to accept our current workforce housing requirement.
Based on the conversation I had with GL, yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Baxter. And then I have a couple questions of my own for you, Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Mayor. How are you?
Good, Commissioner.
A couple questions for you. The extra tier that was being requested, does it currently exist within our rental tiers?
It currently exists as a rental option, yes, ma'am.
So this would just, they were asking to apply it towards ownership?
Yes.
And then how many of our current workforce housing units have been built with 1,800 square feet to a GL product and a two-car garage attached to it?
I'm not sure the number that at 1,800 square feet. Most of the workforce housing units aren't that size.
So how this would go, right? So now that this doesn't exist, would it now remove really nice workforce housing for people potentially that would want something of that nature?
The applicant mentioned when we had the conversation that if they were going to have to do the low mod 1 and mod 2, they would not do kind of a high-end quality for the middle income.
And then let's take this further. Let's say that they did get the high-end places and it didn't sell. What would happen?
It depends on how the order is written, but in years past, the county would have some time frame where it had to be marketed, and if those units weren't marketed, then they could go back to market. But I think one of our requests here would have been that the applicant would have had to keep those units in perpetuity until they were sold.
So that wasn't the case for this particular project. I got it, Pat. Thank you. So eventually what I'm saying is that they would be on the hook if they couldn't sell it for those prices to eat the cost.
If that's what the board would have approved.
Thank you, Jonathan.
Okay. I just want to clarify for my own understanding of this. Is there any price difference when you're selling workforce housing that through our program? Is there a price difference based on where the house is located in the county?
No, sir. The price difference is based on the area median income. So based on the household income, the low income is 60 to 80% of the area median, and so on and so forth.
So meaning that, the number I heard, I think, was around 320,000 for the 100 to 120% of AMI.
100 to 140%, yes, sir.
So that 320,000. So it doesn't matter where in the county that gets built. If you're in that category of income for our workforce housing program, you pay that your cost is going to be $320 regardless. It doesn't also, does it matter on square footage or anything else?
It doesn't matter on square footage, and the 320 price is the max price. They can always sell it for lower, but that's the max price.
Okay, so, and our program requires that 20, or depending on how many categories in our current program, there are 4. In our workforce housing program, there's 4 categories, and we ask that 25, so in that case, 25% of the homes go into each category, pricing category, at the max. And so if they want to lower them, they can lower them down to the lower ones, but they can't do any more than 25% at the top.
I'll defer the percentage back to PZB on that one.
And Mayor, let me clarify that point. The 25% applies by board policy on comprehensive plan amendments.
You're the wrong 25%. I'm talking about the categories.
Categories that would apply evenly. So when we do those, rental 4, for sale 3
Oh,
categories.
so it'd be 3, so it'd be 33, 33,
To make it consistent with our workforce housing program today, we would apply it the same way on comp plan.
Okay, good.
Yep.
All right, what's that? Yeah, okay. Sorry.
I was going to say, there was one other point I just wanted to make sure was clear, because I think I heard that there was a net loss of workforce housing units. So while it's true with the Indian Trails Grove approval, what they're proposing is to reduce that by 1/3. So their workforce housing obligation would decrease from 390 units at Indian Trails Grove to 261. However, I just want to be clear that this also includes 277 workforce housing units at Hyder. So it's not a net loss. It's a reduction at Indian Trails Grove because the overall development is proposed to be reduced by 1/3, but there would be the 277 in the ag reserve. So I just wanted to make sure that was understood.
Okay. All right, thank you. That was really just clarification for me on our program, so thank you.
Yes, sir.
Oh, they want you to stay there. So next is going to be Vice Mayor Sachs
Thanks, Mr.
and then Commissioner Woodward.
So in other words, Indian Trails is going to lose workforce housing if the applicant gets what it wants. Is that what you're saying?
Right. So because
Okay,
the
so
total
I-
unit count's decreasing by
Right,
1/3.
So they would decrease their workforce housing, and I'm sure they they need it, and if this proposal goes through. Let me ask you, Mr. Brown. As a result of the applicant saying that the applicant committing to workforce housing, will the workforce housing be of lesser a value of construction, or would it be the same as the large houses that will be built at Hyder West, sir? And the reason I ask this, just so a little background, at Uptown Boca, the workforce housing units are made of exactly the same interior construction as the high-end units. That is, the utilities inside, the refrigerator, the countertops. You can't tell one from another. What will be, and I know you probably should know this, I'm sure, what will be the level of construction at Hyder West between those units that are workforce and those that are the high-end houses?
Commissioner, I would have to defer because I haven't seen the design for those homes yet, and I'm not sure if we've received them yet.
Staff?
Vice Mayor, two pieces to answer. First of all, by way of construction, they will all meet the Florida Building Code. So they will all be held.
I know they're going to be
No, but I
building-
just want to be clear about that
I'm just wondering,
point.
is the kitchen's going to be the same?
No, and with regard to amenities, finishes on the inside, things of that sort, that would be best answered by the applicant. We
So
haven't
we
reviewed
don't
architectural
know.
plans.
That's not part, and we're going to vote today. But that is not part of what we know with regard to the 277 families who will be living there at Hyder West. We don't know yet. Okay, second question, sir. Will the workforce families, will they have a separate entrance and exit, sir? Or will they be able to enter through exactly the same place where those folks who buy the high, and I don't know how much they're going to cost, but I'm sure they're going to be hefty, of the regular folks who live there at Hyder West?
We saw the site plan, and I'm going to lean to PZB on this one here. I know there was a separate entrance for workforce. I don't know if workforce will have any other entrances. but I'll defer back to
Do we
the,
have a separate entrance for the folks who will be living at workforce housing?
In Hyder West, where the workforce for sale and rentals are located, they're going to be sharing an access road with the private Civic and the public Civic. That's going to be a separate access for those than the overall one Hyder West development, which accesses separately.
So they will have a separate entrance from the
Yes.
main entrance.
Yes.
Ms. Amara, will they, and maybe you know too, do we know if they will have access to the recreational places that the other folks who are not in workforce housing, that is a swimming pool or a
The site-
playground or a community center?
The site plan shows individual rec areas for the for sale workforce and individual rec area for the rental workforce, and each, after talking with Mr. Rattery, are anticipated to have a swimming pool and a tot lot. But as
Tot
most
lot?
tot lot,
A tot lot. A tot
New term.
lot.
A
Okay.
playground for young children.
Well, I know, I just figured it out, tot lot. Okay, and that's good. I like to have, a lot of babies are going to be. But, so they're going to have a separate entrance. They're going to have separate recreational areas. They will not be allowed to enter into where the folks who can afford the houses, their community center or their pool. And that's part of the site plan. That's separate, right? Has this been done in any other community in Palm Beach County where we have separate entrance and exit for those who can't afford the big houses? I'm looking at Uptown, and everything is exactly the same. Whether you make a lot of money or whether you don't make a lot of money, everything is the same. Have we built anything like this before here? And I'd like to know where it's at.
Yes, Vice Mayor. So typically with respect to rental workforce housing units, those can kind of move around within a building. So there's not necessarily, it's not a separate section within a building of apartments where the workforce units would be located. What we've seen with the for sale workforce housing units, there are other examples where there are different pods essentially within the development. So there will be a pod where the workforce housing units are located, and then a pod where the market rate units are. So there are examples of that.
Where are these? And I'm sure they're not located in the Ag Reserve. I'd like to know, because I think that the separate is a little bit bothersome to me, and I just like to make sure that we follow the federal rules when it comes to making sure that families in workforce housing have equal opportunities as those who live in that gated community.
Yes, ma'am.
So thank you very much, and thank you for that.
I did get one example. I could picture where it is because I live pretty close by on the south side of Hypaluk. So west of Military, there's a neighborhood called Silverleaf.
Silverwood.
Oh, Silverwood, yeah. So that's just one example. I know there's one on State Road 7 north of Lantana, but
Thank you very much, sir.
Yes,
Thank you,
ma'am.
sir.
I have a quick question. How many workforce housing units have been built in the Ag Reserve?
So none have been built because up until the adoption of the new future land use designation of essential housing, there was never a requirement within the Ag Reserve. So there are some projects coming in the pipeline with essential housing, but today built is none.
Thank you. I mean, I knew the answer to that, but I wanted it on the record. Commissioner Woodward, sorry.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. The workforce housing program change that happened where we had the up to, I think it was 140%. As I understand it, we got rid of that because there were several units, maybe 6 or so, that we could not sell, and we had to buy them.
Yeah, there was a developer, Silverwood, as a matter of fact, that project, there were 6 middle-income units that were remaining, and staff came to the board to request permission to purchase those units. Had we not, then those units could have converted to market rate units.
And what happened with those units after we bought them?
We purchased them, we reduced the price to sell those units, and now we have homeowners in those units now.
So we had to take it down to the 120% mark, which is now what is considered the top end.
For those who needed that, yes, ma'am.
Okay. The last question, the units in the ITID, not the workforce housing, but the market rate units, do we have an idea of what those are expected to sell for?
I would have to defer to the applicant.
Could the applicant answer? Okay.
What's the question?
Question was on sales prices for the homes at the ITG properties.
Market
We
rate.
wouldn't have that
Oh, the
information.
market
Would be
rate.
best provided by the applicant.
For the record, Kevin Rattery, no ma'am, we haven't even designed product out of that project yet. So until we design product and get an idea of square footage and finishes and amenities, we don't really have a price point at this point.
I'm talking the one that you have all the approvals for in 2016. If we don't, you don't have any information on what those would expect to be sold for?
We haven't done any of the product for that yet, no ma'am.
Okay.
Anything else? Okay. Commissioner Baxter, you recognize.
Thank you, Mayor. And just for clarification, that was kind of the point I was getting to, Jonathan. Would that have been, we be in the same position of having to buy them back had it been the case on this project?
Well, again,
If they didn't sell?
if, in talking to staff, if the board wanted to allow the middle income units, we would have looked for a different requirement. So that way the owner would have had to sell those to eligible buyers.
So the cost burden would have been on GL then?
That's what we would have recommended. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right. I don't see any other lights lit. Where are we? We're back. We're back to you guys.
All right, so this slide, I just wanted to kind of visualize what I was talking about earlier with respect to the tiers and the location of these properties. So essentially what you're seeing is the area in red, which is Indian Trails Grove. A 1,600 acre component of that site would now serve as the preserve area for the development area there in light green at the very bottom, southernmost portion of the agricultural reserve tier. I thought it was just helpful to visualize what I was speaking to earlier. Not going to spend much time on this slide, but
Excuse me.
Oh, sorry.
Commissioner Woodward would like to be recognized.
The previous slide that how far, what's the distance in that, in miles?
I believe it's between 25 and 30 miles.
Is this as the
Someone
crow
could
flies
geonavigate
miles?
for me. I think it's like
Okay.
the distance between ITG and Hyder. I think it's closer to 30 miles, but check on that. Okay, so with respect to ITG, there is no proposed change or modification to the actual future land use designation. Again, it's just the reduction by a third in the development approvals. Here, you saw the conceptual plans from 2016 as well as 2023 in the applicant's proposal, so I'm not going to rehash that. Okay, so then summarizing the changes in ITG, again, reduction in development by a third, both in residential and, what was it? 25 miles. So, reduction by a third on the residential and non-residential components. Clearly, that reduction in development at ITG would have a reduced traffic impact on the road network within that area of the rural and ex-urban tiers. The fundamental concern that planning staff has laid out in the staff report is allowing ITG land to satisfy AGR PUD preserve requirements. The proposal would provide for increased land for water resources and agricultural use, increasing that area from 1,068 acres to 1,600 acres. And also to note now with this proposal, that land would be under Palm Beach County ownership, unlike with the prior approval. It does have that long-term potential for the regional water benefits, addressing water management and our water quality issues. Does maintain the on-site workforce housing requirement, which would now be 261 units at Indian Trails Grove. And it maintains and makes no proposed modifications to the 640-acre ITID impoundment area. So with respect to West Hyder, again, this would, actually I'm going to jump ahead a So you can see. So here you can see the areas that are shaded on the property, which is essentially the whole site, except in the southern portion, there's a little rectangle, I think about 30 acres. The rest of the lands at that location are serving as preserve areas for the 6 development areas you can see bulleted on the screen. So again, these would be unwound, moved up north, and then the proposed development at Hyder, their preserve requirements would be satisfied up in ITG under the proposal. Okay, and here you can see, so the northern area in green, that's where, and Jennifer will talk more about the active park, but the eastern portion of that green strip is where the park would be located, and then west of that would be preserve. Then there'd be 105 acres with the 277, moving down to the orange, with the 277 workforce housing units and some of the Civic pods, and then the bulk of the remainder of the property there in, I guess it's pinkish. That's the area where you would find the 477 acres containing the 1,000 unit age-restricted market rate. So just kind of summarizing again some of the agricultural reserve issues, it's linking ITG in the rural tier with the agricultural reserve tier in terms of the preservation requirements, allowing the density from existing ITG entitlements to essentially be relocated down into the ag reserve. It increases the residential potential within the ag reserve because again, when it was self-contained, that preserve area would have been located within the ag reserve. Now you're allowing that to be located in another tier of Palm Beach County. Would obviously have the effect of reducing the amount of preserved land in the tier. I do want to make a point that, and Kevin Rattery did mention this in his presentation, because ITG was approved at a density of 0.8 units per acre, and in the ag reserve, we're looking at 1 unit per acre. To make that a fair exchange, an acre lost of preserved land in the ag reserve becomes 1.25 acres up in the rural tier, and I know he had a spreadsheet that showed that, but I just wanted to make clear that while I'm talking about a reduction of preserved land in the tier, not a net loss total. Establishes the West Hyder overlay for new 60/40 PUD development areas, which currently are not allowed west of State Road 7 in the agricultural reserve, as well as institutional uses. It will provide 277 units of workforce housing within the agricultural reserve. And I'm not going to hit on the park thing right now. So in summary, and this is all discussed in length in the staff report, and I've kind of opened with this, so I'll be brief, but that violating some fundamental concepts of the comprehensive plan with respect to the tier system and our managed growth system that our comp plan is based on. Again, allowing for those planned developments, institutional uses west of State Road 7, which currently are not allowed. Some additional items, just in recap, does reduce impacts of the ITG development by 1/3, potential to address that regional water need, as well as increasing land available to the county in county ownership for such purposes. We'll note the application, it meets the statutory requirements to make such a request. It's a policy decision by the board, but based on the implications of the overall project, we don't feel that there's the adequate justification or that it's consistent with our county directions and also inconsistent with the county's managed growth tier system. So with that, with respect to the comprehensive plan related items before the board, staff is recommending denial. When this was before the Planning Commission, they recommended denial and a vote to 8-4. At the May 3rd hearing before the board, the item was transmitted 5-2. Upon transmittal to the state, we didn't receive back any objection, but we do have some technical comments from FDOT, Florida Fish and Wildlife, as well as the Treasure Coast Regional Planning Council, and those are all included as attachments in the staff report. And here's where I'm about to get to stop speaking, and I'll turn it over to some of my colleagues, but there are a couple areas where we noted some substantive disagreements. A couple of those items are with respect to the active park, both down in the agricultural reserve, and then the park proposed up north at ITG. And then there are some water project specifications that Paul Linton will cover. But at this point, I will turn it over to Jennifer Cirillo.
Thank you. Oh, the clicker. Thank you. Mayor, Vice Mayors, Commissioners.
Excuse me 1 second, sorry.
Sure.
Commissioner Woodward?
Sorry, you're not quite done. I did have a question. I need help understanding the density between these two. It said that the ITG is 0.8.
Correct.
And Hyder, or the ag reserve is 1.
1 unit per acre, correct.
unit. Okay, so got my calculator out to do the math, and I'm not understanding how this works with 1,277 units, not counting the civic uses or any of this other. I get a much different number using the acreage that's in Hyder West. So what am I doing wrong?
So it's a great question because there was a lot of head spinning with math when we first met with the applicant on this. So essentially what we're talking about is the impact to the preserve acreage. So, they're moving down units into the agricultural reserve, but it wouldn't be fair to have the same 60-40 type calculation to see what the preserve acreage is. And I say that because what ITG was approved at is 0.8 units to the acre. Hyder would be at 1. When you divide 1 by 0.8, you get the 1.25 figure. So that means if this proposal was not linking it to ITG and they were just coming forward with their development proposal at Hyder and they needed to do preserve lands within the agricultural reserve, that would be a less figure because they're transferring it to a site that had approvals for lower entitlement. So that's why every acre of preserve that would be required in the ag reserve becomes that 1.25, because when you divide the 1 unit per acre by the 0.8, you get that 1.25 figure. So that's why there's an increase in overall preserve land requirement.
So we are calculating the density for the property in the ag reserve using the ag reserve property and the preserve that's 25 miles away to get to that density.
Yes, so it's still maintaining the same, so with the 60-40 PUD within the ag reserve, that 60% preserve area and 40% development area, they cluster that overall 1 unit per acre over the preserve acreage as well as the development area acreage, and then it all only goes on the development area. So that same concept is what's occurring here, except that they need more units or more acreage of preserve because the approvals up at ITG were the 0.8, not the 1. So that's where they need more preserve land outside up there than they would have within the agricultural reserve.
But that preserved land is still 25 miles away.
It's 25 miles away, and that's a big part of our staff's concern.
So do we calculate density like this in any other part of what we do? I mean, I kind of understood density to be localized to the development, the community, whatever it is. I mean, density is kind of, how close am I to my neighbor? How are we able to calculate preserve that far away? It's not even in the same region. It's not even in the same tier. That's what we're being asked to do, though.
That is right, and that's the policy decision before the board. Staff is concerned with that, of course, but that is the request, is to now allow the preserve requirement coming from development in the ag reserve to be located 25 miles further north.
So does the ITG have a similar preserve requirement?
So the
It's
60-40
less?
the 60-40 concept and 80-20, which there have been maybe 1 or 2, is unique to the agricultural reserve tier. So the other tiers of Palm Beach County, urban, suburban tier, exurban, rural, they don't have that preserve requirement. That was unique to the agricultural reserve through the master planning effort with the desire to recognizing there would be development within the agricultural reserve, but to ensure that there was a preservation of land for farming and other environmental features. So that calculation concept is unique to just the agricultural reserve.
It seems like we might need to expand those protections to another tier so that this, I know this board had nothing to do with how this came about with the 3,900 units, but I'm usually pretty good with math. This feels like some funny math, so, okay.
Commissioner Marino, you're recognized.
So speaking of math, a board before us approved 3,897 units with 21 road failures in ITID. And of that 3,897, there would roughly be 389 workforce housing units.
Yeah, actually, I was just looking at the condition of approval. So the approval had 390, and now with this proposal, because of the third reduction, it would be 261. But it was 390.
Okay, but let me finish my question. How many workforce housing units in this proposal will be in ITID? Or in whatever we're calling this?
ITG, Indian Trails.
ITG, Indian Trails.
261.
And they are also proposing 277 south.
Yes, and that was why earlier I tried to make that point that there's overall the net is an increase. So even though you're seeing that drop in ITG, now there's 277 in the ag reserve.
So that's 538 affordable housing units, up from 390.
Correct.
Okay. And how many total units will be in ITIG, not including workforce housing? How many total units will be in the north end of the county?
There will be, give me 1 second. I know it's 2,600, where is it? How much? 2,612. Yes, yep. So it was, the approval is for 3,897. This proposal is reducing it to 2,612.
So we're moving 1,277 units, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, for a total of 3,897? So the amount of units stays the same. Is that correct? I just want, I mean, I want accurate math.
Because they're reducing the unit count in Indian Trails Grove by 1,277, and then at Hyder there are 1,000 market rate units, and then the 277 workforce housing units, which is that 1,277 figure.
May I?
Yeah, the applicant would like to try
Be
and
very,
clarify.
very quick. 3,897 is the current approval. It's going down to 2,612. That's a reduction of 1,285. We are building a total of 1,277 at Hyder West. So it's a reduction of 8. It's effectively a wash, but it is a reduction of 8.
Okay, thank you. But you have gone up in the percentage of workforce housing units that will now be available. And we've got them in both parts of the county.
Yes, ma'am. There's a total increase of workforce housing units from the current approval by 148.
Okay. I have more questions, but that'll be later.
Vice Mayor and then Commissioner Woodward.
Commissioner Marino brought up an interesting point, because from the applicant's introduction, they're going to begin work soon at building in North County at Indian Trails, and we have 21 roads up there that are deficient. So they're going to begin to build, and they haven't built since 2005 or 6 or whatever number they put out, but it's been over 20 years. They're going to start to build 2,612 housing units using 21 deficient roads. Did I state, is that a statement that is valid?
Yes, based on.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Commissioner Woodward, then Commissioner Marino.
Okay, just so the 2612 is ITG, the 1277 is Hyder West, and ITG, we don't even have an estimate for market rate. We have no real plan. We have nothing. So at this point, we're going from the potential of 3897 to building the Hyder West property. And maybe nothing happens with ITIG, just like nothing has happened for the past many years until, the market maybe improves or they come back to us for another preserve parcel with that land. There's no guarantee that that gets built in the north, but what they're wanting in the south, pretty far along. So I think that's something that we should consider. If they can't even tell us what a random market number would be in the other properties, tells me that they've not put much work into that. They want the Hyder West property.
Commissioner Marino, you're recognized.
Much has been said about the roadways, regardless of the fact that there's failures in both more so in the north than in the south. They are already approved and can build over almost 3,900 units in Indian Trail, regardless of the roadway network. And if we do nothing today, those units are still going to get built. Is that an accurate statement?
That's an existing approval. Again,
It's
can't
what
make
they
them
are-
build it,
it's-
but yes, it's
it
an
is
existing
what they
approval.
are approved
Yes.
for, and it was approved by a commission that we are not of. Correct? All right, thank you.
Okay. Okay, we'll hear from our administrator, and then we will go to Commissioner Bernard, and then Commissioner Woodward.
Mayor, quickly, I want to close the loop on one thing and then address the point on the traffic and the roadway failures. One, just to be really clear on the workforce housing, to close this point, conditions of approval in here include no buyout, exchange, or in lieu. So the question about could the units return to market or some other form or fashion, by the conditions we have in here, that would not be the case. Just want to make that point clear. Second, on the original ITG approvals, you have, I would call it an exhaustive proportionate share agreement that was put into place in 2018 that contains a number of improvements. I can't remember what the dollar value is. It is very significant and a number of improvements. So notwithstanding the fact that there are failures identified, there is a long list of improvements that would be made that would begin to address some of them. So just want to be clear about that.
Thank you, Commissioner Bernard, then Commissioner Woodward, then Commissioner Baxter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to add, I know Commissioner Moreno just said, they can build the 3,897 units, and I agree with her. Since the previous board gave them that right to build what they told you you should build, where they gave you the legislative grace. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Woodward, then Commissioner Baxter.
Thank you. It's important that we realize comp plan, even the state legislator recognizes that this is the one place where we have, as a county, as a local governing authority, to address traffic. And unfortunately, the board before us did not do that. I can't speak to how that happened, but this is the one place in the comp plan. If it passes comp plan, we can't do anything more beyond this in zoning. Am I correct? We cannot deny anything in zoning simply due to traffic once we make a comp plan amendment.
I'll defer to Quasi on that.
You have to speak up, sir.
We cannot deny a project solely based on traffic in the zoning application.
But we can at the comp plan level.
Yes, because comp
And
plan.
this is the only
traffic-
place where we can do this.
It's a policy decision of the board, and if that's one of the considerations, yes.
That the road is failing, and that's why we would not make a comp plan amendment due to traffic because it's already failing.
If that's your reason for doing so, you're permitted to do so.
Just to clarify, Mr. Attorney, so this is a comp plan change
Is a legislative decision, correct?
and there's a lot of.
It's a fairly debatable standard.
Okay, so that
So,
means you could in fact deny a comp plan change just on the fact of traffic if you so chose.
if a commissioner so chose, they could make that decision.
Yes, and this goes into part of our comp plan, our master plan, our managed growth tier, managing development in a responsible way. All of this is part of this legislative part, not the next stage that comes after. This is where we have to make those determinations.
For this project, yes, you make your legislative decision with the comp plan.
Thank you, sir. Okay, let's see, we're at Commissioner Baxter, then Vice Mayor Sachs.
Thank you, Mayor. Darren, is this project already approved with the current traffic the way it is?
I don't understand the
The
question.
ITG property, those units that are already there,
Well, there's no units there, but that project is
the
approved.
units that are entitled, forgive me.
Yeah, they're already approved, yes.
So what we do today isn't approving what or how many get built, it's where they get built?
Well, you're also approving the number in the number that's being built in the Ag Reserve, yes.
There's that. And then lastly, Pat, you had, or prop share had been brought up. How much does a builder have to pay towards a road that's already failing in prop share dollars?
Actually, I'm going to ask Quasi if he's more familiar with the prop share agreement to address that.
Their prop share obligation with their original application, which has already been approved, was about $47 million.
But in general, when a road is already failing, how much do builders have to pay towards in prop share dollars?
It all depends on how much impact they are having on that failed link. If the roadway is currently failing, and if their project doesn't create any additional failure, then they don't have to pay even a prop share.
So if those roads have gotten worse since this approval, they wouldn't have to pay one extra dollar?
Actually, when they do their traffic analysis, it's done for their horizon year, for the build-out year. So in this case, for this project, it was 2035. So we always look at the 2035 traffic.
Now, you said they paid $46 million in prop share?
They haven't paid, but
Or
their
excuse me, that's what they'd have to pay.
obligation is about $47 million.
Now, to give you some perspective, there's 2 miles worth of road that I asked for the county, 2.7 miles, let's be exact, that I asked for the county to price for me to build in my district. How much would you think that would cost?
I can't give you that answer. That's a different department.
I know the answer, $37 million for 2.7 miles of road.
Okay.
So how far do we really think $46 million is going to go?
Yeah, I mean, they only pay their impact, their percentage impact, and they don't pay for the entire roadway failure.
Thank you, Quasi.
All right, Vice Mayor Sachs, and then Commissioner Barnett.
My colleagues, roads are a big deal. Roads are a big deal. Ask anybody who's traveling now in our roads whether or not traffic is increasing. So what another commissioner brought up is the fact that today we will be voting on a development of thousands of more units on deficient roads. Those deficient roads have been outlined in two consulting treatises, one paid by GL, the other paid by the county. So I think we need to remember that as we move forward. Roads are a big deal. And if anybody, and I know how expensive roads are to build, and I know that maybe we need a pause on development till we catch up with our infrastructure. But thank you so much, Quasi, for working on this. And thank you, county, for paying for an independent contractor. I'll get into that later about, it wasn't 877 additional trips based on the Hyder West development. It was 8,777. Maybe I was hoping it was 877. So it's a big deal, and I'm glad that we have brought it up, and I'm glad that we have very good staff to support us on our roads today. Thank you. That's all I have to say now.
Excuse me. Thank you. Commissioner Barnett, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I know we may be going over ground that we already discussed, but there seems to be some speculation. The applicant has been approved for the construction of 3897 homes in the ITG. We discussed what they might do, but I'd like to hear, if it's okay with you, from the applicant themselves, what your plans will be for the property in the ITG if your application for the release of the conservation easement is denied today. Just for my own clarification. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. For the record, my name is Kevin Rattery. Again, the answer is we will develop this piece of property. That's simple. as whether it's next year or the year after, I don't know the answer to that because it depends on what other pieces of property we have. But ultimately, the purpose of GL Homes is being a home builder. We will eventually build at Indian Trails. I don't know if it's this year, next year, or the year after, but we will build at Indian Trails. Thank you.
All right, I don't see any other lights lit. We can go back to parks.
Thank you, Mayor. For the record, Jennifer Cirillo, the Director of Palm Beach County Parks. Just to put this back in context of why I'm speaking on parks, I'm going to go back one slide to the substantive disagreements. Two of them have a relation to parks, so that's what I'm going to go over with you today. It is important to stress that public parks are a critical infrastructure with housing approvals, and we are appreciative of the applicant recognizing the need for parks as critical infrastructure. And as they alluded to in their presentation, we do have a history with them, with this particular applicant, with GL Homes, on successfully implementing parks and other projects. And Canyons was mentioned specifically by the applicant, and I'll get into that a little bit. The public park issues with these applications are a bit unique, both in Hyder and in Indian Trails Groves. So I'll go into our staff analysis and feedback on each. The comprehensive plan recreation open space element, otherwise known as ROSE, was last updated in 2011-2012. And at that time, it did not contemplate park needs for additional residential development within the Ag Reserve, particularly west of 441 as proposed. And Canyon District Parks that was brought up in the Ag Reserve. A district park serves a 5-mile radius. Hyder is outside of that 5-mile service radius of Canyon District Park. Both passive and active park needs must be considered. We do have, and this is important to note, we do have large unimproved passive land in our inventory in the area of Hyder. It's restricted by underlying encumbrances and/or site conditions satisfying the need for passive parkland in the Hyder area. Increased demand from new and current residents for new active park amenities such as All Abilities playgrounds, pickleball courts, ball fields, and group picnic facilities, etc., is unmet in the area of Hyder. The need for an OHV park in our county is also unmet, as indicated by a feasibility study which began in 2013 at the board's direction and was presented to the board in 2021. Now I am going to get into specific feedback on the applicant's proposed park civic sites, including a few places where our staff feedback and recommended conditions, if approved, differs from what the applicant has proposed. Staff comments and proposed conditions are based on the county's comprehensive plan, the department's substantial professional park planning experience, 4 decades of experience operating campgrounds, and our real-world recreation trends and park capacity issues in Palm Beach County. Let's first discuss the proposed public park civic dedication at Hyder. The applicant is proposing to dedicate 25 acres of unimproved parkland, 4 acres of which are encumbered by power lines along the northern edge. Recreation cannot be put under power lines, but parking could. The applicant proposes to keep under their maintenance the roughly 75 acres of Barrow Pit Lake. And a pit lake, for those that don't know, means a lake from which fill dirt will be excavated for the volume of fill needed. And typically it's finished without safe recreational slopes. The lake was previously referred to by the applicant as a passive park in a prior submittal, prior to transmittal. But in our review, it didn't meet the recreational park requirements. The currently proposed active park dedication of 25 acres would provide a limited amenity public park. It's roughly the size of 3 ball fields and parking, if you can visualize that. Here is where we differ. 50 acres of active park, as proposed by staff, would allow for inclusive park amenities in alignment with the comp plan and the express public need. The comp plan calls for 1 acre of district park per 1,000 people. Within a 5-mile radius of Hyder, as proposed, there are 109,000 people in the last census, which would mean we really need 109 acres to meet that need in the 5-mile radius. We do have other specialized parks kind of nearby, just outside those 5 acres. We did talk about Canyons District Park. We also have Murakami Park, which is a very specific use. Southwinds Golf Course, again, a very specific use, and others. There is no funding to build a district park at Hyder. 25 acres gross is the minimum to be eligible for future impact fees. But impact fees would need to be saved up for a decade or more and match with another funding source. Historically, that would be bond funding, matched with impact fees, to build a new park. In other words, if the applicant does not contribute to construction of the park, it would be vacant land turned over to the county, and there would likely not be a public park for 10 years or more. It should be noted, current active park development costs, and this is kind of crazy to say, but it's true, are $1 million per developed acre, depending on the amenities that are to be built. I did mention canyons, and I do want to bring that up. We did partner with the applicant at Canyons. They did a civic park dedication there, over 50 acres. They also built a soccer field, as they referenced. They built an amphitheater. They split the cost of a restroom there, and they did pay $40,000 for 8 years for maintenance of the soccer field.
Used to play out in the orange groves.
In addition to not having funding currently to build the district park, the county's also not funded to maintain a new district park. The land, even if left vacant, still needs to be maintained. There is a cost. And an active park, once built, costs roughly $7,000 to $9,000 an acre per year to maintain. If housing is approved, there are taxes that will eventually be coming back from the new housing, a portion which will come in ad valorem back to the parks. But we did the math on this, and at best, it's roughly a third of what is needed to maintain a district park. Not taking into consideration more impacts, of course, on our regional and beach parks by new residents as well. Therefore, we did include, as the applicant referenced, a staff condition that they contribute to the maintenance shortfall of roughly $300,000 annually to assist the county and allow for maintenance of the park. Now we will move on to the park in Indian Trails Grove. The 200-acre active park civic dedication, as proposed at ITG, I'm getting that ITID and ITG is also mixed up, ITG, has a specialized purpose. For the 200-acre park, our recommended staff conditions are directly related to the OHV Park feasibility study commissioned in 2013 and brought to the board in 2021, and our experience running campgrounds. Staff does have a mutual interest with the applicant, if approved by the board, that the park operator at this site is successful for public benefit. We do not want an initial operator to fail and for operation of the park to fall back to the county. We do feel that the site plan as proposed does meet an identified need in the community. The concept is, however, in staff's opinion, limited for contractor success and does not meet all the needs identified in the OHV feasibility study. The applicant did appear to increase the number of proposed RV spaces to 67 proposed in the last week, which is up a little bit and will help the operator generate revenue to pay for operational expenses. Again, this certainly comes down to a board decision on these places where we differ. I do want to draw one item to your attention. The applicant suggested a development agreement be formulated for the 200-acre park after board approval. Our biggest concern with this is the applicant had previously suggested a reverter clause that if the park is closed in the future for a period of time for any reason, the land would revert back to the applicant. We're not comfortable with that, and we cannot predict future storms or other circumstances that may cause that to happen. Now, I did hear as well, although the applicant did not confirm that with our staff, that they've moved off that position and they are not proposing that at this time. We would recommend the board not accept a reverter clause on any of the public park civic dedications. And then you've seen this before, so I'm not going to go into that. The applicant has released this publicly. This is their rough concept plan of the 200-acre civic park. It's been described as conceptual and not to scale. And that concludes my presentation on Parks and Recreation. If you have any questions.
Vice Mayor, you're recognized. And then Commissioner Baxter, and then Commissioner Woodward.
Thank you so much, Jennifer. And you and I have worked closely together on the large park that we have in West Delray, west of Atlantic Avenue. Do we have today any playgrounds, county playgrounds, as we all know, just so everybody know, the agricultural reserve has no cities. So what the county provides is what they have. are there any existing playgrounds in the agricultural reserve for the kids?
There are in the Ag Reserve, but this is, again, we need to know that the Ag Reserve, from a service radius standpoint, a level of service from parks is big. So we don't yet have the one built at Canyon District Park. That is still being built. That land was conveyed to us in 2009. And because the county was required to fund it, we're still moving along with that. We will have a playground at Canyon, so that will technically be in the Ag Reserve. But again, Hyder is outside that 5-mile service radius, and we do not have a playground currently there. And West Dairy Regional Park that you referenced, our underlying site conditions, that's leased from South Florida Water Management District.
Right.
It is very restrictive what we can put there. We have tried to get approval for a nature-based playground, which will be a little
You and I have
different.
been working on it,
Yes.
and we don't have it yet. So do you have any idea, and maybe you don't, or maybe somebody does in staff, how many kids, children, because I know we have a lot of overcapacity schools, we have a lot of kids who live in the Ag Reserve area?
Yeah, and those projections, I think the school district does probably the best job at projecting those. But with families come
Thousands, right?
children, yes.
And we have no playground. So we hope so at Canyons. But for example, and we can't even build a playground in the area of West Delray because we lease it from the South Florida Water Management District. So we can't put in playground. We're working on trying to put in a playground for kids with developmental disabilities because they have none.
Right. Not as someone would traditionally picture a playground. That is not allowable at West Delray Regional. And I apologize for speaking maybe out of turn. A tot lot is for young children. So playgrounds are typically built 2 to 5-year-olds, 5 to 12-year-olds. And then there is a trend towards intergenerational play that is all abilities. That's what we've been working on. So people of all abilities and all ages could play.
Don't have it yet, do we?
Not yet.
Do we need another passive park that the taxpayers have to pay to maintain? And I know you gave us some numbers. I thought they were pretty high. But the taxpayers will have to maintain a passive or open park that is being promoted right today for our vote on this by the applicant for Hyder West.
Not in this area, no, ma'am.
Not in this area, no. A passive park is sort of like a free space where you stand outside and you passive.
Forest faith. Yeah, so the difference between passive and active, and even our active parks have green space, so they, we don't pave everything. That shouldn't be the perception. But the difference between passive and active parks is really the disturbance to the natural land. So a passive park, there's very little disturbance to the ecosystem. You do things like walking and biking trails, maybe horseback riding, fishing, picnicking.
Do we have in the site plan an equestrian uses in this passive park at Hyder West?
We do not we haven't developed a county plan
Do we
yet.
have a bicycle path in this commitment from the applicant for Hyder West?
We have no specific commitments, just
Now,
25
what we
acres.
have, you called it a pit. It's basically a retainer pond where the construction fellows will go in there and dig up a big pit so that they can have the land, the soil to build the houses.
That
Is
will
that
not,
correct?
that's not currently proposed to be conveyed to the county. That would remain under GL Homes
But it has
ownership.
no recreational facilities. In other words, this big pit lake that they have to have it in order to build the houses up high for drainage. I can't put a kayak or a boat or fish or anything like that on it?
That wouldn't be the county's decision. That would be up to the applicant. But as I understand it, it's not being built as a recreation lake.
It is not being built as a recreational center. Okay, so the answer is no from our Parks Department in terms of the benefit to the people of Palm Beach County for the Hyder West application.
The answer is it's a board decision, but in our analysis, 25 acres is not enough to meet the need of the community if housing is approved of west of 441.
Okay, the answer is no. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Baxter and then Commissioner Woodward.
What does it cost to maintain a passive park?
So a passive park, I would say roughly $5,000 to $6,000 a year. Active park, more trash, $7,000 to $9,000 a year.
5,000 to 6,000 a year.
Per acre, yeah. You have land management responsibilities, and I think that's important to note too, that it's not just you have a pretty green space and you don't do any maintenance. It's very important to maintain that park.
What does that maintenance consist of?
Everything from, maintaining the trails, so it depends on what kind of trails you have. If the trails are shell rock, we have to box blade them. We have to pick up trash throughout the park. We have a prescribed fire program in our department, similar to ERM. We do try to keep invasive species at bay. We also have park ranger program that are advocates and try to keep people safe, so it's not inexpensive.
And I guess my next question is for the applicant. Could you clarify on what was mentioned about the reverter clause?
The reverter clause was sent to us as a
Or
proposed.
both? Come on up, Kevin.
Oh, do you want them to clarify?
Well,
okay.
both. I want some
Okay.
actually understanding where we stand on this, because you seem to think it's still in place and they seem to think it's not. So where does it stand?
We originally sent something by the applicant that in the development agreement, they would like to have a reverter clause in there, and I don't know if that's changed.
Well, for the record, Kevin Rattery, we have sent the updated improvements and restrictions every time we've worked through them, and those last several have not included the reverter clause because they were specific to be removed by the district commissioner, and we've removed that reverter clause. So we're not asking for the reverter clause.
And before you go anywhere, Kevin, if we were to give Parks and Recreation what they want, how much would it cost?
These types of facilities probably, depending on, the exact number of parks, are probably in the neighborhood of $30 to $50 million.
So 30 to 50 million for a park. I can understand why we don't have enough. But I will want to, lastly, just take a moment. I mean, to me, this seems like a much larger issue outside of this swap in general. I think we shouldn't be relying on builders to put in our roads and our parks every time we turn around. I think we need to take a serious look at our budgeting and how that goes, so we properly budget for these things going forward. Thank you.
Commissioner Woodward, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mayor. So the 25 acres that's being offered at the Hyder West property, can we build ball fields, pickleball, basketball, like what you said a couple of ball
It is very
fields?
limited, so the size of it, if you would picture, like, not that we would build only this, but, 3 soccer fields and then parking under the power lines, that's what would, and a restroom, you'd have to build a restroom. That's what would likely fit here. So we have an 18-acre park that is just south of this area. It has 3 baseball fields and a restroom. That's all that will fit on it.
Okay, so, and if you got the 50 acres that you were requesting, would that be sufficient to actually put spaces for team sports and not just for children? I mean, a lot of our seniors play pickleball. I just played it for the first time. It was a lot of fun. It's a growing sport. What all options would you have at 50 acres?
Yeah, so people are surprised to learn that pickleball and senior softball are 2 of our largest growing sports in our county, but it is accurate, it's true. So 50 acres would allow us to serve all ages, to have an all-ability inclusive playground that we would try to make intergenerational. But we would go to the community and ask their input when we develop a plan for the park to try to meet those needs. But I think the acreage to meet multiple needs in the community is what we feel is most important.
Okay, so the Canyons Park, how much did that cost us? And how long did it take? I think we're still only at phase 1.
It is not yet complete. And we do work in tandem. I failed to mention, we work in tandem on all park property issues with our facilities development and operations department in the county. So Isami and I work very closely, and all park development goes through facilities. We don't do it in a vacuum. So Canyon District Park is in 2 phases. We had $26 million total to build the park. We are getting still pricing on the second phase, so I don't want to speak out of turn, but we are significantly deficient. We had $12 million to finish phase 2, and the prices that we are getting Again, if you look at $1 million per acre of active park, we have, about half that park, 25 or so, maybe 27, and my planning directors in here can correct me. But when you multiply that times $1 million an acre, we're getting a number that 12 million won't come close to covering. So it's very expensive, as Kevin clearly understands, to build a district park.
And how long has that been in the works?
So the property was finally conveyed, it was in process for a while, but it was conveyed to the county in 2009. First conveyed in 2009, and phase 1 opened a little over a year ago.
2022?
What's
2022?
2022, yeah. Phase 1 opened, and phase 2 is not yet complete.
Okay, so there was a slide on there about the ATV park. Who is paying for that?
GL is actually proposing to work with a contractor to develop, this is their first concept plan. So they are proposing that this be turned over to the county improved with these improvements on it.
So the county would not have to pay for that park?
Correct. Hopefully, they also will include in the development agreement that they will take care of the natural land management portion, because you'll see on the right-hand side, there's a very large buffer. And again, the land needs to be managed even if it's undeveloped.
Do we know what the cost of this park will be?
I don't know where they're landing on development of it. Again, 200 acres, if you're developing, say even half of it, it's not going to be cheap. I can't speculate on what their total cost would be, but it is expensive. Maybe they could share that. But to maintain it, you also have an operational expense.
Could the applicant answer?
For the record, Kevin Rattery, we haven't bid it yet, so we don't really know the exact cost, but we believe this is, somewhere in the $10 to $15 million range without the roadway improvements and other infrastructure that are involved with getting access to it.
So are you offering then to put this out to bid without having a hard number on it, like a cap, or how much you're willing, a max amount to pay?
That's the purpose of the development agreement, is to get into that. I mean, we have some idea. We've been meeting with, maybe a surprise, but we don't build ATV parks a lot. So, we have gone out to actually research these facilities to find out people that, do build these facilities, who manage these facilities, who operate these facilities. We have been all over the state of Florida. We've been outside the state of Florida. And fundamentally, it's a matter of trying to get an understanding from the folks that do these, what type of costs they're dealing with.
Okay. Can you tell us what kind of traffic is generated by a park like this?
It's done under the county's public park standard, which I believe was like 600 trips per day.
600 trips per day. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So we've got Vice Mayor Sachs, Commissioner Barnett, and then Commissioner Baxter. I'm just going to ask our board for your cooperation. I know we've got people that want to speak to us on this, and that we do what we can to help move this along so that we can hear from them, and maybe we can save some of our questions till after we hear from them.
Mayor, maybe what we could do is finish with the staff.
That's
and
my
then,
plan.
And then hear the public, and then we could do the consultants after the public.
Yep. Anything we
That's-
can do. I
that way get
know
the
these
people
people have been
in
here
to speak.
since 9:30 this morning, and
8 o'clock, some of them.
well, 9:30 is when we started, so
Okay,
we start from when we start.
thank you. Stay
Okay.
right here, Kevin. Mr. Ratter, I have a quick question. If the proposal doesn't go through today, are you committed to build this park in, this ATV park in Indian, is that going to be in Indian Trails? ITG?
We don't have a
Are you still committed, is the applicant still committed to build that, if it is not approved today with the land swap?
No, ma'am. We will implement our
Okay,
development
so
order
it
as
is
approved.
contingent upon the land swap being approved today?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you have anything for us to review, not now, but after the public speaks, about how much it's going to cost, how much, if there's a reverter clause to the county, that is, that if it's not maintained, it goes back to us, or will it go back to you? And how much the county will have to pay to maintain it, where the liability, if somebody gets hurt, will they sue the county? Will they sue the applicant? And these specific questions, because I think it's important. This is sort of something that I've just seen in the last maybe week or two. So again, I'm giving you a little heads up, Mr. Rattier. After we have public opinion and public review, if we could have these answered, because I wanted to build a park. I wanted to build a substitution for what we lost at the International Raceway. And so it's very important to me, but I wanted a raceway, not necessarily, you know, for ATVs, but for all kinds, but not there, Okay, going back to the parks. It is my understanding, Jennifer, that we, Ms. Cirillo, that the applicant will build $10 to $15 million range for a park at ITG, but will not build a playground for the kids at Hyder West. And I'm talking specifically for that area in the Hyder West, which we have a passive park with nice trees, you know, but they will not put the money in for a playground for the kids.
Correct, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, correct, thank you.
All right, Commissioner Barnett, do you? Okay, thank you. We still have water still to talk about, so.
Mayor, I just wanted to clarify before public comment starts for the Vice Mayor's question, so we don't hear it over and over. It will be operated by an operator, and it won't be reverted back to GL. Those should already, just so everyone knows, it will not cost the county. If anything, it could be potential for revenue.
Thank you, Commissioner Baxter. Commissioner Woodward, do you recognize?
Thank you. Commissioner Baxter, just so that I understand, it'll be operated by a third party. Who pays the third party?
Sorry, they will make profit from using the park and having an entry fee coming into the park. It'll pay for itself.
Okay.
Okay. Commissioner Marino?
Sorry, one quick question. The two developments, the pod with the market rate homes and the pod with the workforce housing, they have amenities, correct? As you said, they...
Recreation amenities, yes.
Okay. And with the workforce housing pod, there is a tot lot?
The workforce housing pod at Hyder West will have a tot lot and a pool, according to Mr. Rattery. But there's two different rec areas, one for the for sale and one for the rentals. They
Okay,
each have
so
their own.
they're supplying their own recreation areas for those two communities?
Yes, every planned unit development is required to have certain recreational amenities for the residents.
Okay, so the request of the county for an active park, these two communities are taking care of their residents already with parks with a tot lot and with amenities. An active park is because you want something greater.
Every planned unit development community has recreation set aside within their community. The comprehensive plan for the county covers regional, district, and beach parks for our county-wide level service.
Thank you.
Okay, are we done? I think we're done with parks, and now we can hear from staff on water. And then we can go to public comment.
Okay, so just to start this discussion, these are basically my bullet items on details we haven't worked through yet, stuff that could be an obstacle and a risk for both the Palm Beach County and the applicant. The two top in terms of risk are an easement to move water through Indian Trail and to move water through Cypress Grove. We need to move water from the LA Canal through Cypress Grove into the impoundment, and then from the impoundment through Indian Trail to be delivered to the City of West Palm Beach or to the northwest fork of the Hatchetchee River in the future. To do so, we're traveling through canals that are paid for and developed by other people. Indian Trail, there's a difference between the two. Indian Trail, we're just moving water through their canal. We're not using their roads. We're not using their on-peak capacity. Where we're doing all the water we're moving is off-peak during times when it's relatively dry. These are water supply options, not actions, not flood control actions. But we are using their canals that they built and paid for. Kind of similar things to someone who buys off-peak capacity on a cell tower. You're looking for compensation. For the Cypress Grove, it's more complex. We are using their roads to get to the project. When it comes to large storm events, the impoundment will have to be drained down to recover between storms, so we'll be using their flood capacity on peak. And so there will cost that has to be apportioned for that. Neither of those agreements have been worked through at all to conclusion. And the district has been engaged and is working with us. They have asked for several relatively complex analysis. One is a risk analysis that looks at whenever you build a levee or a dam and you're holding back water, what is the risk to human health and safety? So you have to do a breach analysis, an overtopping analysis. We have done a preliminary overtopping analysis for the design, but they want a breach analysis to see where the water could possibly go. This is designed as a minor impoundment. Minor impoundments have a depth of 4 feet or less. Typically, they don't have problems, but district is being prudent and looking at. And then they're also looking at the seepage to make sure that the water seeping through the levees and underneath them is well behaved, especially for this shared levee. And that's analysis that the applicant is working on. And then the long bullet item here is basically, when we had this discussion, it was very clear from the board directed us to make sure that this project could be turned over to the district. And so we need to meet all their standards. That also protects the county should we receive it, because the district standards have been developed to be robust and to be low maintenance in terms of operations. So even if we were not wanting to turn over districts, I'd still be recommending something that was very similar to or those requirements. And then the last bullet is the MOU. We have started dialogue. We worked on and gave some answers to the Palm Beach, City of West Palm Beach questions about water availability. Understand that the basins that this project is going to be attached to, the L8, is over 170 square miles, so it makes a lot of runoff. Its primary route is to Lake Okeechobee, but the other way route is down through C51. And then the C51 west and east are about 80 square miles each. So there's a lot of runoff in these basins to be available when it's the rainy season. And the operation memorandum would prevent us from taking water in competition with water supply. So. Okay, so what changed after the transmittal was the state appropriated those cell 12 and 13 and provided a mechanism to capture large amounts of water from the L8 runoff. So that's that 14,800 acre feet. To put that in perspective, that's a football field 2 miles tall, full of water. So that's quite a bit more capacity than is in the basin right now. It would allow us to carry over water from the wet season into the dry season and then release it out when it's drier. The addition of the proposed project would allow us to treat that water, improve the water quality, and convey it to 2 potential users, one in Northwest Fork, the other one in the city of West Palm Beach, would then reduce the water that would have to go to the Lake Worth Lagoon. So with that change in project comes a change in the amount of water that was initially shown to you in terms of the cost estimate for the transmittal. So in the transmittal, they estimated that we'd be moving about 6,000 acre feet, which would be carrying over water from the end of the wet season to the dry season. And that cost example was that 6,000 acre feet. That would have been about $240,000. The lease income from the land that's not being put in the impoundment would probably net that same amount, so zero there. But to put in perspective, that would be operating the facility only 45 days out of the year, which would be like driving your car 1 day out of the week. In my opinion, that would be underusing the project. Bringing in the cell 12 and 13, if you emptied that all and conveyed it to a combination of the city and Northwest Fork, you'd be using it for 110 days, which is more in the ballpark. Add that to a little carryover, you're probably moving into more of the 140. And there's some other peripheral activities of water treatment of runoff from the Cypress Grove. All this just pushes the number up in the 440,000. But you've already heard numbers on park and other operations. These aren't extremely large numbers. And these operation numbers include the normal maintenance of pumps, like your car. You got to have it overhauled and has a sinking fund for replacement, and mowing and vegetation management. The mowing, I got some input from Lake Worth Drainage District. The vegetation management, I got costs from the South Water Watermanagement District. So I feel these are in the right ballpark. They're not extremely precise, but in the right ballpark. And then just a note, if we start using it more, there's that apportionment of cost. So we have a fund for the lease. If we go beyond that, someone's got to pay. If it's clear in the MOU, and the city has expressed that if they want the water for their needs, they're okay to pay. They'd like to see a little bit more, I guess, numbers on the exact water quality estimates and the pumping costs, but that was given to them, and they didn't seem that was overly large. But if they did not come into play, let's say the water quality is really good and they don't need that, then there would be only one party currently in the agreement that would be paying for it. That would be Palm Beach County, because Indian Trail can only pay for what gives them benefit, so they'd only be paying for that rare time when their pumps are used for their drainage, which is appropriate given their mandates. This one gets a little more complicated. So the Indian Trail, as described previously, has challenges with their drainage. They have a 1,100 CFS pump station that's limited to a day and a half during storms. They would like to have more in the 5-day range. So they asked us to consider during that wet season to allow their new impoundment to overflow into our impoundment through a controlled gate structure. With the right location and connections, we don't see that as an obstacle. It could be compatible use as long as we've got it plumbed right. And so we went through some numbers to make sure that they're realistic about how much water we could actually move and how much water storage water we'd expect to have available when they needed it. Because let's just say, example, we had a foot of water in there. We're kind of keeping it low during the wet season. We get a foot of rain, then we're going to have another foot or so to give to them. So we worked through that to make sure that we were giving them a realistic expectation. I feel comfortable with those numbers. The next line is the one where Indian Trail has expressed desire to be the owner-operator. That is not something we've worked through on the details on the MOU. It would require considerable change because of that mandate of Indian Trail only being able to pay for things that directly benefit their citizens. It's not undoable, but it would be quite a bit of a change from what we've been working on. And the last part is the 67 CFS is a meaningful amount of water. Just give you in perspective, the proposed project by SERP, Comprehensive Everglades Restoration Plan, calls for 4 5 MGD wells. That's about 31 CFS or 62 acre feet. Those wells provide a lot of the dry year performance for that restoration project. So that 31 CFS is about half of of the 67. So we can provide that function throughout the entire dry season at the same time of providing 31 CFS to the city. But the city often needs more than that, but the 31 would be a meaningful volume to keep their levels from dropping too quickly. So we could be a little bit under their total needs, but that doesn't mean the city gets cut off. The city can still return to their control too and access water there. So that's my slides.
Great. Okay, Commissioner Marino.
Since this whole discussion is about water, let's spend a little more time on it. And I realize we've got lots of cards, but I do have a couple of questions. Because you did bring up cells 12 and 13. I just want to know who has the permits to operate those cells?
There are no permits currently. They are in design build for construction. There is a permit for construction that's already been issued, but there's no permit for an operating permit.
There's no MOU or anything, and
There's no MOU yet.
so basically, the county is in the position of not having an MOU or any agreements in place, but we're going to have the responsibility of these cells?
Yes. But.
Okay, so,
Yeah.
so if we're doing that, I don't see where we need to put so much emphasis on GL about the MOU because it's a work in progress.
Yeah, I have more concern about the easements than I do MOUs, because the easements are about protecting your right forever to move that water so you don't get shut down. MOU is about the day-to-day details of, hey, I don't want to give you water when you don't want it, and how to coordinate operations.
So my reflection of that is we shouldn't be so hung up on the MOU right now because there's still parties that are going to work this out. And since we've already, 12 and 13 are in the process without an MOU, I think that sort of cancels that equation.
They will be very similar overlaps because you have to define what is excess water for both of them.
Okay, and so we don't have an agreement with South Florida Water Management either to move the water in any direction.
We have a very similar participation right now. They are basically looking at the project from will it meet their standards, and they are going to give us input on operations on the MOU, but they're not dictating the MOU, and we don't have an agreed upon MOU at this time.
Okay. So also, how does the implementation of this project assist any other county, state, or federal initiatives? I mean, I know we talk about SERP, we talk about Loxahatchee River, we've got LOSUM for Lake Okeechobee. Does any of this match up, coincide? Is there joint participation? I don't know. It's a broad question, I realize. But without this, we have no water feature, we're not moving water, and people have been talking about water for years and years and years and years and years and years, and we have so many initiatives that say we have to do this. We have a Water Resources Task Force that our mayor chairs. Do you chair it?
I do now.
Okay, that he chairs. And, you know, we have all of these documents that say this land is a necessary component to moving water in the north end of the county and in a regional impact. So I guess I'm being redundant in my question, but this really boils down to, do we want a water project or don't we want a water project? So you don't have to answer that.
Thank you.
I got more questions, but I think we've got lots of people in the audience and,
Commissioner Baxter, you're recognized.
It was more so since we're discussing water, and I know that ITID is here with a presentation on water. It kind of fits our current conversation. Do we want to make them wait until?
I wasn't aware they were giving a presentation. I was aware they were here to answer any questions we might have.
And I do have one.
They have provided, have they not?
We have a video. I thought it would be under public comments. I didn't know it was a presentation.
With your permission, Mayor, just
Of
because
course.
it plays into exactly what we're talking about, I would love to see it now, if that's okay.
May I opine
Wait,
here?
hang on. I have no objection to it. Here's where we're at right now. I know staff needs a break. They've been sitting up here for 2.5 hours, and so why don't we do this? And I hate to do this to you all, but we're going to do it because I want to be fair to the people that are here working as well and make sure they can take care of themselves. So we're going to go ahead. We will take and I'm asking my board to please, 5 minutes, 5-minute break, and allow staff to take care of their needs, and then we'll be back, and then we can watch the video. We will hear from the public. We'll get it all done. And thank you again. Appreciate it.
I meant to ask that first, and I forgot.
Mr. Linton, can you just in talk about the need? I know in Len Lindahl's presentation, he talked about the water issue for the central north part of the county. from your professional estimation, can you talk about community, who is that? I don't know if that's coming down from the heavens. Can you talk about the need that our community has, how SERP or the lack of having SERP projects, how that all intertwines into this, and just our future needs?
Okay, so there's several different needs there. The Northwest Fork needs both protection for the minimum flow level and the restoration. The SERP formulated that project, but like I described, a large portion of that performance in drier years relies on a ASR, which is not on their schedule for 10 years or even longer. And ASR technology is currently very expensive because of the permitting requirements for drinking water standards before you inject. So the district may well be interested in this project to use it either to put off the ASR or replace it. That's really their prerogative. As a whole, in SERP, when they said we want to move more water south, they put in 104 ASR wells, 5 MGD each in Palm Beach County, 3 major reservoirs to make up for that water supply they're sending south that would no longer be available to Palm Beach County. The 15 acre feet not only provides a way to hold back undesirable flows to the C51, but it also provides you water supply to the city and to other Lake Worth Drainage District. So, and during the drier periods when chlorides tend to rise in the LA, you can dilute that, and that was one of the key and chief challenges of the district, was to meet the potable water needs of the city with those high chlorides, because they couldn't get water to it. With the cell 12 and 13 nearby, they'll be able to dilute that water or replace it entirely for a shorter period of time. So those are the big things. The water supply is countywide. The refuge in the current schedule, with the way they're running it, is also getting a little bit less water. That's all part of the artifact of LOSUM and some of the projects that haven't been built yet. So you're kind of moving more water south, but you're getting ahead of the makeup projects that would restore that water supply. And then the only thing that's been the difference from the SERP is the algae. City, the way they handle algae is they look at the canal and they stop pumping, because there's really not much you can do. The cell 12 and 13, having clean water put away during the wet season may well be algae free, and you could use that, but there's no guarantee on that.
But in your professional estimation, though, as a water person, that there, I mean, regardless whether this project gets approved or not, this is a need that the county has identified, that our community has identified.
It's been a need identified in district plans since 1995, 97, in the SERP identified, and in this recent plan for the Northwest Fork identified. The other water supply features are not being on the plan right now, on the delivery schedule, but they're still in the plan. So it's still something that's not on not only Palm Beach radar, but on the districts and the Corps' radar.
And there was talk about the C18 impoundment that I know is on schedule. When's the estimated time to start that project? I'll have to just guess at a wide range, 5 to 10 years, depending upon what you're talking in terms of completion or start. Completion.
Yeah.
I was given a date of like 2036.
That's about 10, yeah, I wouldn't bet against that, yeah, I mean, for completion.
Thank you. All right, thank you very much. All right, any other questions for Paul? Thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation. All right, we now have to have I shouldn't say have to have, sorry, that was not nice. We are going to have a presentation on zoning, on the zoning application. Sorry,
Yes.
did I catch you with
Unless
your
you want to
mouth?
do the ITID one first.
ITID is in abeyance now.
Okay, all right. So Wendy's going to do from over there.
That's why you took it.
The zoning summary.
I have blue to green.
Okay. Good afternoon. I'm in the second row. been mushed down. I'm Wendy Hernandez. I'm the Deputy Zoning Director, and I'm going to try to quickly go through my slides that talk about the zoning applications. So on the top of the screen, you have the comp plan amendment that has the ITIG FLUA, the creation of the West Hyder, and allows that ITIG. This is also including those text amendments to the comprehensive plan. In order to do all that, our zoning applications include eight zoning applications are impacted by these proposed changes.
Sorry to interrupt you. Commissioner Bernard has a question to our attorney.
Just want to know, do we need to do this zoning presentation right now?
Well, yeah, because if we're going to do the public comment, the people need to know what they're commenting on, so.
No problem. Thank you.
Okay. So we have 8 zoning applications that are involved. The picture on the screen that you see right now is the outline of ITG, the Indian Trail Groves, that was approved by the board in 2016. The development order for the zoning application came forward in 2018. I think early 2019 was the final decision. And then this is the proposed Hyder West, which is the last application, and the outline is in the red and white. And Hyder West is encompassing 6 other applications. You have Hyder AGR, Lions West AGR, Canyon Isles AGR, Canyon Lakes, Canyon Springs, and Whitworth. All of these applications need to release their preserves and delete them from the development area in order to create Hyder West, and then utilize the 1,600 acres up north to accommodate the preserve requirements for the ag-reserve PUDs. So, first application, Indian Trail Groves. The acreages are on the screens. The request before the board for zoning is a development order amendment and a type 2 waiver. As part of that development order amendment, they're requesting to delete land area, which is 5.46, on really the southern border of the property that has to deal with a deletion due to a settlement with FP&L. They're modifying the master plan where they're moving the pods around, reducing dwelling units, modifying uses and square footages, and conditions of approval. And as I read into the record, this project has modifications on the amendments to the agenda for conditions. The type 2 waiver request is to allow more than 40% of those streets to end in cul-de-sacs for the development area portion. So this is just a comparison, so you can visually see the 2 different conceptual plans. Our zoning application is 100% contingent on the conceptual plan, all of our policies, the zoning, the overlay. It's directly related to the changes to the plan. So on the left side of the screen is the approved conceptual plan, and on the right side of the screen is the proposed conceptual plan. And as part of the requirements of the comprehensive plan, we have minimum open space requirements and dedications. And there's 3 different types of open space: exterior, interior, and connected. So on the left side of the screen, you can see that the impoundment area, 640 acres, is in the exact same location. It hasn't changed. And that they fulfilled putting that deed in escrow. That was needed to be done by 2018, and that is done. And in escrow, if they don't fulfill using that impoundment, the conditions of approval state that goes over to the county for use. The 1,068 acres that is on the current approval has conditions of approval that be deed restricted as agriculture or water resources in favor of the county. So with the proposed change, the conceptual impoundment remains the same. The Westgate Exchange area, the 1,600, which encompasses the majority of the 1,068, is now not part of the calculation for ITG, but is part of the calculation for the AGR PUDs, and that proposal is to deed it to the county. So the remaining agriculture for this, so that was originally part of the public benefit of the original approval will only be the 248 acres closest to the development area on the right, and then there will be a portion of agriculture in the exchange area that isn't used for water. Now you'll notice all the blue areas, that's all part of open space. They've gotten significantly larger with the reduction of green. All the purple areas are also open space, even though their civic areas are considered part of the open space. So this is the preliminary master plan. Again, the proposed acreage with the deletion of land area, 4,866. They have minimum and maximum percentage of acreages. Residential is required to be low, medium, and high. They have a component of non-residential, recreation, civic, and open space requirements, as I had mentioned before. In the original approval, they had a mix of housing of attached, zero lot line, single family, and townhouses. With the proposed application, it is just detached, single family, and zero lot line. No attached housing proposed in the proposed plan. Again, this is the overlay. Okay, so this is the proposed, this is just describing that there is the deletion in the yellow at the very bottom of the screen, 5.46 acres deleted due to the settlement with FP&L. This is a general map showing the different open space requirements and the net acreages that are required. Again, all of these requirements are part of the conceptual plan embedded in the comprehensive plan and for the Western Communities overlay. This is a side-by-side of the two master plans where you can see really in the northern area, the residential pods have been eliminated. So this screen I'm showing you, the required exterior open spaces in general, comparison left current approval, right proposal. This is what's dedicated for the AGR. And then these areas are the proposed civic, existing approval civic area, proposed civic areas. This screen is showing you the commercial and residential areas. Part of the comprehensive plan and the public benefits was that this was a compact mixed-use development. And these are the commercial areas proposed with the development that have to be in a form of a traditional marketplace design. And this brings us to the waiver, and as I mentioned, they're requesting more than 40% of the streets end in a cul-de-sac and the focal points. So this is part of the revisions that is part of the comprehensive plan policies to allow for this 200-acre civic park and new policies added to the plan. So with that, this is really the end of Indian Trail. We've had no contacts. Staff is recommending approval, provided that you approve the comprehensive plan amendments. Now, I want to note for every single one of these applications, the conditions of approval that are in our staff report are staff recommendations and not the applicant's proposed. So where you see where our discussion is on the 50-acre, our conditions incorporate parks as 50 acres, not 25 that the applicant was requesting. Okay, so the next application, Hyder West. Hyder West is a developed plan unit development in the Ag Reserve. The request before the board is to delete land area, 23.84 acres, and do a release of conservation easement. So on the screen you see the aerial. There's two red and white outlines. The small narrow one on the bottom is the deleted land area, where the portion on the top is the 100 acres that was been part of the discussion of the water and the parks tracks. This is the a zoning map that kind of shows you a little bit clearer on where that area is deleted. 25 acres, that's been part of the discussion, is the area in red, and what staff is requesting that it be increased to 50 acres adjacent to the property. As part of this slide, you can see a lot of dashed lines along the northern boundary. That's a 75-foot overhead power line easement that Ms. Sorolla had mentioned. We could put parking under, but you can't put anything active or uses underneath it. This is the kind of a cartoon version of that screen. I think the applicant had provided this, but On the lakes, so the northern portion of this is Hyder AGR. The southern portion is what's in Hyder West. And so starting from left to right, the left side is a water body. It is an existing approval. It is existing excavated as part of Sunshine Meadows back in 1981. So that has an approval to excavate in order for the development of Sunshine Meadows. The middle area that's blue, that's proposed for excavation, and there are comp plan policies proposed to allow that excavation. At this time, we only have people excavate on their development area. What they're asking is to be able to take the fill off of this site and move it down to Hyder West. So those are comp plan policies that are proposed, and then the 25-acre proposed dedication by GL on the farthest right area, and that's part of the Hyder AGR project. Again, no contacts from the public. Zoning Commission recommended approval. And again, the motions are two, allowing the deletion of land area and then the release of the conservation easement on the 23.84 acres. Lions West, very similar. They are requesting, this is again a built-out development. They are deleting 370 acres of preserve, and they're requesting release of the conservation easement on those 370 acres. This is the largest part of what is proposed to be Hyder West. Again, the zoning map, again, no contacts. Zoning Commission recommended approval, and then again, two motions that go along with that request to release the land. Canyon Isles is deleting 23.42 acres, almost kind of in the bottom, 23.42 acres, almost near the bottom of the proposed Hyder West area. Again, deleting land area, no changes to the development area. It is a built-out plan unit development and a need for a release of the conservation easement. Amend the zoning map, public comment, Zoning Commission recommended approval. Again, two motions necessary. Canyon Lakes. Canyon Lakes is deleting 19.09 acres, kind of in the middle, the little zigzag piece of property, and a release of the conservation easement on that one. Again, Canyon Lakes is a built-out development, so no changes to the development area, but they would need this release in order to utilize the 1,600 acres up north. Then the zoning. No contact. Zoning Commission recommended approval, and then again, two motions necessary for Canyon Lakes. Moving on, Canyon Springs, 25.76 acres. It's the small red and white area at the very bottom. Again, a need of a release of conservation easement in order to develop that property and the associated with the 1,600 up north. Zoning map, again, no contact. Zoning Commission recommended approval. Two motions are necessary. Whitworth. Whitworth is a planned unit development that is under construction right now. So that is the one out of the 6 deleted preserve area PUDs that I've been talking about. 5 are built out. This one is not. And so they are doing a development order amendment to that existing approval to delete 90.44 acres. There's a need for a release of conservation easement on that as well. They have also administratively reduced units, which is already done. It's basically in the proposed application codifying that deletion of units that was done already administratively. No contacts from the public. Zoning Commission recommended approval. Again, 2 motions are necessary to delete the land area, do the conservation easement in order to connect it to the 1,600 acres up north. And that brings us to the last zoning application, Hyder West. So all of those prior applications are necessary in order to create the brand new plan unit development. The brand new plan unit development on 581.92 acres. They had 2 requests that were part of this, a type 2 variance and an official zoning map amendment. So the request before the board is rezoning this property there's a small portion in the middle that was previously discussed from AGR to AGR PUD for that whole 581.92 acres. And this is the outline. And you can see the little hole in the donut that's currently AGR, not under a conservation easement or part of a PUD. This is the side-by-side of the outline with an aerial and their conceptual drawing. On the right side of the screen, the bold red outline is Hyder West proposed, with the northern portion of that being Hyder AGR. Both that northern portion and Hyder West are all part of the proposed Hyder overlay. And so the preliminary site plan for Hyder West consists of 17 residential pods, 277 dwelling units that are attached and detached, 2 public civic, 2 private civic, recreation, and minimum 40% open space. 100% of that proposed preserve is part of the 1,600 acres proposed in up north, and it is part of the new overlay. The variance that I previously mentioned has to do with buffering. The zoning commission approved the elimination of buffers in these green area locations, specifically related to wetlands and adjacent to a polishing pond being basically sewage treatment for Sunshine Meadows, again, previously approved for Sunshine Meadows. We've had a few contacts from the public, concerns with the impact, specifically from Sunshine Meadows and their community and traffic concerns. Zoning Commission recommended approval, and the motion before the board on this one would be for specifically the official zoning map amendment to rezone it to the plan unit development. And that project also has amendments to conditions of approval that I read into the record at the beginning. And I think that's it. Sorry, really fast.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of zoning staff at this time? We're not seeing any. Okay, so for our folks that are here, this public comment, we are going to move in the public comment. We have over 120 speaking cards today, so I'm going to ask that we limit public comment to 1 minute. And I'm sorry. And it's probably going to take us close to 3 hours. It's now 4 o'clock because we have people coming from upstairs, coming down, and so it's going to take us a while to get folks in here. So I want to also be respectful of allowing you to get home. So that's what we'll do. And with that, I turn it over to my colleagues. If you'll set the timer, please, Vice Mayor.
So since I have the duty of the cards, I'll call several at a time. Please name and address for the record, because people are coming from all parts of the building, and so we're going to, if I call your name and you're not here yet, you'll get here when you can, but I just want to make sure everybody gets a chance to speak. So right now in front of me, I have cards for Jim Colucci, Aaron Kozlowski, Carrie Ann Brown, and Debbie Murphy. Any of you in the audience?
Okay.
Whoever's ever in the audience, come on up.
Okay, and I'm going to just, I've been advised that our timer doesn't have a 1 minute setting, so we are going to go to 2 minutes.
Oh, God, no.
So
what did you just make it?
Let me just say this. If you can please, if you don't need the full 2 minutes, we would really appreciate if you can get your comments in a minute, and we'd really appreciate that. Okay? There we go.
And Mayor, there are a couple of seniors who may need assistance or something, so we will
Staff will
work
help
with
them.
you.
Yeah,
Oh,
staff
will help them.
Staff will help.
Go.
Okay, thank you.
My name. This on?
There we go.
You're gone.
It's on? Okay. My name is Jim Colucci, and I have lived in Stonebridge for 34 years. Stonebridge Country Club is the most impacted community in West Boca because our northern boundary shares the GL southern boundary on the new project. As president of Stonebridge Country Club, I represent over 750 members who 92% voted in favor of this project. The GL proposal is not just about them, but about what is good for the community in Palm Beach County. The GL proposal to build luxury homes next to us increases everyone's property values and provides a better tax base for Palm Beach County. At the same time, the GL proposal to build almost 300 workforce homes addresses a very big need in West Boca and is a benefit to the community in Palm Beach County. Additionally, the GL proposal provides places for the Jewish community to learn, study, pray, and share their Jewish culture, and is a benefit to the community and Palm Beach County. GL's proposal, which provides housing for seniors and developmentally disabled adults, is not only a benefit, but a blessing to our community in Palm Beach County. Lastly, our community does not think it is appropriate for a homeowner coalition of Boynton Beach to dictate what is right for us. When Cobra was supporting commerce and essential housing in their community several months ago, we didn't interfere and dictate what was right for them. Therefore, we request that you please vote yes for this amendment.
Miss?
Debbie Murphy, Second Vice President of Cobra. I'm comfortable in saying that you already know that Cobra opposes the land swap. Cobra has supported many developments in the Ag Reserve, many of them with GL homes. We are in favor of maintaining the comprehensive plan and thus smart development. This is not it. This land swap is the precedent with the nail in the coffin of the Ag Reserve and puts all conservation, preservation easements throughout the county at risk. While specific groups of residents will gain benefits, the county as a whole will not. If one watched the Cobra press conference, you will have gained greater understanding that the water reservoir, if it is built, the benefits will be minuscule and not worth the negative impact of moving preserved land out of the Ag Reserve. There has been no analysis or modeling of the water benefits by the county. You are hanging your hat on studies by GL, not those performed by staff or consultants hired by the county. It seems clear that a vote in favor of this water project is a prime example of putting the cart before the horse. As Commissioner Bernard pointed out, the city of West Palm Beach has many questions still unanswered. And to respond to Vice Mayor Sachs' question regarding residents willing or interested in having the preserved land sent out of the Ag Reserve, I can tell you that our President, Steve Wallace, will be showing you a petition, and many, many of those signatures on that petition will tell you the answer to that question. They do not want this preserved land sent out of the Ag Reserve. Respectfully, Cobra is asking you to please vote no on the GL land swap. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Sabrina Carl. I live in Boynton Beach, and I just want to tell you, it breaks my heart to see Palm Beach County residents pitted against each other, whether or not we should have the Ag Reserve, workforce housing, a reservoir, and so on. Of course, we should have everything that we need, but the Ag Reserve is a done deal. It's voted on, bought, and paid for, and it's a good thing. If we need a reservoir, let's build one. That's what government is for. Likewise, there are many opportunities for all of the solutions discussed today that do not involve GL Homes. The problem is that GL Homes bought property in South County that they knew had to be preserved. They pretended to comply, but now they've devised this obscene swap that is tearing our community apart. And why? To increase their profits. They drag the commission into the fray by asking you to trade away development rights that are not yours, they're ours, the people who voted and paid for the Ag Reserve. Today, they ask you to betray the public trust. Your no vote will tell GL Homes and every other developer hoping to raid lands in the public trust that their greed does not override the will of the people.
May I have your name again, please? Because I did not call your name yet.
I'm so sorry. My name is Sabrina Carl.
Carl, C-A-R-L?
L-E. C-A-R-L-E.
So the names I did call were Aaron Kozlowski, Carrie Ann Brown. Now I'll add John Markey and Myrna Rosoff.
For the record, John Markey, Boca Raton, Florida. Thank you for hearing me. I had intended to come here today and talk about the overall fallacy of anything agribusiness being preservation. It's simply not true. It's exactly the opposite. Agribusiness is environmental destruction. let's look at the obvious. The first thing it does is strip and denude the land of every native plant, species, tree, bug, snake, animal. Then it diverts water and alters the drainage pattern with disastrous effect for our ecology. Look at what's happened in what used to be the Everglades, and no water reaches Florida Bay. Then it poisons the land with nutrients, and it continues to poison the land with nutrients until our waterways and our estuaries turn green in front of our eyes, and we still won't open our eyes. So I sit here with, I'll confess to having science and engineering brain. And I sit here and I listen to pointed questions about the science of filter marshes and flowways. And I have to tell you, I spend half my career trying to simplify science and ecology and business. And this is third grade level science. I ran into my colleague, Ali Bayat here, who is your director of utilities. He can simply explain to you how filter marshes in Waxahachie and Green Key work, how they filter nutrients, and in those cases, even coliforms. So to question the science of filtering marshes and flowways is just ridiculous. To question the need is even a bigger question. If we look at the big picture, why do we need 800 acres of filtering marsh and flowways? Because we've lost the Everglades. It's now the Neverglades.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Myrna Rossoff, past president of COBRA director, and I sit on the Palm Beach County Water Utilities Advisory Board. You've noticed these T-shirts. They're very unique T-shirts. They're the only ones you've probably seen here that aren't asking for something. We don't want to change the zoning so we can cash in. We don't want anything changed. We're here to reassure you. These are trust T-shirts. We trust you and reassure you, and we tell you that the comprehensive plan is alive and well and working its way to its predicted end. Best to just leave it alone. We trust you also to respect the work of your predecessors. You wouldn't want to have things you've done, like fair housing, thrown apart by successive boards. And we trust you to value Palm Beach County as a whole, not just by district. We trust you for good government, even with the chaos that ensued, for everyone here for a piece of the action. This issue wasn't handled right from the beginning. One person was allowed to pressure the entire commission into acting against its own rules and its own precedents. That's why we're here. If ever there was a time to cool the frenzy, it's now. GL proposes to give away what it cannot give away because we own it. We paid for it no matter how much you want to say that bond was and what was spent. We have paid those millions to preserve, a few minutes please, in perpetuity the land. If you feel that this water project is so important, do what we've always done. I know, I speak slowly.
No, unfortunately, your 2 minutes are up.
On behalf of a donor section of the county, we please say, vote no, and we can all go home.
Thank you.
So the two people that haven't come, Aaron Kozlowski and Carrie Ann Brown, they were both in support. I have Fred Hadley.
Somebody's here.
Oh, I'm sorry. You were from the nether reaches, I'm guessing.
We were from the 12th floor.
Okay. Name and address for the record, please.
My name is Erin Kozlowski. My address is in Canyon Springs, 11838 Foxbriar Lake Trail. I am in favor of the land swap. Where I live is a slice of heaven, except for the barren stretch of land along Lyons and 441. I have been waiting for years for nice developments to take place. I love everything about my neighborhood. I love the library. I love the park. I love the beautiful middle school that my daughter is going to. I am so glad that we are at this moment. Residents in this area want civilization, not farmland. There are acres and acres across the state where you can have farmland. I want to walk on a sidewalk. When my 16-year-old son drives, I actually cannot check on him on the Life 360 app because there's no service there. Furthermore, we need housing. We need high-end housing. We need affordable housing. This will generate that. We had a housing issue prior to the Great Migration that happened during the pandemic. More people are coming into this state every day, and they're coming right here. I'm asking you to please give this community what it needs and approve the land swap.
Thank you. So Carrie Ann?
Yes, hi, good afternoon. Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Carrie Ann Brown, Division Director of Homeless Services at Goodwill.
Get closer to the microphone.
Go closer, sorry. I'm here today to speak on behalf of GL Homes and the land swap. As you know, we have multiple people that are in shelter that need to move. We need affordable housing in Palm Beach County. I am in favor of the land swap because GL Homes has been one of our greatest supporters, one of our greatest partners. And not only have they helped us to move people out of shelter, they've helped us to have a positive impact on people's lives by providing them with furnishings when they are moving out of shelter. Can you imagine going into shelter and not having a place to stay, not knowing where you're going to be going to next, and not having the things that you need when you are moving out of shelter? GL Homes has helped us by providing a lot of those items to our people so that we could move them forward. Another thing that GL has done that was beneficial was when we had a need for affordable housing for people with developmental disabilities. GL Homes assisted us with building Home on Tamarind, which now houses 6 formerly homeless, developmentally disabled individuals. We have a facility there on Tamarind that is state-of-the-art. It is ADA compliant, and they really put a lot into building that housing complex. So with GL Homes' help, we have and are still able to provide move-out costs to cover first month's rent and security deposits when we expend the funds that we get from the Homeless Coalition. As you know, with the state of today's market, any assistance with rent and security deposit goes a long way in helping to provide placement for our youth, individuals, and families that are in shelter. So for all these reasons, on behalf of GGI, I am in support of the land swap. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Fred Hadley. I've gotten a request from our Vice Mayor. If Maris Newmark is available, please come forward. Greg Lieberman and Karen Marcus.
Thank you very much. I'm Maris Newmark. I live at 9880 Torino Drive, Lake Worth, in Bellagio. I'm a native New York, as you can tell from my accent, and I moved to Florida, South Florida, 20 years ago. There has been a tremendous increase in population and density in South Florida. While GL Homes is very generous in their offer, I wonder, do they realize the density, the traffic, and they're destroying our open spaces in the Ag Reserve? The traffic is now impossible and will create more problems going east, west, north, and south. Have really traffic studies been performed? I still work. I can't get out of my workplace at 4:30 in the afternoon. I have to go through a shopping center to make my left turn to get out on Hagen Ranch Road. There's a blinking light there. It is tremendous traffic. You can't get out at 4:30 in the afternoon, 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Once this is approved, it opens a precedent for other builders to develop the Ag Reserve. Our farms will disappear. They'll be destroyed. And The farmers will sell out to the highest bidder for their land. It is an income-producing information. I mean, it's the highest bidder will get the land. Traffic at schools is horrendous. The cars are backed up when the parents come to take the kids out. You can't make turns. Where's the trust to keep the ag reserve? Can we handle 4,000 to 6,000 more cars on the road? I mean, just think about the traffic and the density of what's going on here. Thank you very much. Obviously, I'm against the land swap.
Thank you very much. And just a reminder, you don't have to take the full 2 minutes, as our last speaker did. Thank you very much.
Fred Hadley had to leave, and he is opposed. So Greg Leiberman, Karen Marcus, Pat Painter, and Danielle Hartman. Drew Dart, Jeffrey, I apologize in advance, Zerolnik?
Jeff Zerolnik. I know who that is.
Hi. Good afternoon. My name is Karen Marcus, 920 Evergreen Drive, North Palm Beach. I'm here as president of Sustainable Palm Beach County, also on the board of the Everglades Law Center, and I'm a former county commissioner who's one of the architects of the Ag Reserve and the subject that you're talking about today. You know, one thing that I would like to point out is that this is, first of all, very precedent setting. It's a generational decision. It's going to change the face of the Ag Reserve and the intent. If you don't think people are going to show up after this trying to do the same thing, you saw what happened with Brookside, they'll be back. And so this will set the tone for what you do for the rest of the Ag Reserve. The other is that it's a water feature, and yet no one's talked about the two huge reservoirs that are on either side of this property. There's Mecca Farms, there is the C51 Basin. They have water for the city of West Palm. They've offered it to them, and they haven't taken it. So I would urge caution. I would urge a lot of consideration. Trust me, I've sat up there. I know how these long days are, and they're not fun. But this is a really important issue. The voters decided, and I think there has to be some respect for them. So thank you very much.
Sir? My name is Jeff Zerolnik. I live at 3582 Old Lighthouse Circle in Wellington, and I serve as the CEO of JARC. We will be one of the beneficiaries of this project, but it is not our organization who will benefit. It is the benefit that this project will bring to the community. We hear stories every day about the housing shortage or the cost of housing that impacts everyone. But we do not hear how this housing crisis is expanded when you are referring to seniors, or as important, those individuals who hope to live independently, who have intellectual and developmental disabilities. This population is often invisible and forgotten. I understand that there are many sides to this discussion, that it is in front of you, but I ask that you explore in your mind the impact of this vulnerable population if this project does not get your approval. Where will you expect those seniors and intellectual and developmentally disabled adults to look for affordable and supported housing? I ask you to consider how your vote will make the best for those who are desperately in need, how your vote will provide hope, stability, accessibility, and a quality of life that is desperately needed for the forgotten. JARC and Jewish Family Services have been looking to make an impact on this vulnerable population for more than 2 years and have not been successful because we cannot locate land. There are limited services beyond those aged 22 for adults with developmental and intellectual disabilities when they leave the Palm Beach County school system. This will allow you to impact these two populations and for these to become unofficial caregivers to each other. Can you in good conscience vote against a project that will otherwise help to create more homelessness? We often hold ourselves up to the rest of the country as a model. This project will show a joint project to the rest of the country how this can work. The impact of inconvenience, the impact of leaving land vacant should not influence a vote. Vote yes to make a difference. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I do have a question.
Yes, sir.
Jeff, thanks for being here. I'm trying to remember, I don't know the project that it was. either it was like the Boca Golf Course or the John property. I don't know which one. And I remember GL was here, and there was a project that they were doing, and Commissioner Sachs and I, we were begging GL to add the workforce housing or the affordable housing in that development. And I think either you, I'm not sure if it was you, but I know Danielle was here, and we were begging them to add it. And I believe GL refused to add the development in that project. I don't.
Danielle may have been part of that discussion. I was not, and I was unaware of it.
Okay, so we were there was a project that was here, and GL was adamant about not including the workforce or the affordable housing in that development, and your staff were here asking for it, and Commissioner Sachs and I, we fought, and GL was totally against it.
I'm sorry that I wasn't part of that discussion. Maybe I could have helped sway it.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
Vice Mayor, recognized.
Thank you, Jeff. Mr. Zarelnik, come on back up. You do great work for young adults with disabilities. Has GL ever offered you, for your organization, JARC, Jewish Association for Residential Care, ever offered you land before for any other area other than this Hyder West
Up
application?
until now, I was not part of any of those discussions. When Danielle and I, for the last 2 years, have been trying to identify land, there has been no, we were speaking, we were told when we were meeting with one of our federal legislators and looking for a federal earmark, that we needed to acquire land. They would help us build, but that we needed to acquire land, and they recommended we begin to reach out to developers. Danielle's discussion was brought, by doing that, brought us to this discussion with GL Homes.
So the answer is no.
The answer, to the best of my knowledge,
This is the
no.
only
Yes.
time
Yes.
and place. Now, it's expensive to build a group home.
Yes, it is.
Will this be a group home or houses or individual?
No, this is going to be 280 beds that will be designed to be 60-40 seniors and adults with developmental disabilities in an integrated apartment complex, where we will also be able to incorporate supports, and that they are close enough to benefit from the program, the Delray program, where Jewish Family Services currently provides support.
Will you
on
provide
Atlantic.
buses for the folks?
Yes, we will provide transportation.
So that transportation will be on 441 to, I would imagine, Glades Road to 95th Street, where the Federation is.
Yes. We currently have some group homes, as you may be aware, on the corner of Yamato and 441, that we provide that transportation.
Have you been able to give that to the consultants, a number of trips that will go back and forth from this? How many beds are you going to build there?
They approved, based on meeting with county staff, 280 beds.
280 beds and buses. Did you provide that? I'm sure you did. Provide those numbers, or were you asked to provide how many trips would be generated from the 288 beds?
I was
and the
not
folks
asked,
work
no.
now, don't they? They have jobs, those with disabilities.
Some of them have jobs, some of them will be accessible through transportation, some of them will be part of our Community Works program. It would average probably 2 trips a day per resident, but that means
So
with the.
288 beds, I'm just trying to do the math, and I know that there will be no workforce there at the site. But
Not
most
at
of
that
the-
site,
Just one
but-
minute, I'm sorry. I know that most of the folks with intellectual disabilities drive out, not drive out, but are driven out.
Yes.
And so those are additional trip generation on 441 Glades and Yamato Road. Is that correct, sir?
Correct, but our vans transport at least 8 to 12 people per trip, so you have to reduce that based on the fact that we take them out to the community employment centers.
Were you asked to provide those number of trips?
No, I was not.
Too? Okay, thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, Pat Painter left, but he was in support. Sir?
My name is Dart Drew. I live at 3657 Island Road, Palm Beach Gardens. I'm definitely in favor of the swap. Our family moved to Boynton in 1958. I used to play out there where I-95 is in the woods. My second grade teacher was Mrs. Wilbright. The road was mentioned earlier. I remember when Military Trail was a dirt road. The only thing constant is change. I think a lot of the changes in Boynton kind of break my heart, but when you go out west and you see what GL Homes has done, it's truly amazing. I raised my family out in Loxahatchee. We still go out there quite a bit to our church. I play Drosselmeyer and the Nutcracker. I'm growing out my beard for that. So the impact of traffic, being reduced, I think that's incredible. We need that. The improvements to the water in our area are really critical to me. We go to Du Bois Park, we go to the dog beach, we snorkel, we scuba dive, we fish, we boat, jet ski. So it's hard for me. I realize some people look at this in a myopic fashion with their different interests. I think for Palm Beach County overall, the quality of life improvements are worth voting yes for. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you. Okay, Greg Leiberman, Danielle Hartman, Jonas Sider, Barry Frankel, Matthew Howard, Harry Baker.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Commissioners, for letting us speak. I'm Barry Frankel. I live at Stonebridge, which is adjacent to the GL site. Farming in the south of the Ag Reserve is ending. Thomas's Produce on the corner of Clint Moore, just south of the GL site, is the largest vegetable growing operation in the state, and it has closed its packing plant opposite the GL property and built a new one to the north. Why? To be closer to the growers. I was here at the previous meeting. I heard the farmer who rents the land at the GL site. He said he doesn't know how long he can continue to farm there because all the other land that he farms is further north. And while moving his farm machinery at 20 miles an hour down 441, he is often rear-ended by cars going 55 miles an hour. He says it's no longer rural farming, it's urban farming. He has to move the equipment, he has to move the people. There are no farm workers living in this part of Palm Beach County. If this deal isn't approved and the farm isn't operated, what good is saving the land and depriving the county of tens of millions of dollars in tax revenue? I ask that the commissioners approve the land swap. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon. I'm Harry Baker, 8805 Aberwalk Drive in Lake Worth. I'm here to voice my opposition against the land swap. I believe that there is a current agreement in place that the Ag Reserve should remain and forego development. By granting this land swap, you will open Pandora's box to anyone else that wants to build in the Ag Reserve. An approval will mean more traffic, pollution, congestion, and all one needs to do is to drive on 441 during peak and non-peak hours to see the large backup of traffic. There's no more room to widen 441, and therefore new congestion will only create more delays and crashes. The land swap in the long run will not be good for the county. Everything GL is dangling is for their benefit. As Commissioner Woodward has stated, there is a law on the books prohibiting development in the Ag Reserve. Why break the deal? I'd like to address my comments now to Commissioner Baxter. I've called your office 6 times with no response. I was here when they were going to do the development at the corner, southeast corner of Hypalexo and Lyons Road. And when I called you the day before, you said you wish I reached out earlier. I started 4 weeks ago to call your office with no response. Basically, I talked to a lady in your office who said they'd call me back and set up a meeting. Never happened. Not quite the response I would expect as one of your constituency. I also saw an interview that you did regarding the ATV park, which said the land swap would be good to help the ATV park. No one wants the ATV park, and more importantly, it looks to me from the outside that it's a pro quo where GL Homes is going to give you what you need in your area while the rest of us suffer in the south. You need to represent the voters that put you in office. In looking at your election results from 2022, you won by 4,000 votes or 5%. While Cobra can endorse candidates, we represent 140,000 voters. Basically, we're going to put a block vote against you should you decide to vote in favor of this project. And Ms. Sachs, I hope you...
Excuse me. You're finished? And please address your remarks to the board.
No problem. Thank you.
Sir.
I'm Jonas Sider, but for the record, Greg Lieberman had to go home to tend to his kids after sitting here all day. Good afternoon. My name is Jonas Sider, proud resident of West Delray, and I'm here to express my enthusiastic support for this visionary project that holds tremendous potential for our county. The proposed land swap led by GL is not a mere exchange of land rights. It is a transformative opportunity for our community to flourish. This proposal encompasses a wide array of benefits addressing crucial aspects of our community's well-being. From much-needed assistance with our natural water resources to the provision of workforce housing, the development of a county park, and the construction of Jewish community residences and resources, GL Homes' vision promises to secure the prosperity of our county for generations to come. As I stood before you in May to show my support, I was struck by the opposition's arguments, which often hinged on the notion that this project would set a detrimental precedent and open the door to future developments. In reality, these concerns often boil down to the classic "not in my backyard" argument. One individual, however, articulated a perspective that resonated with me. He spoke about the meaning and impact of precedent. Precedent, he pointed out, is not a rigid rule, but rather a guiding principle that provides context when addressing current disputes. As responsible citizens, we don't adhere to mechanical jurisprudence. Instead, we expect and embrace principled decision-making that considers the greater good. This project, in its scope and benefits, stands out as unique and unprecedented opportunity. In fact, I believe it offers this commission the chance to set a remarkable precedent. It sends a clear message to future developers. If you wish to contribute to our county's development, you must be prepared to deliver at least as much benefit as GL Homes is offering through this land swap. For these reasons, I fully support GL's proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Lieberman, who put a card in and left, was in support.
He didn't give his address.
It's on the card. Okay, Matthew Howard, Danielle Hartman, Ed Brooks, Barbara Roth, William Dirks, Bobby Pointer.
That's okay.
Good afternoon. My name is William Dirks. I live at 20500 Simone Drive out in Loxahatchee. I'm a banana farmer on 14 acres. I live right next in Santa Rosa Groves, right next to where the ATV park is going to be. Whether you're
Could you
for-
speak a little louder or bring the mic?
Yes.
Thank you.
Whether you're for or against the swap, please make a motion to remove the ATV park from this deal. Okay? GL Homes appears to be solely relying on the operator's promise to mitigate noise. However, there's been no available study that accounts for the cumulative of multiple ATVs simultaneously. A park in Flemington, Florida was rejected after a real-life study of 250 ATVs was done, and it was intolerable at over 3 miles away. It's important to note that there's been no ATV parks located near residential homes in the entire United States. The park will attract ATV riders to our neighborhoods. The park is going to be closed after dusk, but teens like to ride at night due to cooler temperatures. They already ride around our communities a whole lot. Many residents out here initially came here for the peace and quiet and are now contemplating moving away. There's a significant risk to taxpayers in constructing the park. The park may get faced with frequent code violations, which could limit the profitability. There's going to be a high liability insurance, and they're very likely to get sued. There was recently a lawsuit where someone lost $20 million and the park went out of business because someone died, and you're going to have a park where you can have children riding around on ATVs. It doesn't make sense. At least limit the ATV riding. Take that out. If you want to keep it Civic Park, take out the ATVs. I urge you to make a motion, remove the park amendment, and negotiate with GL Homes to redirect the funds that were originally earmarked and put it to an impoundment area that was designated for the 640 acres. That would have a much higher value for the community. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Ed Brooks. I'm on the board of directors of Valencia Shores in Lake Worth. Just to kind of tail on a couple things here. Trust and cynicism is running rampant. We all voted and paid, give or take, $100 million for this piece of property. Doing the math, it's now worth $250 million in today's dollars. What are we getting in return? An ATV park. Probably that would be the most expensive one in the world. To kind of touch on the cynicism and distrust in government, I know we're not supposed to mention names, but our commissioner from District 6 was interviewed September 17th by Michael Williams on YouTube, and he asked her, he said, well, what about the land swap? She was very pointed. She said, I don't like the precedent it may set. It will open up the ag reserve for more development. I am not in favor of this swap. And all we ask is faith in our elected officials, and let us know when to believe you and let us know when not to believe you. You all know it's a bad deal. GL is a business, and God bless them, I hope they make profit on everything they do. But to pander to special interest groups, whether religious or not, to keep sweetening the pot, you know that you have a problem with the deal. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Bobby.
I'm sorry, hold on one second.
1 second.
Just a clarification. This land is private land, privately held land. It was not purchased by any bond money. It was purchased by GL Homes. So to put out there that this was money bought by the taxpayers, that is categorically incorrect. I just want that cleared up. I appreciate everybody that comes up here and speaks, but facts are important, and we're going to make sure the facts are what are on the record. Thank you. Sorry, sir, go right ahead.
Hi, my name's Bobby Pointer, 7695 150th Court North, Palm Beach Gardens. I'm the operations manager for the Cypress Grove Community Development District. I moved to the Western Communities from Orlando in 1972 when my dad took over management of Indian Trail Groves. So I've grown up on the property and worked there most of my adult life. In 1986, I began to manage 1,800 acres of grove that was out there that was not owned by Indian Trail at the time. And beginning in 1990, 33 years ago, I began to operate the entire water control system for the 7,000 acres known as Cypress Grove CDD. It's fair to say that no one has a better knowledge of that system than I do. Myself and my team, we operate that system 24/7 due to our different users, mostly farming. However, we do have 640 acres that includes Santa Rosa Groves, so there is a little bit of a residential component, which makes it a bit of a balancing act for us to operate this system. With my team, we do all of the operations, maintenance from pump installs, pipe and riser installs, fabrication. We do the mowing, aquatic plant control. The addition of the proposed water project in front of you today would be very easy for my team to add to our daily operations. We are also in constant contact with South Florida Water Management depending on the needs of our district. As you all may remember, in August of 2012, Hurricane Isaac went up the Gulf Coast, resulting in mass flooding in Loxahatchee. I was able to reconfigure some of our canals, put in some temporary pipes, and we assisted ITID to put in a temporary pump at Temple and 180th to relieve the mass flooding that they had in that section of the acreage. I am confident in our ability to operate this system, and I am in very much support of this project in front of you. Thank you.
Excuse me, sir. We have Commissioner Bernard and then Commissioner Sachs have questions.
Thank you very much for being here. Did you sign the MOU yet?
I can't sign the MOU.
Who would sign the MOU?
That would have to be the board of directors from the district.
And have you seen the MOU?
I have read parts of the MOU.
Okay. But you said that it would be easy for you to operate it, but you haven't signed you haven't gotten it to the board to approve the MOU yet?
The operation of the system would be controlling the pumps, the water tables, and things like that, doing the maintenance, the spraying. Those are the operations that are very easy. It's very straightforward and simple water management program for that. It's much easier than the system that we operate for the farming and the residential that we have.
And have your board seen the MOU?
I assume everybody has read through what the drafts. I can't speak for all of the board members.
So you provided the board the MOU?
I did not provide the board the MOU, no.
So who provided the MOU to the
I
board?
assume the attorneys and the engineers.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Yes, sir. You're with the Cypress Grove Community Development District, sir?
That is correct.
And who is the majority landowner in that district, sir?
GL Homes.
GL Homes. So they have a controlling interest as the largest majority landowner in Cypress Grove Community Development District. Isn't that correct?
They are the
sir?
largest landowner.
They are the largest landowner.
Then
and
FPL
they
would be
have a-
next.
I'm sorry?
Then FPL would be next.
Well, GL is a majority landowner, and therefore they have a controlling interest in who you represent. Thank you, sir.
Thank
Commissioner
you.
Baxter also has a question.
Just for clarification, this is for staff, have we established already that even for swells 12 and 13, that there's no MOU yet?
Yes.
Because you can't actually do it until a process takes place?
Yeah, I mean, there's a long process where you have the structure and its capabilities, which are still being designed right now, that then you work the details of the MOU.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ms. Ra?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Barbara Roth, Rienzo Street, 33467. I'm Vice President of COBRA. I want to preserve the Ag Reserve, otherwise I really wouldn't be wearing this T-shirt, not my style, not my color. But more than preserving the Ag Reserve, I want to preserve good government. Those of you who know me for years know this is at the heart of what is important to me. The Ag Reserve, open space, the priorities of COBRA, certainly. But there's something above that, and what that is good government. I have to congratulate this commission for your questions this morning. This is what vetting a project should be, what it's all about. This is what we haven't had for the last 8 months, and this is just a beginning. So, yes, I support the Ag Reserve. I am absolutely against this GL land swap for so many reasons. But more significantly, let's have Palm Beach County exemplify good government. You're on the right track. Today was a marvelous example of that. Please continue. You just cannot support this with all of these unanswered questions. I urge you to take a step back and look at this. And again, my congratulations for your questioning. Thank you.
Thank you. Miss?
Hi, I apologize for my tardiness. I'm Danielle Hartman, but I just came from a meeting on how we can absorb families coming from Israel that are fleeing the war. So I apologize for being late, but that was a very important meeting. I'm here in support of this deal. I think you all know our agency, which is Jewish Family Services. We're the largest human service provider in South County. We would benefit from a housing project. I've been in front of this commission several times over the last 5 years talking to you about affordable housing for seniors. We deal with many seniors. It's the same story for me. Seniors who raise their families in South County should not be told that in order to get an affordable place to live, they need to move to someplace north of Boca Raton or Delray Beach. So I'm in support of this project for the betterment and for the betterment of the seniors that I serve every day, that call our agency every day and say, where am I going to live? I can no longer afford to live in Kings Point or Century Village. And nobody, not one of you, have been able to help me solve that problem. And I've talked to many of you about it. So if you can come up with another solution, I'm happy. We've looked for land. We've looked to redeveloped projects. There's nothing. And I need to be in South County. My seniors need to be in South County. So I know there's a lot of, I've been here since this morning. I left and came back. I know there's a lot of opinions on this topic, but we need not just workforce housing. We need affordable options for older adults and adults with disabilities. And this project, if it gets approved, would create a model that could be duplicated around the country for seniors and adults with disabilities. So I just implore you to consider everything, including the constituents that live in your communities in Boca and Delray that need housing. And that's all I have to say. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Sachs, you're recognized.
Thank you. Hi, Ms. Hartman, how are you?
Hi.
You and I have known each other for many, many years. And have we not discussed before today the needs that we could help you and those who have special needs, especially seniors? As I didn't really talk to you about those with intellectual or disabilities because I didn't realize that you didn't have enough land there at JARC or the Federation. But now I know it. But have we not discussed before today the ways that we could make affordable housing available for our seniors?
I mean, we've talked about having affordable housing issues, but I don't recall specifically solving that issue, or I wouldn't be here right now.
Did we not talk about it for Uptown Boca, where we have, which is right close to the folks there at JARC? In fact, the beautiful thing about the folks who live at the Federation, and especially at JARC, is they can walk. They don't have to take a bus. They can walk to all the amenities there at the marketplace at Uptown. Plus, I made sure that there was senior affordable living there at Uptown, which is what, a half walking distance from the Federation. So we've had this conversation, and we will continue. No matter what happens today, Ms. Hartman, I am here for you. I am here for the Federation. I'm here for JARC. But we have had this discussion before, and we will have it again, no matter what happens here. Thank you for your attendance.
Thank you.
Thank you. Matthew Howard, Howard Siegel, Pat Hastings, David Lindley, Brett Du Bois.
Brett Du Bois. I live at 67 Country Estates Drive, Lake Worth, Florida. I agree with this land swap and hope it will be the first of more to come. I farmed in the Ag District with my family, Du Bois Farms and Du Bois Growers, for 26 years. I do not currently own any real estate or have any real estate dealings within the Ag District like I once did, so I have nothing to gain or lose by being here. You may ask, why am I here then? The answer is because I believe Palm Beach County is the best county in America. I've traveled many places, and there's nothing like this county anywhere. Y'all have done an outstanding job. Now it's time to take this critical, valuable land and make something unique that I'm sure you will. Like all good things finally run their course, the Ag District is no different. It's time for change. While I enjoy living here, I've moved my ag businesses outside the county. I'm currently farming in Charlotte County, Henry County, Collier counties. The soils are great, the climate's great, and I see no disadvantage compared to when I farmed in the Palm Beach County Ag District. I also have ample acres to allow us to have great rotation plan. We're also able to do chemical spraying with aerial application, which is more safe and economical than ground applications. In Palm Beach County Ag District, this would be virtually impossible. The crops farmed on our land are cattle, sod, watermelons, potatoes, corn, green beans, tomatoes, citrus, eggplant, and organic herbs. What I like most is my labor is close by. Much easier and economical for them to live close to our farms as opposed to Palm Beach County Ag District, which most of our employees were forced to communicate an hour to an hour and a half. That's one way. I also like the fact that I'm commercially farming near, I also like the fact that I'm not commercially farming near churches, schools, soccer fields, and hospitals, gas stations.
Thank you very much.
Y'all have a good day.
Thank you. Appreciate you being here.
Yes, my name's Dave Lindley. I reside in Jupiter, Florida. I've been a county resident for 53 years. I moved here in 1970 when nothing was here. So I've lived in South County for 33 years, and then I moved to Jupiter 20 years ago. I have the unique pleasure of driving from Jupiter to Boca every day of my life. My office is at Glades in the Turnpike, and I employ 140 people. So most of which are middle-income people. My two daughters are teachers. They can't live here because they can't afford it. So for 20 years, this board and many others have been talking about, oh, we're going to have affordable housing, and we're going to fix the water, and we're going to do this, and we're going to do that. Here's your chance. Do something historic. I kayaked the Loxahatchee River for 20 years. It's terrible. Do something historic. You can do it. Thank you.
Sir?
Hello, my name is Howard Siegel. In 1980, my grandparents made the decision to move to Kings Point, Delray Beach. Throughout my upbringing, we traveled every weekend to visit my grandparents, witnessing firsthand the growth and evolution of this incredible place. Fast forward to 18 years ago when I moved my own family to Palm Beach County. This community has been my home, my anchor, and a backdrop to countless cherished memories. I see this as an opportunity to continue the positive transformation of Palm Beach County. The creation of workforce housing units is a crucial step in recognizing the diversity of individuals who make our community vibrant. The donation of land to a synagogue and a Jewish school speaks volumes about our commitment to religious and educational institutions. I myself have seen the importance of these institutions in shaping the lives of residents and fostering a strong sense of belonging. The promise of senior housing and developmentally disabled housing further highlights our commitment to caring for our most vulnerable community members. Taking a broader view, the donation of the additional 350 acres of farmland, recreation park, water project, coupled with the substantial county gain taxes, all strikes a balance that respects our existing neighborhoods while contributing positively to our local economy. In conclusion, I wholeheartedly support this project, not just as a resident, but so deeply invested in the growth and well-being of Palm Beach County. Thank you for your time and support.
Thank you. Miss?
Good afternoon. My name is Pat Hastings. I'm Hastings Realty, and I've been specialized in agricultural land sales for 30 years. I also have been brokering development rights from the nurserymen in the Ag Reserve for close to 15 years. My family's nursery is located in the Agricultural Reserve. We've been members of FNGLA since our first year in business 44 years ago. FNGLA was not here asking you to vote no for the rezoning of Mulva Hill's 40 acres being converted into millions of square feet of industrial space just west of Atchinson's nursery and down the street from my nursery. Either was I. Valacro's 50-acre nursery, Logan's 40-acre nursery, Mazzoni and Homrich nurseries. I phoned the state office of FNGLA yesterday, and like many local members, they did not know anything about what the local officers were pushing. I got a flyer asking members to contact your office and ask you to vote no on the approval of this project. I had a call today from the main office in Orlando, Florida, and they do not endorse the local actions for this cause. This vote does not have anything to do with any nursery land. Over 70% of our FNGLA members in the Ag Reserve have sold their development rights or land at very fair prices to GL Homes. Everyone knew it was to add more density and development into the Ag Reserve. Selling development rights has been like free money to the nurserymen. It is a win-win for the farmer and the developer. We now have a new generation of members at FNGLA who have done a great job, but they've forgotten it was their parents and families who helped and encouraged each other to sell the development rights. I encourage you to ask any nurseryman or farmer who speaks against GL Homes project in the Ag Reserve if they have development rights on their property, and if they do, what would they do if you offered to rezone them as you did Mulva Hill, Valacro, Logan, Homrich, and Mazzoni, and others? Over the years, these nurserymen turned down many offers for the development rights. They waited you out, got the biggest prize of all, and I'm very happy for them.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Matthew Howard, Peter Levine, Dr. Lori Vinacore, John Coons, Howard Halpern. Sir?
Good afternoon. My name is Peter Levine. I'm a current board member of JOC Florida and a past president, and I live in Delray Beach for the past 20-plus years. Thank you for providing me this opportunity to speak today. I support the proposed land swap. This is an opportunity to change a mindset. Neurotypical or normal adults and adults with special needs, developmentally disabled. They have more in common with each other than most people realize, regardless of how we tend to label or characterize them. That's our problem, not theirs. Unfortunately, our institutionally oriented mindset focuses on the negative, can't, unable, and underestimates the positive, the can, the able. Both special needs adults and the elderly are too often overlooked. They're not seen. They're part of the background. But a simple smile, a handshake, acknowledgement of their presence, well, that changes everything and can make a world of difference in their lives. This is an opportunity for them to be seen as a person. I could give several examples, but suffice to say, it was once pointed out to me that an obituary is not a death notice. It's a statement, I lived. Here again is an opportunity to show recognition of these individuals with special needs and individuals who are elderly, and that they count. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you for your service, sir.
My name is Jeff Coons. I live at 2275 South Ocean Boulevard. Congratulations, commissioners. This is one of the interesting public comments I've heard on different subjects. Very interesting. A couple things. I've been working on water for 35 years. I was a city commissioner in West Palm Beach for 13. I was a county commissioner for 8, and I've been working on water for a long time. And I support this transaction. And just a personal note, GL has been a good neighbor, a good citizen, and a good corporate representative to do multiple things that I work on, which is hunger, homeless, and water. I just want you to know that. And by the way, homelessness came up here tonight, elderly, disadvantaged people. I'll be talking to you in the future about that. We got to do this. I'm going to beg you one thing, pray for you. Let Paul work on the MOA. Let Paul work on the MOA. We have to continue to do this stuff. The Isaac storm, the Corbett levee almost failed. The legislature didn't do a damn thing about it. Water management, not a damn thing. Nobody did it. Finally, 10 years later, that's a microcosm of the problems we have. West Palm Beach is not getting good water. The responsibility for the river is not getting that good water. We really have to do this. Put the bond issue back on, please, a water bond issue. We got to build these systems. We're talking about stuff 10 and 15 years away to get water away. We have to go do it. So we really have to get this together. The MOA, by the way, the county's in 3 MOAs I participated in. One, Westgate, Commissioner, your district, 7 entities, $50 million to keep the flooding. Another one in Commissioner Sachs' district, 4 districts take a look at bringing water out of the Hillsborough Inlet going back. 1 that's never gone to a place. 2 of the utilities in the north end of Palm Beach to pull water out of C-18 and recharge the local well fields in the north end. We have multiple interlocal agreements. You guys probably didn't know about it. Bring those agreements together, force people to work together. Everybody likes what Paul's doing. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening, Mayor Weiss and commissioners. I'm Lori Vinacore. I live at 10626 Lorena Road. That's in the Ag Reserve, and I am a farmer. I'm also president of the Alliance of Delray Residential Associations. And the Alliance knows the Agricultural Reserve. The Agricultural Reserve does, in fact, have multi-family income-restricted units. 16101 Half Mile Road. So we do have them. And the other thing is just about, I hear it's very cavalier about the 60-40, like 60-40. What is allowed west of 441 is 80-20. And my question is, why isn't this being developed as 80-20? And there was reasons why they decided that anything west of 441 would be 80-20. They did not deny development west of 441, but it should be an 80-20. And I think more of that should be vetted. I sent you, of course, these little red flags, and I got a few more. I have a few more red flags today. I'm going to go and say the word that nobody has said yet. That's postponement. I've been sitting here all day. I will come back and sit here again. We'll we'll ask our residents again what they think when we get more answers to more of these issues that have come up today. There are so many issues. And one thing, hearing about the zoning applications, no public contacts, well, that shows you that the people were not really well notified of this, the developments and the affected parcels. And we've been hearing that a lot. They're all affected, and they're all developments, and the preserved parcels are development parcels, and the developments are affected parcels.
Okay, last call from Matthew Howard. If he doesn't show, he's in support. Howard Halpern, Barry Friedman, Mike Lockhart, Rabbi Shapiro.
Howard Halpern had to leave. He's in support of the project.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Mike Lockhart, Lake Harbor, Florida, here to talk some farming. I own Lockhart Ag Technologies. It's a crop and environmental consulting company, started in 1991. I serve South Florida farmers at MS Grief from LSU in crop physiology, and also attended University of Florida grad school. My company has provided fertilizer recommendations and other advice for farmers in the Ag Reserve, and I also consult for many sandland growers in Palm Beach, Martin, Hendry, and Glades counties. My clients grow vegetables, sugarcane, citrus, and other crops. I'm here today to discuss whether the soil in the Ag Reserve is unique when compared to other parts of Palm Beach County or any of the other aforementioned counties. Excuse me. I've spoken with several of my client farmers who have grown crops in the Ag Reserve, and they agree that there's no difference in farming the Ag Reserve versus other Florida sandland locations. So the question is why? When a farmer converts virgin land to agriculture, a number of changes occur. Ditch systems, canals, pumps, culverts are installed, and the fields are leveled using laser planes. The soil is sampled, sent to a soil testing lab for evaluation. Recommendations are then provided by the University of Florida or someone like myself. I formulate the analysis of the fertilizer and other amendments which must be applied to promote the soil conditions required for optimum yields. Addition changes are common for high-value crops such as vegetables. In these situations, raised beds are formed, pesticides, herbicides are applied, the beds are wrapped in plastic mulch, micro-irrigation tubing is installed beneath the plastic. In short, the soil is dramatically modified based upon scientific methods to provide optimal conditions for plant growth. These man-made processes completely negate any advantages that a soil might have had in its original state. The methods I have described effectively put all sandland soils on an equal footing, whether located in the Ag Reserve, other parts of Palm Beach County, or any nearby county. Thank you.
Sir?
Good afternoon. My name is Rabbi Yossi Shapiro. I'm here both as a resident in the Ag Reserve and as well as director of Chabad of West El-Ray, which is a beneficiary of this project. Before I say my points, I want to thank the County Commission for unanimously supporting Israel. It means a tremendous amount to all of us, and it makes us feel safer living in the county. So thank you very much for that. On the, with regards to this project specifically, so there's obviously, life is about choosing between not always good and bad, but often it's between good and good or good or better. And there are many good aspects to this project. I just want to highlight some of them and then go specifically to our organization. On a basic agricultural level, I think there's a net increase when God gave the Torah at Sinai, or there's no specific line that the Ag Reserve, the land, one place is worth more than the other. And I think there's a net increase in agriculture from this project that GL is giving. Additionally, as we mentioned last time, water is life. If there's a quality of water for someone, if one child or one person could live an extra day, I feel that the whole project is worth it just for that. But for the county as a whole to have better water, it's our responsibility to focus on that and make sure that could happen. The county does need workforce housing that's been touched upon, playgrounds and parks. We live across the street. There are many children. We need it. And finally, for community, more than ever, we need community. We feel the need for community now more than ever with everything going on in the world. With anti-Semitism has its ugly head, we really need to stand strong as a community and to be able to have the civic parcels and uses for us, to be able to go to a place to pray, to be able to get together. It's absolutely critical. And this will impact not just now, but generations to come. Not just here, there will be no more land created, and if there is no other options, we have an infrastructure gap on that front. And finally, everything creates legacy. I believe this will create legacy and be a trailblazer for longevity, health, wellness, and agriculture, community, and forward thinking. So I ask you to do what's best for the entire county as a whole. There are benefits both in the South and North County, and in the bigger picture, I think this is the best for the county as a whole.
Thank you. Barry Friedman, Jean Frankel, Cooper Hopkins, Burgess Stanson.
Hi, I'm Jean Frankel. I live at 10638 Stonebridge Boulevard in Boca Raton, which is directly adjacent to the site. I am on the board of Stonebridge Country Club, and I can tell you, and I'm speaking in favor, obviously, and I can tell you that our community is changing. New residents are moving in. We've been there for 20 years. New residents are moving in, new needs are emerging, and we as a board are doing our best to address these needs, balancing the need for change with what we know must be preserved about the unique nature of our community. I've heard a lot of talk about how things shouldn't change. I beg to differ. Times change, conditions change. And what has changed, and I love what we're hearing from some of the farmers and the folks in the agricultural business, is that we think it's no longer practical to have a piece of farmland located next to our community. Just to get a visual, it's an isolated agricultural island at this point. To the south, Boca Chase. To the east, the Oaks. North of the Oaks, Boca Bridges. North of Boca Bridges, Seven Bridges. North of Seven Bridges, Saturnine Isles. Should I go on? The idea is that it is not contiguous with agriculture and with other places. We believe and respect in the need to preserve and protect farmland, but GL has addressed this issue by donating more farmland to the community, almost 800 acres, in exchange for the 425 acres that it'll be building on. Additionally, as you're hearing, GL has addressed the needs of the Jewish community and of seniors and developmentally disabled folks with no place to go. We at Stonebridge live right next door to this land. We will be the most impacted. We'll hear the construction noise. We hear a lot of things going on, but we recognize the need for change, especially change which is better for the whole community and the whole county as a whole. That is what this proposal is about. I urge you to embrace this change and vote yes on the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Sachs, you're recognized, and then Commissioner Woodward.
Thank you. Ma'am, could you please come back up? You're on the board of Stonebridge, is that correct?
Yes, I am.
Has Stonebridge been given $7 million by GL Homes to
No.
help with improvements?
No.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Wait, just back, a couple of other issues.
Okay, great.
Why would they say they gave you $7 million to improve? You have no idea, but you're on the board.
I am on the board.
Okay, and were there going to be any improvements such as golf club discounts for Stonebridge?
We will offer a number of golf club memberships to the people that are in these homes, and we will benefit from that, and they will pay for the memberships just like anyone else. We have outside members
So
who
you
do the
have
same
that
thing.
benefit? Are there
Yes.
Any other benefits such as
There-
bridge going into, just a second. If I'm upsetting you, go ahead and sit down. I'll get my.
No, I'm fine,
No,
please.
No, it's okay.
Please.
It's enough, thank you.
Please.
Thank you. Commissioner Woodward.
I'd like to continue. I'm not really concerned if it's upsetting. I would like to know what has been offered to Stonebridge. I've received a number of emails from people that live in the community who are actually not for this, and different numbers have been sent, 4 million, 100 memberships. There's been a number of, since you're on the board, could you actually tell us factually everything that's been promised, everything that you are getting, whatever the deals are, just so we can have it on the record?
I will confess that I've been on the board for 6 months. I was not on the board when a lot of this discussion happened. I understand that there will be several $1 million that will come to Stonebridge, and there will also be 75 golf memberships offered to the people that will eventually live in these homes.
How much are the memberships worth?
I'm sorry?
How much are the memberships worth?
How much are the memberships worth? Then current price.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I don't know the current price.
Is there a board member here that could answer these questions?
No,
It's been
not
here
right
longer?
now. Our president was here, but he left.
Okay.
I do actually have one more point, and I know, Commissioner Sachs, you don't want to say this, but there is one more benefit. This community would allow us an additional egress from our property. Right now, there is only one way to get out of our community.
Excuse me if I may.
I'm sorry.
Another benefit.
Yeah.
Now, you just mentioned to Commissioner Woodward that your Stonebridge is receiving a couple $1 million.
Right.
But when I asked you that.
You said 7 million, and that was
Oh,
wrong.
no, it wasn't 7. What is it?
4.
4. Was 7 before. But anyways,
I
4,
don't know
take it-
anything
I'm
about
just saying,
that.
What you know now is that it's 4 million,
Yeah.
not 7. Secondly, you're going to get golf equities. There's going to be some golf memberships as a sweetener. And the third is that there's going to be isn't there going to be a connectivity between Stonebridge and the Hyder West?
From an emergency standpoint, right now, Stonebridge only has one entrance and exit to its property. When there are accidents, when there's something going on, and that is blocked on 441 where the Oaks is right across the street there, we don't have any way of getting in and out. So there will be an emergency egress through that property, through that exit, and that is something that's very important to our community.
I'm not sure if you
because-
knew that today we discussed 8,777 additional trips that will be exiting and entering the Hyder West community, which is contiguous to Stonebridge. So the traffic situation on 441, which is not even on the 5-year plan for FDOT to expand, will affect Stonebridge. So I just want you to know the facts. You've only been on there 6 months. I hope you stay on. Thank you very much.
Commissioner Baxter, you're recognized.
I'm curious now, are these $4 million are just giving to the community, or is it $4 million in benefits?
It's $4 million in benefits, and I think there is, I mean, GL knows this, I think there is some dollars up front.
So, I mean, we are listing community benefits all day. I don't see that there's a
Right.
big difference in one more community, a lot of community benefits apparently. And I'm just trying to get to, so golf memberships, a big deal that I heard was the ingress and egress.
Yes, that's hugely important for us.
Response times.
We're as concerned about the traffic as anyone else.
So forgive me, do your residents currently now have concerns regarding response times of fire rescue,
Hugely.
ambulance?
I mean, there are the Palm Beach Fire Rescue is in our facility probably once a week. And there are accidents. There are accidents where the Oaks is across from us. There is no traffic light there. And there is apparently not ever going to be a traffic light there. And so if there's an accident there, we have no way of getting out of our property. So this would
This
be a major
provides that?
safety benefit to us.
Thank you.
Yeah,
All right, thank you very much.
thank you.
Sir?
My name is Cooper Hopkins. I'm from North Palm Beach, and I'm here representing Hunley Farms. We've been farming in Palm Beach County for almost 90 years. We currently farm in western Palm Beach County, Loxahatchee, Georgia, and also in the State Road 7 area. We're a fourth-generation farming business with three generations still active, ranging from myself to my grandfather, John Hunley. We have the unique experience of farming in both in Loxahatchee and Indian Trails and in the Ag Reserve on land owned by Palm Beach County. We found the soil conditions at Indian Trails and the Ag Reserve to be similar. We've put a lot of blood, sweat, tears, and money into making the Indian Trails piece a productive farm. It's taken a lot of work, but this has become a very good farm. We have found that the farm in Loxahatchee to be several degrees warmer than the land in the Glades. This gives us a better chance for success with our winter vegetable crops. We've also established very good water control at Indian Trails. The Indian Trails piece, which we refer to as the GL farm, has become an integral part of our farming operation. We grow sweet corn, green beans, sugarcane, bell peppers, blueberries, squash, and cucumbers on this farm. Hunley Farm stands to be the big loser in this proposal as we currently farm 100% of the Indian Trails property. Assuming this deal is approved, we wanted you to know that Hunley Farms would like to continue leasing all remaining acres from the county, and we'd like to enter into a long-term lease. We have a proven track record, and we are great caretakers of the land. We've also had a great relationship with GL over the years, and we expect that relationship to continue on the balance of their property. They've always been very straightforward with us, and we appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. So ITID, which I have, Burgess, Joy Foy, Elizabeth Accomando, are you waving in support? Yes. Okay. Barry Friedman? He left? Okay, he was in support. Margie Ansura, Robert Siemens, William Rice, Sybil Holder, Ken Yermes, Wayne Evans. Now, I know a lot of these folks are not in this room, so we'll give them time to get here. That's why I called off a lot of names. It says 7th floor, so I'm not sure where they are. Sir.
Oh, hi. It's a long day. My name is Rob Siemens, and I live at 6796 Giralda Circle in Boca Raton. I would have worn I support the swap shirt, but they didn't have one big enough for me. My family moved from New York to Boca Raton 45 years ago. I liked it then, but I love it now. My father, Richard Simmons, a blessed memory, was a prominent developer who helped shape Boca Raton into what it is today, one of the most desirable areas to live in the country. Amazing how far we have come. Military Trail was a dirt road and cow pasture when we were planning the Polo Club in Boca Raton. One of the main reasons the Palm Beach County area is so popular is the cooperation between the commissioners and the ones who sat in those seats before you, and great developers like GL Homes. The parks, entertainment venues, roadways, housing communities all took a tremendous amount of planning and design, and that didn't happen by itself. It's a collective effort between the public and private entities. When we were developing our latest project at Coya Boca West, sales were sluggish, but then Corona came and everything changed. Our sales took off and the prices as well. I can't tell you how lucky we are to live in the state of Florida. And obviously thousands of people from Chicago, New York, and California, that's right, California, feel the same way. We have a major housing shortage in this country. We need to build millions of homes to get supply equal with the demand. Now more than ever, we need affordable housing, of which GL will build almost 300 units for our police, firemen, and teachers. A lot of people talk about affordable housing, but they don't necessarily want it in their backyard, and I think you know what I mean. And God knows we need more schools and houses of worship at a time where there is so much uncertainty in this world. As an observant Jew, I approve the swap.
Thank you.
Miss.
Good afternoon. I'm Margie Yansura. I live in Flamingo Park in West Palm Beach. And I do tip my hat to GL Homes for all their philanthropic efforts in the county, but I am against this swap. I'm here to speak for the future generation. My granddaughter lives here, as well as my daughter. And I would like you to respect the voters in 1999, that some of us are still here, that fought for and approved this, as well as the leaders who put it before us. In addition to the irreversible changes that this would have on our ag reserve, I also have concerns about whether the proposed water resource project would ever be approved or built. I was a newspaper reporter, and I covered these issues as a news reporter and then as the public information officer for the South Florida Water Management District for 7 years. So I have 10 years of experience in relaying these issues to the public. And I know that the review and decision-making process for a water flowway like this can be tied up for years in permitting, as well as court battles that could happen as a result of it. Meanwhile, if you approved this, as I understand it, GL Homes would be able to go ahead and build their project with you not knowing if the so-called benefit that you think our city's water would get would be a done deal or not. So in my view, what is known about the impacts of this swap are negative, and the supposed positive public benefits, we just don't know if they will ever occur. So please vote no for the swap. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sir. Ms.
Oh.
Yansura,
Yes.
was my neighbor. I just for the record,
Mhm.
and I understand your position, but in my review of the documents and how these approvals would go, GL at a certain point in time, if they had not completed the water project, they would not get any more additional certificates of occupancy. So it would be tied together. So there is in the proposal, there is a method of tying them to this that would force them to, if they couldn't obtain all the permits, if they couldn't get done what needed to be done, they would have to stop building in the South County.
But they could start their project.
They could start it, but they would
So
only
it
get
would
to
be an
about.
eyesore to the community with a half-finished project.
Well, I don't know, it would be an eyesore, but it would not, they would not be able to complete all the homes. So I'm just telling you this, I'm not having an argument with you about it. I'm just telling you to put it on the record that that in fact is the case.
Okay, one more thing, then. Several people have talked about affordable housing. Isn't this workforce housing?
This is workforce housing.
Yeah, big difference.
We know.
Big difference.
We're well aware of it. Thank you, though.
Thank you.
Sir.
Hello. I'm William Rice, 5931 206 Terrace North, Loxahatchee. I'm for the swap. And I'm for the swap because I live there. And I experience the hardships that is currently and getting worse living there. Flooding, we are underwater 3 months out of this year continuously. You walk out, I have a small ranch, I got animals, I have a nursery. I walk out beyond my house and the water's up to my ankles for 3 months. There's a dirt road, 60th, about 3 miles long. It was supposed to be paved in 2005, but the storms came through, so the funds were redirected for hurricane relief, and that road is getting worse. You drive down that road, sometimes there's boulders the size of your head. I don't know if you know, last month there was a tragic accident. 2 people lost their life. So, as far as the ATVs go, we have a big time problem with that. On a regular basis, you're driving down the road, and the ATVs shoot out from the bushes. Somebody is going to get hurt. So I understand your position. You recognize that there is a need, but there is a cost. And obviously, the funds aren't there for you to do it. So I'm asking you to partner with GL, because GL is going to do everything that we need to do, that I need to do. The next life you save could be mine. So please partner with these people, fix the problem. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Sybil Holder, Ken Yermes, Wayne Evans, Robert Barbudo. I'm going to read a couple because it says they're on the 7th floor. Arlene Berry, Bobby Jones, Halpern, who lives on Via Grande in Boca Raton, Rabin Folksher, I apologize, on Matario Bay Court, Jared Wise, Hiller Fevron, who lives on Via Mediterranean in Boca. Any takers? Sir,
Hi. She can go ahead.
go right ahead. And your name, please.
My name is Arlene Barry. I live in Wellington, 14745 Draft Horse Lane, Wellington, Florida. So I'm here today to support the Ag Reserve and say no to the swap. I think the commissioners had a very good morning this morning. There were some important questions that were asked, and probing questions, which I believe acknowledged the importance of the Ag Reserve, its place in keeping our water. I think the voters voted for the Ag Reserve in 1999 because of its vision, its foresight. The comprehensive plan there was well researched, and the committee who did that spent a long time doing that. It was acknowledged by the National Floodplain Managers Association in the Midwest, and they studied how the water is absorbed by the conservation easements, how we ran the conservation easements, how the plants and the animals were given a certain amount of freedom. Ecologically, they acknowledged the fact that it was an excellent situation, and the water was allowed to run freely. The soil was absorbing the water. This is an article that I've shown to the commission. The board 8 months ago or 12 months ago. So this water issue, I don't think we really probed enough what GL Homes is going to do. I mean, I don't think there was an independent study done to show how GL Waters is going to handle the water situation. And I urge the commission to vote no so we can get that independent study done. Thank you.
Sir.
Hi. Sorry, not as tall as the last guy. Good afternoon. My name is Robert Barbuto. I'm a resident of Saturnia Isles community in West Delray Beach. Been a Palm Beach County resident since 1981. I purchased my home from GL over 20 years ago. My wife and I have raised our 2 daughters here, and we've seen the development of the other communities and the growth that has occurred over the last 2 decades. Excuse me. GL has done a masterful job in developing the area along the 441 corridor. The community entrances and homes are not only beautiful in their design, but lush with greenery and landscaping. It's a fantastic area for families, young and old. This new project will further add to an already outstanding neighborhood, and I'm in full support of the GL Home proposal. I support the swap, and lastly, I'd like to point out that I live a mile from the Hyder piece, and I don't think it's a group of homeowners that live in Boynton and parts north that should be deciding this verdict. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, my name is Hillel Feuerman. I'm the president of Torah Academy of Boca Raton, which is the largest Jewish private school in Palm Beach County, and we serve over 800 students from all over Palm Beach County. We have lots of students and lots of families and lots of grandparents who are also Palm Beach County residents. We have lots of teachers, lots of jobs, lots of great education, lots of great extracurricular activities, and lots of happy and successful children. What we don't have a lot of is land. Our students don't have access to the kind of land that public schools have and many other private schools have. We have very little land for our 800 students. And if this land swap is approved, it will give us what we badly need most through the generous donation from GL Homes. So please approve this land swap. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir, could you repeat your name again, please?
Hillel Feuerman.
Okay.
Hello, Ravi
Sorry, excuse me one second. Commissioner Woodward, you're recognized.
I had a question. Yes, thank you. Do you, I know you probably don't even have a site plan yet, but do you know how many students and classes and activities you're expected to have at this location?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Sir.
How are you? Ravi Foxner, Saturnia Isles. As I said before, this place, exact same location. I'm the newest Floridian over here, probably. You guys done a phenomenal job. Every time I visit New York, I miss this place that much more, I'm being honest with you. I am for this swap. First of all, in the 2 years that I'm here, I've seen the geography of Palm Beach changing dramatically. There's more houses. People are here, not just snowboards, they're here year-round. So we definitely need more water, more infrastructure, more. The land swap that is giving you some land so you could put more ambulances, more firefighters, affordable housing. My sister-in-law lives in New York. She cannot afford to move to Florida. So the affordable housing would definitely be for a lot more teachers to move down here. That is well needed, as a lady said over here at May 3rd, that much more teachers are needed in Florida. But they cannot afford to move down here. So I'm definitely for it. I know you guys are going to do the correct decision for the future of this county. It's a phenomenal county, and if people did not move here yet, they don't know what they're missing, because you guys are doing a phenomenal job. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir.
Hi, my name is Bobby Jones. I live at 9450 Equa Circle in a GL community. I support GL's project. I believe it will benefit the local economy, increase our property values. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We like that when people just wave in support or wave in not support.
Apologize. I would just like to motion to make a point of inquiry.
I'm sorry. Do you have a card in?
I did. I put a card in, but I changed my mind and I would like to speak if I get the opportunity to.
Well, we're calling people in the order of the cards we
I
had.
understand, so I wanted to just make a point of inquiry to perhaps, if there are not enough people present, well, there's a lot of people present, I understand that, but if there's people that are not present that have left, if we can use that current time to then motion to let other people speak who may have wanted to change their mind to speak now, if that makes sense.
I'm looking to, I think,
Right, we have a system with the cards. People were supposed to turn their cards in timely. If they have not, then
unfortunately,
Unfortunately, no.
we're going to have to say, no, we can't do that. We can't accommodate that.
I appreciate the time. Thank
If
you.
someone, may I, Mayor?
Yeah,
If
go
someone
right
has put in a card and they do not speak, I will say whether they are in support or against and just add it to the non-speaking cards at the end.
Vice Mayor, you recognize.
No, I just want to move on.
Okay. All right, so, again, I'll read. Seville Holder, Ken Yermes, Wayne Evans, Mr. or Mrs. Halpern, who lives on Via Grande in Boca Raton, Jared Wise in Eden Rock. I'll just go to the, now these are 12th floor. They may have moved.
Excuse me, Mayor, we got folks here.
Well, she's taken their.
I know, it's 12th floor.
Well,
We got
she's.
folks here. We've got Rick Ross here. We've got State
I understand. I don't
They
know
also
I don't know
are-
how these cards are arranged.
They were also,
I just, look,
They were put in an order
I
of
just say,
time.
Mayor, that rather than wait for people to come from the 12th floor, why don't we take some of the folks who've been here since 8 o'clock
doesn't
who
know
are
where
sitting
their
here?
cards
Yes,
are.
she's just said that we have folks
No,
from the
she's-
12th
she,
floor.
She just told me that she doesn't know where these people's cards are. She has them in an order, and
Just proceed. I just like to have
I
some of the
understand.
folks
We're trying to
speak
get
out.
people through, and we want to be fair to everybody, okay?
there are lots of folks that came. Overflow cards here, 6th floor, atrium, 12th floor. I'm just going in the order of the cards that I received. If someone came in and they are now in here,
They'll still
but they
hear.
were somewhere else, your card will still get called. Okay? Tom McVicker.
Again, Lynn and Howard Halpern were in favor. They had to leave.
Okay, there you go. Tom McVicker.
Yes, ma'am. Hi, my name is Tom McVicker.
They're all either in here or outside.
For Gun Club Road, West Palm Beach, I'm in favor of the swap, here for GL Homes. I am a licensed professional engineer in Florida, practicing in Palm Beach County for the last 45 years. I only do one discipline, and that's water management. I've been involved with water management projects almost exclusively. In the 90s, I was on the Corps' project design team for the SERP, putting the big package together with all the projects, and I've been involved with most of the projects that have come out of that process that are now underway. One thing that all those big projects have, they all have this one critical element that the Corps can't provide, the district can't provide, and that's land. If you look at some of the big projects that are being built right now, there's a $3 billion reservoir being built in western Palm Beach County because the Talisman Corporation decided to sell their property to the district 25 years ago. There's a smaller one, only $1 billion, being built over by LaBelle because the Jack Berry family decided to sell their property to the government. Neither of those projects would be underway if the land wasn't available and the existing government doesn't have the ability to just go out and take land like that. Palm Beach County's in a similar position right now. You have a very good project on the table for water, and that's the only piece I can speak to. It'll be a tremendous asset. It's a great piece of infrastructure. It'll do things that we haven't even thought of. Water projects are like that. Once you get them in the ground, you can find you can do more than you thought you could when you started. I would just say, take advantage of the opportunity. Don't let it pass. If it passes, no telling how long the line you'll be in to try and get a water project built out there because you won't have the land. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. To accommodate the vice mayor, I see Mr. Rick Roth's card is right here, so I'll pull his card. Mr. Representative Roth.
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioner Marino. It's kind of apropos that I follow Tom McVicker, someone I have a great deal of respect for. Why am I here today? I'm here today because I'm a state representative, and I've been involved with the county commission within over a year dealing with some issues with the nursery and landscape industry. And I have to tell you, the more I learn about how Palm Beach County government works, I have some concerns, but I also have a lot of praise. Like other people today, I have nothing but praise on how this body has acted today. This is really, Winston Churchill says, a democracy can be ugly, but it's still better than everything else. But in this case, I'm telling you, you guys are doing a marvelous job today. My concern today is just to do no harm. As a state representative, I think many times in terms of amend a proposal, mitigate it a little bit, try to make it a little bit better. I could be for this proposal. I am pushing against it because I feel like there's a couple of hanging, I don't want to say hanging chads, but there's a couple of loose ends that need to be taken care of first. I think people are talking about the MOU for the water project, and it sounds like a great project, and if Tom McVicker said it's a great project, it's a great project. The bottom line is you also have the ATV part. There's some loose ends there. The other thing that I think would really make this body feel good about our commission today is that we would postpone the vote, get the MOUs done for those two projects, the ATV park and the water park, and figure out a way to help people understand that this county commission is not for developing agricultural land that they own. People are mixing apples and oranges, and it's confusing a little bit, but the bottom line is, could we do a referendum? Can we do some kind of agreement that the people in the commission will not be in favor of selling agricultural land they own for development during their part on the commission? I know you can't encumber the next commission, so please understand, you got a great idea. I think it's 90% baked. Let's fix the details, okay?
Appreciate it. Thank you for being here, sir.
And thank you for your cooperation. I apologize, Mayor. You're the only one I didn't contact, so thank you. Everybody's been very helpful. Thank you so much.
Dr. Christopher McBoy, I pulled your card. I saw your face, I pulled your card.
And just to remind everybody, we had, prior to beginning this meeting, we had indicated Mr. McBoy will have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Dr. Christopher McVoy, 1514 15th Avenue North in Lake Worth Beach East. BA in Systems Ecology for Cornell University, where Tom McVicker also went to school. MS in Soil Physics from the University of Florida, and PhD in Soil Physics from Cornell. For those of you who have never heard of soil physics, which is 99.9%, it's pretty close to hydrology. We just think about the soil part of it a little bit more. Here's what I have to offer. You have information coming to you from some pretty knowledgeable people. I've known Tom McVicker for 25 years, maybe a little better. I've known Paul Linton for almost that long. These are people who know a lot about water systems here. The points that are being made about land availability are not crazy points. Here's the part that concerns me. Both of those people know that that water projects here in South Florida take a long time. Somebody else mentioned that earlier. They take a long time for a reason, because people study them very carefully. I came here from an undergraduate in systems ecology that tried to encourage people to use models to help make societal decisions. I got to South Florida, and if you weren't using a model, you were some sort of numbnut. It was like the standard way to do things. And these were not like little simple on the top of a desktop model. These were very sophisticated regional hydrology models that included all sorts of different things, that would have field calibration, that would have verification to them. And it's just become complete standard practice of how you do water projects here. And you do it because, as Mr. McVicker or somebody else pointed out, sometimes you get the project there and things come along. You don't want to have unpleasant surprises when you do these projects. You want to do that modeling up front. What's concerned me a lot of watching this process for a while is that we've had a lot of claims floating around. And these claims, I wrote down shape-shifting. At one point, we're hearing, hey, this project is not really intended to do harmful algae blooms. And then in the next minute, we hear, oh my gosh, if you don't do this project, the water supply for City West Palm Beach is going to go down the tubes because you got to protect it from harmful algae. Which is it? We hear that this project is about water storage. The Indian Trails Improvement District needs storage. They have drainage issues. They need a place to put it. Next minute, we hear this is a water treatment project. Well, you don't have to be a biologist or a specialist to know that wetland plants are called wetland plants for a reason. They don't like to be dry, and they don't like to be drowned. So it was mentioned, well, if we got a hurricane coming, we're going to just load that thing up and fill it up to 4 feet. Well, you just killed your whole water treatment plant. Somebody else said, well, we need to be able to suck it down dry at some other point for some other water management reason. You just killed your plants again. You can't argue that this is going to be water treatment and it's going to be water storage and it's going to have huge volumes of water. It isn't. Your own water resource person, Paul Linton, who I have a good deal of respect for, says that realistically you're probably not going to get 4,000 acre feet, as GL Holmes initially claimed. You're probably looking at more like 1,000 acre feet. You've heard about the size of cells 12 and 13, somewhere in the range of 15,000 acre feet. You've heard of the size of the ASR wells and the Mecca project storage, also on the order of 15,000 acre feet. Those are much bigger projects. I went and met with the people involved in the Loxahatchee restoration, and they've worked with the U.S. Corps of Engineers and all those folks, do those long-term studies. And I said, do you need this project? And they said, no. That's why it wasn't incorporated. GL Holmes is talking about a letter that was written in 2018 that's out of date. What my suggestion is, there's such a range of information floating around. I don't expect any of you to be in a position to weed out, is specialist 1 better than specialist 2? That's not reasonable. I suggest that you take Representative Roth's advice and set this aside. Not to postpone it just for the heck of postponing it. I'm not in favor of that at all. But insist that your staff bring back to you an RFP of regional modeling of this, so that the claims that this is going to fix the Lake Worth Lagoon, or this is going to fix the water supply for grassy waters in City West Palm Beach, or this is going to fix the Loxahatchee River, you're already hearing little bits and pieces. If you read the fine print, Paul will tell you that, hey, you're going to have competition for water with this thing. You're not going to be able to do both the city and the river at the same time. Get that regional study done by an independent group that has no interest in it, that's not trying to sell you a reservoir.
Got it.
And have that reviewed, make sure that it's thoroughly done, see what they say. If they say it's the best thing since sliced bread,
Thank you.
do it.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Appreciate your comments. Who's next?
Dr. Carrie Schneider, Barry Silver, Sherry Scarborough, Paul Fass.
Hi, I'm Carrie Snyder. I'm a native of Delray Beach, born and raised on a farm in the Ag Reserve, and our farm is still productive. Other farmers have it, but it's still productive due very much to the 1999 bond initiative. As a farmer's daughter, of course, I'm pro-agriculture, and I do think it may not be the soil difference, but it's the proximity to the Gulf Stream and the climate that exists out in West Delray and Boca for growing winter vegetables. I wanted to say, before I make my couple points, I thank each of the commissioners for your commitment to this and your due diligence. It's a very difficult decision that you're making here, and you've taken it so seriously, and it's remarkable what you're doing to consider this event. I think that human services and water management may be more government projects, appropriate for government than for developers to offer, but it's great, the partnership that's a possibility here, and hopefully there can be a way to work it out. It's been reported that more than 10,000 homes have been built in the Ag Reserve. And I just kind of think that's enough, and enough agricultural land has been sacrificed for that purpose, agricultural land and open space. I have a suggestion on affordable housing. There's a piece of land at the southwest corner of Jog and Flavor Pick that the county owns, and I know some of the planning is for a water treatment facility there, water park, but 15 acres could be used for affordable housing. Right across the street, Green K has affordable housing there. And it probably requires some zoning changes, but I hope that can get looked into because affordable housing is an issue. And I also wanted to say the Brookside, the issue was ag reserve, preserve, and I see that the same thing here. Good luck.
Thank you.
And I thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Very nice, yeah.
Sir?
Hello, my name is Paul Fass. I live at 7664 Trapani Lane in Boynton Beach. I have to say, I've been here since 9 o'clock and I like your style. Palm Beach County is part of the winter breadbasket of the United States after California, and they're having a water shortage problem. We provide the second highest fruits and vegetables to the United States. It's very essential. Nobody said that before, since I've been here at 9 o'clock. And what could be more important when you have a population that over time increases? Would you rather get food from Mexico and Peru and Guatemala, or would you rather get it from the United States? And California's having problems now. We really don't need multi-million-dollar homes. We need homes for the average person, not just school teachers and firemen and police officers. We need it for the middle class. We don't need multi-million-dollar homes, especially when it takes up space within the ag reserve. The ag reserve has fertile soil, which we've been blessed with, and we deserve, and we have the obligation to provide the food for the United States. It's better to come from us than to come from other parts of the world. Thank you very much, and I really admire what you've been doing. It's very admirable.
Thank you.
Sir. Sir?
I also appreciate your standing up for Israel, and I hope you also stand up for the people of Palm Beach County who voted overwhelmingly to protect this land and were willing to tax themselves $150 million. Wherever I go, overwhelmingly people say they want to protect agriculture. Nobody that I've spoken to wants to pave it over. And I heard G.L. Holmes, the president, say that he listened to many people. My question is, did he listen to environmentalists who are not on his payroll, who will tell you that the loss of open space, the paving over of our aquifer, the loss of vegetation, which exacerbates climate change, the loss of our local fresh fruit and vegetables, the loss of a buffer zone, the loss of our quality of life will be the biggest environmental disaster that this county has ever seen? Have you listened to the horses who just say nay? Have you listened to your conscience? This project goes against the grain. The water retention plan doesn't hold water. The only thing that they were honest about was that there's a lot of tears associated with this project, especially among our children who are watching their future disappear. And we'll see apartheid in Boca Raton with workforce housing people not being able to share the same amenities. Although this project was blessed by 3 rabbis, it is not kosher. The Torah does not appreciate bribes of people getting a bribe of free land and then saying how much they love the project. The Torah celebrates agriculture in Pesach, Shavuot, and Sukkot. It doesn't pave it over and destroy it. The Torah doesn't allow people to be corrupted by bribery. The Torah Academy held a rally for DeSantis. They don't speak for the Jewish people. They don't speak for the vast majority of people. And I want to know if the head of G.L. Holmes has spoken to religious leaders who actually protect creation. And how stupid do you think we are to put on the back of your T-shirt that this project will save ag land? We're not idiots. When you pave over agriculture, it doesn't protect agricultural land. And if you like development so much, you might want to try Broward. You'll love it there.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Good evening. I'm Sherry Scarborough, President of the West Boca Community Council. We've had many meetings on the land swap for more than a year and a half.
as half of this land swap is actually in West Boca, right in our backyard. We've met with our member communities that would have the biggest impact, and they want this. We've talked to many people that live in West Boca, as well as people throughout the county, all the way up to Martin County, actually, those being teachers that are looking for affordable housing. We worked hard, we had meetings, sent emails to get the vote out on affordable housing. And here it is, it's being laid at our feet, and we're debating it. The water project included in this land swap would cost the county millions of dollars if we had to pay for it ourselves. Yet here again, it's being laid at our feet at no cost, and we're debating it. Currently, the land in West Boca is used for a few months of the year for farming. Unfortunately, when there's a heavy rain, the farmers drain the fields directly into the canal with pesticides and herbicides, but also flooding the community behind and to the south of the land. This project would hold the runoff as required and resolve many of the flooding issues in the area. And when I look around this room, I find it interesting that the good majority of the naysayers do not live in the area, do not live in West Boca. We ask that you please vote yes for the swap. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Last call for Sybil Holder, Ken Yermes, Wayne Evans, Jared Wisen, Hindi Charles. And then I will just read some more. Chaim Glove. I apologize if I didn't say your last name right. Can't read it. Drew Martin, Patricia Edmondson, Eli Nurecki.
Are you ready?
You're ready, you're on.
Drew Martin, I'm here on behalf of the Sierra Club. I do want to say I appreciate Chris McBoy's testimony, but the Sierra Club would like you to put the stake in this tonight and not postpone it. You can certainly review this water, facility, but you don't need to do the swap to do that. So let's kill the swap. And if you want to look at the other things, that's great. I want to thank you for your many good questions from Commissioner Woodward, Commissioner Bernard, and Vice Mayor Maria Sachs. You guys really hit the nail on the head. It's a bad idea. And the facts which you brought out in your questions of the testimony really illustrate that there's just nothing really to benefit the county from doing this project. GL has no plan. They haven't modeled it. They don't have the MOUs. And they've had probably 20 years to do something if they wanted to. And by the way, they can donate money to JARC. They can donate money to build temples. They can donate money to schools. And no one's stopping them. They've clearly got plenty of money. And it's tax deductible, by the way. Mr. Portnoy, I know you're big on numbers. The next thing is that workforce housing is not affordable housing. And no matter how much you want to give people housing, the only way you're going to do that is if you build housing below market cost and basically give it away at below market cost. And that is something GL could do without any help from you whatsoever. They could just do it if that's important to them. The water project will contaminate current drinking water. It will increase the amount of phosphorus. It will make things worse, not better. And so I hope that the mayor, who I see has walked away, will take note of that. Thank you again. You guys are doing a great job, and I just hope we can finish this before midnight.
Sir?
Hi, Chaim Glazer, 21556 San Lorenzo Avenue, Boca Raton, Florida. I'm also one of the administrators at Torah Academy, Boca Raton. And I want to, first of all, thank the commissioners for the time here today, and thank you for your unequivocal support of Israel, really, during this difficult time. I'm really very envious of you guys. I know a lot of people here probably say, oh, I'm glad I'm not up there, but I really wish I was, because the ones of you today who vote yes on this project, you're going to be able to come in a couple of years and visit a school and hear children learning, singing, playing. You'll be able to go to a synagogue and hear the prayers. You're going to see the JARC facility and Jewish Family Services, and you'll be able to say, if you vote yes, I did that. That's because of me. So I urge you to vote yes, and as the previous commissioner said, this is a generational decision. This is a decision that really will affect the generations of Palm Beach County to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Miss?
Dr. Mindy Koch, I live in Boca Raton. I think that's who you called. You called me, right? Commissioner Marino, Koch. I think that was right. If it's not, Mindy Koch, Boca Raton, Florida.
We'll find it.
What can I say? I'm here because I'm most interested in West Boca, where I live, and I've lived here since the Ag Reserve became the Ag Reserve. I voted for the Ag Reserve in 1999, and giving the county commission $150 million to purchase that land. We have done that after a great deal of research. About 10 years worth of research was put into this commitment, and then brought to the people of Palm Beach County, who made an overwhelming vote for the Ag Reserve. Going forward, I think this was fabulous to hear from all of the citizens and some of the stakeholders. But I really think that before we go forward and vote yes for this proposal, we think very carefully about what we are doing to the Ag Reserve, which my grandson sees the signs that say Ag Reserve and say, but Bubby, there's only houses here. Where are the farms? So I urge you all to stay the course. Do this slowly if you want to do it, but don't do it in a hurry. And if you insist and the people still don't agree, I think you should take it back to the people, because that's the way democracy works. And I thank you so very much.
Thank you. Patricia Edmond, Joe O'Donnell, Matthew Pinchik, Sheila Clark, Lisa Interlandi.
He's right there.
That's fine, no, that's okay. I'm just calling, a lot of these people are not here. Mr. O'Donnell, would you please come up? I just got lots of cards and people in lots of places.
Hi, I'm Joe O'Donnell, Irish Acres Horse Farm in the Ag Reserve. Most of you have visited our facility. Integrity. For the right to build in the Ag Reserve, GL promised Hyder West would be preserved and remain in preservation. Now they want to break that promise. This all comes at the expense of farmers and ag businesses that depend on the Ag Reserve for survival, even though I hear today that we don't exist. How do you trust an organization that wants to break its last promise to keep its next promise, this time for a questionable water project? At the May meeting, the commission had been presented with petitions totaling 9,400 names against the land swap. In addition, the Delray Alliance and Cobra, representing tens of thousands of homeowners, are against this project. Without a doubt, the majority of people, it's not even close, are against this project. The countywide increase in workforce housing is actually 147 units, not the 277 GL promotes, if you include the reductions at ITG. Is it worth destroying the Ag Reserve for 147 houses? Transferring TDRs into the Ag Reserve sets a precedent that opens 12,000 acres of preserved land to developers. I've asked commissioners, how would you prevent this? Unfortunately, no one had an answer, which again means the end of the Ag Reserve. Your current approach seems to be, let's just go ahead and see what happens. You owe us something better than that, Commissioners.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I agree with delay it and get an outside consultant.
Patricia Edmondson, Matthew Pinchik, Sheila Clark, Lisa Interlandi, Sheila Calderon, Ellen Raphael, Alan Wolnerman. I'm sorry? Okay.
Wow, I'm a nervous guy. It's good to see you all. I'm grateful to be here. I'm thankful for all of the work that you all do and to be part of this meeting. I guess my time has started. My name is Matthew Pinchik. We have an equestrian farm known as Jack Corral Stables. Our horse farm is located at 14368 Smith Sunday Road in Delray Beach. Additionally, we have a home in Palm Beach since 2005. When you speak about the importance of workforce housing, I'm sympathetic. Permit me to say I was certified by the New York State Department of Health as a medic and served for 41 years. I paid my dues. I survived the collapse of the World Trade Center, escaping by seconds. I fortunately enjoyed, I say that as a joke, unfortunately enjoyed lung surgery, heart surgery, and back surgery, and much of my time was dedicated to the service of others. And I was bestowed the title of FDNY Honorary Assistant Chief for my efforts. Myself and my wife have worked for 40 plus years to be able to afford to buy our farm in the Florida Ag for the purpose of equine riding and therapy, as well as to provide therapeutic contact for autistic children and adults alike. We have an autistic child. This was 15. Approval of this GL project will likely be the nail in the proverbial coffin for many farms. What will be the next project? The end of the Florida that so many of us have come to love and care for. Yes, everyone wants clean water. I studied it at WashU in St. Louis for years. I don't think that it was properly identified. It should be. Everyone wants clean water, and in short, how will you protect the remaining farms? I think it's so important. The work that I want to do is not paid. I have people that are boarders that do pay to have the privilege, but we have just started bringing in miniature horses to work with kids. Our voters have previously spoken in 1999. Our future depends on 7 precious votes. Thank you for your consideration, and sadly, I guess I vote no. I have 1 second left.
Thank you, sir. Sir?
Thank you very much. I'm Alan Walnerman. I live in Boca Raton, Florida. I'm the Vice President of Torah Academy, and I appreciate all your efforts all day long. We all have seen a great amount of effort and knowledge, experience put into this evaluation. But this evaluation is for the future. It's not for the past. It's for the future of an enormous amount of people. So please use your brains and your heart. Open up and allow us all to move forward, to increase, to better the life of our children, the life of our future children, and the life and future of this community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Todd Rosenberg. I'm going to just say a bunch of names. Hopefully you're within earshot. Todd Rosenberg, Ruben Feinberg, Sam Cintron, Justin Sobey, Jarrett Livingston, Raviv Foxner, I apologize, Jeffrey Katz,
Sheila Calderon, Green Acres, Florida, and good evening. It's the first time I've been at the commissioners where I can say good evening. So I'm back again to say no to the GL swap. The swap is not comparable to the Ag Reserve as one of the last remaining buffers to protect our Everglades. So important. All the sweeteners that GL has offered will not make up for the loss of agricultural land designated for agriculture or preservation by the bonds that were passed by the citizens of this county. And it was an overwhelming bond vote, by the way, in 1999. Allowing this exception to the regulations governing the Ag Reserve for a 40-60 split, and somebody said something about 80-20 if it's west of 441. I didn't even know that, so I didn't mean to put bad thoughts there, but if it's 80-20, that's even more reason. The development will be the demise of the agricultural land. I wonder how many other properties
that GL owns that the permitting of this project will result in future requests to develop the entire property. As I said, permitting this project will be the demise of our ag reserve, and we need it so badly. It's the wrong way to go. And I do thank you for all the questions this afternoon. I think it was very informative.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm here to speak against the ag reserve. No independent peer-reviewed modeling exists to verify the reservoir's hydraulic benefits. Only today we find out that there's no MUA, no study being finalized. We have to wait till November. And people wear signs that clean water. What clean water? It's going to be phosphorus. There's going to be phosphorus going to be accumulating. All they will do is mitigate slightly. We say here, water is life, but bureaucrats in Palm Beach have seen the problems of Lake Okeechobee persist. It is the most polluted lake in Florida. Lake Okeechobee in Florida is also the second most polluted lake in the United States. They've had to make it clean water. What happened to the clean water during all these decades? Ungats. Now, in addition, little has been gained by workforce housing, since GL Home has paid fees to circumvent the construction of these edifices. There's no infrastructure in place. Meanwhile, Florida has the third largest unhoused population in the country, with 27,000 plus people experiencing homelessness. The third largest in the nation. Now, we talk about building an ATV site and the construction of million-dollar homes in the area. Meanwhile, many residents go hungry, cannot find workforce housing, and which includes many hardworking, decent, middle-class residents who are moving out of state. We must have the foresight that military conflicts are looming in Israel, Ukraine, and elsewhere, and we need to be able to address agricultural output if war
Thank you, sir.
rises.
Thank you.
Sir?
Hi, my name is Jarrett Livingston, and I live, excuse me, in Boca Raton at 8766 Quiet Inlet Lane, which is in the Ag Reserve. I'm here today in support of the GL proposal. Like so many others, I've moved here with my family to enjoy everything that Palm Beach County has to offer. Furthermore, I happen to live in Lotus, which is very close to Hyder West. As it stands right now, there is zero benefit that my family has seen from Hyder West being a farm. There are many other farms in the Ag Reserve just like it, but what we do not have is a county park anywhere near my house. An area for my kids to play sports and enjoy public facilities like many other areas in Boca and Delray do. This leaves a void that needs to be filled. We also do not have anywhere to go for the high holidays and must drive very far if we would like to attend services. These seem like normal amenities in a growing community, and I would like to see the infrastructure keep pace with the growth. We have all benefited from GL making this area one of the most desirable places to live in the United States. All of our property values have skyrocketed, and that benefits everyone, including the commercial centers in the area, many of whom are struggling. It's definitely an expensive place to live, and to see GL add almost 300 units of workforce housing seems like they are making a major impact on a large problem. Lastly, my wife is a teacher in the area, and many of her colleagues cannot afford to live near school, which in turn hurts with recruitment. So for all of those reasons, plus the benefits of more land and agriculture and cleaner water, I ask you to vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Woodward, you're recognized.
Hi, sir. Sir?
Excuse me, sir.
Can I ask you, what sports do your children like to play that they would like to go to this park for?
Basketball, tennis, pickleball,
Okay,
which is pretty popular these days.
okay.
Thank you.
So we need 50 acres then. Sir?
Hello, my name is Jeffrey Katz. I live in Delray Beach. I've been a real estate agent in Palm Beach County for 22 years. I specialize in 55 and over communities, specifically Valencia communities. The Valencia communities are a market unto themselves. GL Homes is known far and wide for creating the best 55 and over communities. They don't simply build houses, they develop communities and lifestyles. I was unable to come to the last public hearing addressing the swap. I did, however, have an opportunity to listen to the many hours of presentations and community input. There's obviously a lot of passion on both sides of the discussion. I heard many comments on the Ag Reserve, on water, on workforce housing, on the need for parks. What I did not hear was if we need another Valencia community in the area. What makes a healthy real estate market? It's a simple matter of supply and demand. Too much supply, prices can plummet. Too much demand, prices can skyrocket. We have seen both in our area over the last 20 years. To help you understand where the Valencia market currently stands, I want to share and compare some statistics for numbers on Valencia homes on the MLS on October 1st in various years. In 2016, 17, and 18, there were 165, 158, and 116 homes for sale, respectively, an average of 146 homes. These were years of a healthy real estate market in our area. Taking the COVID years out of the equation, last year on October 1st, there were 44 homes for sale, and this year there were 61 homes for sale, an average of 52 homes, or about a third of what many would consider a healthy market. The fact is, like it or not, retirees continue to move to our area, and there's a huge demand for Valencia communities in South County. So yes, the market has a need for another Valencia community. As we know, there's not many options for land in South County, which is why we're having this discussion today. Please vote in favor of the swap.
Thank you. Sir?
My name is Ruvain Feinberg. I live at 21568 San Germain Avenue in Boca Raton. And I, too, would like to thank the commissioners for their unequivocal support of Israel and for the safety of the Jewish community here in Palm Beach County. It's times like these, spending the whole day here, that I reflect on how fortunate we are to live in a democracy and how fortunate I feel to be an American. I'm honored to be here today, and I will keep my comments specifically to my lane of how this affects my community. I'm the Dean of Torah Academy of Boca Raton. I'm speaking on behalf of 810 students and close to 380 families. I moved here 15 years ago, and we had 121 students. Last year, we had 89 new families joined us at Torah Academy, joined us here in Palm Beach County. And this year, we have 60 new families. We are arguably the fastest growing yeshiva day school in America and the largest Jewish day school in Palm Beach County. We are simply out of space, full stop. We need to create an infrastructure to service our students today, tomorrow, and for the next 100 years. So on the behalf of the Jewish community, the JFS Chabad JARC, and the 800 students at Torah Academy Boca Raton, I ask you to vote in favor of the swap. One final comment. I wanted to personally thank GL Homes for including Torah Academy of Boca Raton as part of the land swap and for helping ensure the future of the Jewish people.
Thank you, sir. Okay, Todd Rosenberg, Justin, I'm going to read them one more time. Justin, so because I'm hearing that everybody is either here or right outside. Ravin Folkshner, Scott McClenahan, and some new names, Mitchell Rosenstein, Jennifer Thomason, Ashley Watkins. Anybody who's ready, take a mic.
Hi, my name's Ashley Watkins. Excuse me, I was losing my voice. I live in the acreage. Today there was a lot of discussion about roads and traffic. Your vote today isn't whether GL Homes will build more homes, but where they will be building them. The roughly 3,800 homes approved for building in the acreage needs to be reduced. These homes need to be placed somewhere else in the county. We need this land swap. We heard today that there are already 21 failing roads in the acreage. I know this because I drive them every day. North Lake is shut down at least once a week. Our 20-minute commute turns into 2.5 hours. Our only way out of the acreage is to go south to Okeechobee. If you can't go south to Okeechobee, you are stuck. You are gridlocked. You do not move. My child was stuck on a bus for 2 hours. She couldn't get off the bus. Our emergency roadside services can't come and offer aid because we don't have easements on the side of our roads. We have ditches. Police, ambulances, they cannot drive in those areas to reach people in need. My neighbor's home health aide care worker was not able to reach her to provide breathing treatments because North Lake was shut down. This happens once a week. It's ridiculous. We cannot handle the traffic out in our community and in our development. We need the land swap to reduce those homes. This is a great deal for the county as a whole. I really appreciate your time today. Please vote yes. Excuse my voice, I'm sorry.
Thank you. Any other takers? Todd Rosenberg? Last time I was going to read their names. Actually, Scott McClenahan was a new one, Mitchell Rosenstein, Jennifer Thomason. I'm sorry? Ellen Raphael, Sheila Clark, Lindsay Berkowitz, Jarrett Livingston. Nobody's standing up. Todd Rosenberg, Mitchell Rosenstein, Mark Russell Goldman, Jonas Sider, Michael, I'm going to butcher this one, I apologize, Ignatowicz, Linda Smith, Steve Dudamal.
Why don't we do this? Why don't we see if there's anybody? who's
Linda
saying-
Smith.
haven't been
Sorry,
called?
last man standing, I guess. I don't know.
I've got to bring in the last one, trying to encourage people to come in from out there too.
Linda Smith, Jupiter, Florida, with the Sierra Club. We agree with staff to please deny the swap. A strange thing happened to the Sierra Club on the way to this meeting. It started before 1999. We've had members speak against the hundreds of projects, speaking against the 1,000 cuts of the Ag Reserve, and it has so far endured. This is by far the worst and the last time. I may never speak on the Ag Reserve again, and I know some of you will go, yes, that would be great, because there would be no reason. We have been good citizens. We've been doing our civic duty for free. We are not paid. We don't get any of the sweeteners. If somebody needs a synagogue, they can go buy land. No? Food is a national security issue. That should be important to the community as well. We have raised a little donated money, and we had a billboard contract signed, approved, and paid for on southbound Turnpike near Southern Boulevard. Some locally must have heard about it. The contract was canceled and the funds were returned. We paid for ads in local papers. We raised more money. We printed t-shirts. We're going to have to change them soon, and we've raised more money. We are doing it by donations, not by profits. I appreciated Rick Ross' comments and in support of farmland. That is a bipartisan issue. We need to preserve farmland. And one of the reasons the agricultural reserve soil is so special, because it's not paved over yet. This is what we're voting on. There were another 400 pages on the other zoning requests that we discussed briefly, and I submitted comments on all of those as well. Thank you.
Well, I have about this many more cards. So, Steve Wallace, I just found your card, Steve. It was on the bottom.
That's for last, right? I guess.
Come on up. But if anybody else put a card in, and we'll just, somehow or another, I'll just match the names to the cards. Otherwise, I just keep calling names and people aren't here, so. Mr.
Good
Wallace.
evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Steve Wallace, and I have the privilege of being the president of the Coalition of Boynton West Residential Association. I hold in my hand 7,583 names of folks in Palm Beach County that have signed our petition against the land swap. If I may, can I submit this to the record? Please do. Thank you. I am, in addition to being the president of COBRA, I'm a father, I'm a Jewish day school grad, I'm a member of a synagogue in Palm Beach County. So all of these issues that are before me, are very serious issues. And I don't envy any of you up here today. This is probably the most difficult political decision you'll have in your political lives, and some of you I've worked with for many years in a variety of different facets. And I have the utmost respect for you, and I know, because I've spoke to all of you, how much you're agonizing over this decision. But please consider these two items that I want you to be aware of. Related to the largest facet of this project, the water project, there's a lot more questions than answers. Earlier today, Commissioner Bernard had a litany of questions that the city of West Palm Beach has asked the county, asked GL, asked the other stakeholders. Those are unanswered. How can you decide on a project that the main beneficiary is the city of West Palm Beach without any answers to these questions? How can you approve a water project when a memorandum of understanding, which your own county staff has said, there's a variety of substantive questions that still remain? I certainly wouldn't want to be up there making that decision as well. The water project is the shiny object in front of all of you, because ultimately what you're doing is that in 2005, GL Homes made a business decision. They bought many acres in Indian Trails Improvement District. Ultimately, I ask all of you, please, I urge you, vote no on the land swap.
Thank you.
Hi, Commissioners. My name is Pia Scorin. I live in the acreage. I'd say good morning, but it's evening, so good evening. I was in favor of this land swap, but I am no longer in favor of it. It's not just about the quantity of land, it's about the use of the land. And so the proposed ATV park that I learned about at the recent town hall in Royal Palm Beach, which I understand is now an integral part of this, does not belong in a residential ag community. It will affect our ag properties detrimentally. It will also negate a lot of the traffic that we thought we were going to have a reduction of. So not in favor. Along with that, the property that was apparently for the ATV park on Southern is now being looked at for a drag strip. So my suggestion would be, we have some economically challenged communities out in Pahokee. They're building a marina out there, I believe, and perhaps a drag racetrack is the place for that. We couldn't support it at Moroso. In order for it to be profitable, we're going to have people from all over the state, which means we're going to have huge traffic. As far as our community and the water, I am not convinced. I learned a lot today. I'm not convinced from the information we learned today that the water project is going to do what we need it to do. I think there's a lot more information we would need to push this forward for that. And frankly, over an ATV park, I'd rather have homes. North Lake, if North Lake becomes a problem in terms of the extension because of grassy water and this project, that's going to be a problem for us too. Because as this woman said, we have no egress out of our properties. We do need some help there. So two things too. I heard you talk about affordable housing. Very important. However, the rest of us aren't going to be able to afford to live here either if we don't do something about the insurance, the homeowners' insurance prices. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Amanda Wiener. I live at 9252 Estelago Drive, and I've been a resident at the Oaks for 15 years, down the street from the Hyder West property. I'm so excited for this area to grow with the incentives GL is proposing. Living along 441, I've noticed the area north of Clintmore needs to be more modernized to be consistent with the surrounding communities that are very aesthetically pleasing. We need this area to look more like the rest of Boca and Palm Beach with some beauty and charm. There's a need to add a park, schools, workforce, housing, and especially address the regional water concerns which affect us all. These things will not only help our local economy, but increase the value of all of our homes. However, I was most excited for the housing component being offered by JARC. Throughout my entire life, I've always had family friends whose kids have had special needs. When I first moved to Boca 15 years ago, I met a lifelong friend in a Mommy and Me class with my first child. Both my friend and I had our second children 6 months apart, and her daughter didn't have the strength to pick up her head at 2 months old, and years later still has no specific diagnosis. This child is tremendously globally delayed, and as she gets older, we can tell her abilities are not progressing. She attends public school, attends the JCC in Chabad for some special needs programs. She never has playdates, sleepovers, or is invited to parties. I see how difficult this is for my dear friends to see their child being home most of the time alone. They both work, have another child, and rarely get a break, and things only get worse as she gets older. It took them a long time to understand and utilize what resources they can find. They worry every second of every day what her life will look like as she gets older. I was so thrilled to hear that the proposed dark facility would be able to provide her, when she's older, with the appropriate support and social outings that would provide her comfort for the parents to know she's in good and safe and reliable hands. Please consider this proposal to provide some comfort for my friends and others like them. Thank you.
I'm just going to say something very quickly. Ma'am, I know you have a friend who has special needs. JARC is wonderful. Go on, we will find space. Okay? I mean it. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Hi, my name is Kenneth Gatz. I live at 13378 Whistler Mountain Road, Delray Beach, which is Polo Trace, which is one of the newest recently completed GL communities. I'm a homeowner there. I'm also an attorney in the state of Florida. I would say, just first of all, thank you so much for all the work that you do. I will also say that I am not envious of the position that you're in. To me, this transaction has a strong appearance of a sham transaction with no real-world obligations, seemingly false scientific claims, and as we just heard, undisclosed multi-million-dollar payoffs. As the board mentioned, facts are important. The land is owned by GL, but the development rights and the conservation easement are in the public trust. They are in your trust. This is your decision to make, and you'll be known and remembered for this decision. Keep that in mind. Facts are important, and they're severely lacking in this case. So many open questions. It's been mentioned about the MOUs or MOAs, compliance with federal equal protection laws. The effect on the water in the north is in question. Even the scientist that you brought in here, he can't even say whether or not he needs more assessment. You don't have the facts to make this decision. You have not done the due diligence and the work to make this decision. GL is a home builder. They need to build homes. GL can build them at ITG. They are permitted there. They could build 3,000 homes there. The people in the north and the commissioners in the north do not want those homes there. So they are in support of this swap. You see the line, north, south, commissioners, okay? You are commissioners. You took an oath to the county, okay? To the whole county. This is a county issue. 30 miles this swap is. I'm a lawyer. I've been a lawyer for 30 years. I've never heard this term swap. Maybe in derivatives, maybe swap meets. This is not a real
Excuse me,
thing.
sir.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, we need your, did you submit a card?
I did.
We are not.
No.
I don't have one, so
My
could
name
you
is
fill
Kenneth
in-
Gatz.
Could you fill another one out?
How,
'Cause I
what's,
can't find it.
what's the last name?
Gatz, G-A-T-Z.
Can't find it. Okay, thank you, sir.
Can I finish?
You're out of time, sir.
Can I finish?
No.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Jordan Snyder from the law firm of Robert N. Hartzell, PA, representing 1,000 Friends of Florida. 1,000 Friends of Florida maintains its opposition in regards to this amendment for the same reasons that it did when they stated it at the transmittal hearing. The proposed affordable housing's distance from public transit and employment centers, as well as maintaining the integrity of the ag reserve through the comprehension plan, But a bigger issue has come up, which has been the water project. And it's not so much of an issue when you have more questions. And namely, how could we have a debate? How could we have a discussion if we don't know what the pros or cons? It's been stated a couple of times, facts matter. As of now, GL Homes has been the owner of that property and no finalized finalized permits have been granted. And this has been a proposal for, over a year now, August? We know about the South Florida Water Management District permitting process. There's been no third-party modeling analysis to vet their own assertions, let alone their own modeling and analysis to vet. How do we know that it's going to reduce that parts per billion in phosphorus? We don't. The city of West Palm Beach clearly has concerns. None of those have been answered. No reach out to federal or state authorities on whether we need this project. It's even stated that this water project will be susceptible to multiple shutdowns due to sustained chlorides and the presence of algae. Then we're going to rely on the already permitted under construction C51 Phase 2 reservoir, as well as Mecca in a separate aspect. And finally, there is yet to be any interest from the South Florida Water Management District or the Army Corps to either purchase or maintain this project in the future.
Thank you, sir.
Again, we respect that you oppose this.
Thank you.
Add this to the public record, please.
What, wait,
Would you like to receive and file? He has a thing.
yeah, yes, go ahead. Give it to, you can give it to the staff.
Sorry.
Ready? Are you ready?
I am.
Okay.
Hello. Good evening. My name is Joy Howell, and I live at 25 Northwest 24th Court in Delray Beach. First, I want to thank you for serving and for sitting through long meetings into the night and 6 a.m. emails from overeager constituents. I sympathize. I've served on several planning and zoning boards, 4 years in Delray alone, and I have delved into comp plans and land development regulations for years. But I'm not here to argue LDRs and get down in the weeds of land use planning, although I do thank you very much for your knowledge and for the excellent work and analysis by your planning staff. As an elected official in another time and place, I had many sleepless nights, as I'm sure you have, trying to do right by the people and uphold the public trust. Today, you have the opportunity to lift that burden from your shoulders. Today, it is not your responsibility to overturn the direct democracy of the bipartisan voters in the 1999 referendum. Those voters, as you know, voted overwhelmingly to set aside the reserve land, and they paid for the privilege of doing it. It was the people's decision then, and it is now. Today, you can just say, gentlemen, I'm sure you'd build a quality product, but I'm not going to be the one to overturn the decision of the voters. Vote no, and let the sterling example of bipartisan, direct democracy stand with integrity. Thank you.
My name is Avram Luban. Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners for allowing me to share my thoughts. As a parent of children attending Torah Academy, I want to share a daily highlight of my day. It takes place at 8:15 a.m. when I drop off my 3 children at the campus. I observe as they exit their car, radiating enthusiasm and a palpable excitement for the day ahead. With a leap and a bounce in their step, I watch them as they disappear into their school, and I take great joy in seeing the love that my children have for their school. And it's not just my children, but it's a sentiment shared by the entire community. Torah Academy has solidified its position as a leading educational institution, offering outstanding academics alongside warmth, care, and an abundance of love. This reputation has fueled significant growth, with the student body expanding from a humble 150 to a thriving 800 in just the past couple of years. And the growth is sure to continue in the upcoming years. Nevertheless, with growth comes challenges, particularly the need to accommodate the rising numbers of students within our already crowded campus. Our situation is compounded by the challenging local real estate market, where school-owned land is scarce and prices exorbitant. Acquiring additional real estate to establish a new campus, expanding the reach of our institution, and serving more children would be an invaluable asset for our school and the broader Boca community. I recognize that the topic of the land swap is subject to considerable debate, with valid arguments on both sides. However, I believe that the benefits to Torah Academy and our community are of immense significance. I ask you to consider the benefits of this positive impact that it will have on our community. It is for this reason that I support the land swap, and I hope that you will too. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Jason Shardama, and I reside at 4784 Palo Verde Drive in Boynton Beach. The County Commission exists for the purpose of serving the needs of the people. There is a severe shortage of housing in the country and and in this county. We have an abundance of office space as a result of the pandemic and an abundance of commercial centers, but not enough housing. There is not enough housing to meet the demand for all income levels in our county. This proposal addresses that need. As a business owner, I am particularly interested in seeing more availability for our workforce to be able to live in the communities where they work. This is important for every part of the county, but even more important in higher priced areas where housing is out of reach for many middle income families. West Boca Raton is one of those areas. This proposal is the perfect opportunity to provide 277 families with an opportunity to work where they live. I hope you support this proposal today. Thank you.
Oh, we don't have a card for you, sir.
I do have.
Sorry. One second. We don't have a card for you.
I filled one out when I got here earlier.
I'm looking, hopefully I can find it, but would you?
Maybe, yeah, we could ask you to fill out another one. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Commissioner Bernard, you recognize.
I did have a question. So you're here, if you don't mind?
Yes.
So you're here in support of GL, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, did you get a chance to speak to GL about they had the approval since 2016 to build 3,897 homes that they failed to deliver to the county. Did you speak to them about building the workforce units that were required to be built on there?
I have not, no.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Sarah Caro. I reside at 401 Northeast Meisner Boulevard, Boca Raton, previously 19478 Colorado Circle in West Boca. I moved to Palm Beach County about 15 years ago. I am a native Floridian. For the first 8 years, my husband and I lived in a single-family home in West Boca. We then downsized to an apartment in East Boca because we wanted to live in an area where amenities were within walking distance and where community was paramount, as I volunteer regularly with the Boca Raton, with Junior League of Boca Raton, and I have done so ever since moving to the community. While we have enjoyed living east, we have wanted to move back west for some time. We love the area, but there's nothing that meets our needs within our budget. Though my husband and I have full-time professional careers, the Palm Beach housing market has become so expensive we can no longer afford to own. When I heard about the proposed GL Homes project, I realized that this was the perfect solution for us. The plan is a dream come true: apartment living, a strong community connection and services, and a builder with integrity, all in the area that we want to move back to. Please support GL Homes' proposed project and let residents like me live our dream. Thank you very much.
I'm sorry, Sarah, how do you spell your last name?
C-A-R-O.
I don't have a card for you. Could you just fill out another card, please?
Sure.
I do have a question
Yeah,
real
and
quick.
Commissioner Bernard has a question.
Thank you very much for being here, and I know how important it is to find a home. But did you know that, I think it was 4 years ago, when GL was building a project, a development in Boca, the commission begged them to create workforce units in those developments, and GL did not want to do that. Did you know that?
No, I don't recall that.
Thank you.
All right.
Hello, commissioners. How are you? Long, horrible day. My name is Alexandria Larson, and I got drug out of my coffin to come down here. I am so angry at GL you can't understand, because they said no cost to the taxpayers. The first thing this morning, I almost had a stroke. No cost to the tax. Every road that's failing, every house that falls down, it's like, oh my goodness. But anyway, it was 546 pages on number 1. I know y'all didn't read it. I bet my life on it. I know you did, but I did. I stayed up all night last night and read that crap. And I mean crap. Because it said water feature, water feature, water feature. Well, that could be a surfing pond that's like they do in Vegas, because it's very vague. You cannot be vague in those documents. And that's not even a legal document. That write-up that they gave you, number 1, it's got so many acronyms in it, and unless it has a glossary in the back, it's not legal. So you can just do the denial. It'll make your life a little bit easier, because somebody might challenge this. Because they do, they just omit and take away, and they say, oh, we're going to just pump water. This Hyder property was the mitigation for several of the products that are down there already. So, you know, we're mitigating mitigation. And you can't do that. There's no more room, commissioners. There's no more time. There's no more space. We're out of our minds. Have you noticed that everybody's really selfish lately? People want a synagogue. They'll change the entire world for one synagogue. I'm sorry, we can build a synagogue. We can buy the land and build one. We don't have to change the ag reserve, because I know when we voted on that property to be preserved, it was 22,000 acres they thought they were going to save, not 2,200. That's what they thought, you know? And literally 40 million bucks went to one guy, one. A lot. And then he bought the land back. There's all kinds of swaps. So when you talk about facts, they're out there. And please, don't do this.
Thank you, Commissioner
Agree with your
Bernard. You're
staff, and
recognized.
Denial would be really nice. Thank you. I tried to
Just
be
real
decent.
quick.
after
Alex,
today.
it's been so long since I've seen you, so welcome back.
Well, God bless America.
Good evening. My name is Maria Pisano. I reside at 17627 Mellon Lane in Jupiter, Florida. I ask that you vote against the land swap. I will speak on two of my reasons for this request. Number one, the approval of the swap would set precedent that can and will probably be used by other developers. It will make it more difficult for the county to say no to development in areas that were initially not to be developed. This is critical for me because I bought property in an area surrounded by land that was not to be developed. I don't want a future where that changes. Number two, based on what I have read and have heard today, including the lack of approval or even memoranda of understanding with key parties, I believe that the proposed reservoir, which is cited as a benefit of the swap, is not going to be approved because it is not needed. I said that because in my readings, I came across the already approved 2020 Loxahatchee River Watershed Restoration Project that accounts for the water quality needs of the same areas cited by GL Homes as benefiting from the proposed reservoir. I hope the commissioners look into this aspect of the proposal, as it is a major selling point, and it has been spoken to by multiple people with engineering backgrounds, but I know I saw that document. The greatest threat to water is human activity and development. Humans will come in the thousands to fill the proposed homes, and Palm Beach County residents would have already lost agriculture and conservation land in the preserve.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sir.
Hello, County Commissioners. My name is Stephen Pavich, and I live at 8250 Salt Pine Road, Delray Beach. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak today. I've heard a lot about the proposed project from the media, some good, some not so good, but I wanted to understand more and was directed to a Bold Solutions website. Here I learned about the water project, workforce housing, and the donation of land by GL for multiple uses. And the one that caught my attention was the 25 acres for the active park. I have kids that are active in sports, particularly soccer. So I've been driving down 441 for the past 10 years, going to the county parks on the south end. It would be really nice to have this kind of facility and park closer to home on the north end of Delray Beach. What GL has given and created in Boynton Beach, that facility over there is second to none, where kids thrive. They're grass fields, and it's beautiful. It would be really nice to have a little bit more of that on the west end in Delray. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I did not come across your card in all of these piles. Could you fill one out, please?
I'll fill one out, sure.
Thank you.
Vice
Sir?
Mayor Sachs, you're
Sir,
recognized.
excuse me. Sir, I'm sorry. I don't have your last name, so I want to address you by your last name. What's his? Pavich. Thank you so much for coming, sir. And if there's not going to be an active soccer field at the Hyder West
I understand. Open field is fine. You can play
Open field, there will
football,
be a
soccer.
passive park.
Yeah, it'd be
A
fine.
passive park. Now, if you want a soccer field, or if you want any of those, there is one at the end of at the end of Clintmore and 441. There's a county park.
No, those are
They
baseball
have
fields.
they have baseball.
Those
but
are
they
baseball fields.
Yes, sir. I do know the difference between soccer and baseball.
All right.
But there is open fields there as well. There's also open fields at the very end of Atlantic Avenue. We have a huge open park, and there's plenty of space for soccer fields. So have your kids enjoy that open space. It's county-owned. We lease it, okay, from
Sure,
out
but the
there.
grass quality
But
isn't for playing,
there is
for
not,
playing sports.
But there, I'm sorry, there will not be available to your son or to your children, your daughter, available soccer fields if Hyder West is developed. I want you to understand. Thank you for coming, sir.
Commissioner Barnett, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just housekeeping. Is there a way to confirm that a speaker has actually filled out a card before they start speaking, just to ensure that people who may have just arrived a half hour ago aren't being given an opportunity to speak before others who may have been waiting since 9:30?
Excuse me. Here's what we were trying to do, because what's been happening is we've been reading through the cards, and she reads through, 10 names at a time. So trying to just get through. How many people are left in this room who believe you need to be down here if you believe you filled out a card and you wanted to speak, so we know who's here? Anyone else? Then maybe we can get staff. How many else? Going once, going twice. That's it. So please line up, one behind each microphone, and we'll get this done. Thank you, Commissioner Barnett.
Sir.
May I speak?
Thank you, sir.
My name's Robert Zoller. I did fill out a card, and I live in unincorporated Boca Raton. Here's what we're talking about, the Agricultural Reserve Master Plan. Now, I'm not going to tell you I read the whole thing, but I did read a large part of it, and I can tell you how impressed I was with the incredible amount of work and thoughtful deliberation that went into this plan. It's reflective of a county commission that had a real vision for this county and understood the quality of life is not defined by how much green space you can cover with concrete under the pretext of economic development. Of equal importance, the citizens of this county voted for it, approving a referendum and a $150,000 million bond issue to fund it. The proposal before you will accomplish three things in my mind. One, it will eviscerate this master plan. Number two, it will end the agricultural reserve as we know it. And number three, and last but not least, it's going to make a boatload of money for G&L Homes, and that's what this is all about, big money for big corporation. So using their unlimited resources, G&L Homes is offering the county a veritable goodie bag ranging from water storage facility to an ATV park. But attending this meeting was very revealing. It told me and showed me that what G&L offers isn't always what it seems. I was going to speak about the proposed water storage facility, but I think the presentation by their hired gun speaks for itself. Unsubstantiated claim after unsubstantiated claim, no guarantees of anything, and I lost count of the unanswered questions. This meeting also confirmed to me this project will overload an already overloaded infrastructure, and not just roads. No cost to the taxpayer, my butt. So, in conclusion, at the end of the day, your choice is clear and simple. You can do the right thing and honor the mandate of your citizens and protect the ag reserve, or you can acquiesce to big money interests and put the final nail in the coffin of the ag reserve. Thank you, and I appreciate everything you do.
And we located your card.
Christine Hemphill, Lake Worth Beach. I'm a retired agricultural biologist, and I've worked in big ag and other projects all around the country. I'd like to say that the comprehensive plan and the ag reserve creation was done in this area with a lot of thought, a lot of planning, and a lot of effort. And if you recall, Mayor Kerner read a huge boring section and said, the thinking behind this being created shows no change in a reason that you should open and change it. It is valid today as it is. The 60-40 plan that you are charged with keeping. Opening the text amendment to development is some thought that was the line in the sand when Florida said, our state isn't going to endlessly develop without thought. And this thought is the floodplain, the aquifers being replenished through the ag reserve all the time. Now you have a serious time to go, hey, maybe today is the day you listen to your staff, because some of you weren't here back when the ag reserve was planned. You don't know all the work and you know all the issues, but your staff has studied it, and they do. And you could listen to staff this time and do that. Vote no on this opening of these text amendments, ruining the ag reserve forever. The ag reserve is the most ag this side of Nogales, Arizona, in the entire country. We have the area chosen not to freeze. You need to vote no
Thank
and
you.
separate the
Thank
water
you.
project.
Thank
It's a
you.
dream.
Sir?
My name is Carl Terwilliger. I live on 5782 Ranches Road in Lake Worth. My degree is in agronomy. I've been in agriculture. I moved here in 1982 and have stayed in agriculture since then. There is a big difference between sandy soils. When you look at the ag reserve, it's a deep, sandy soil with lots of water available, and the Gulf Stream, warm Gulf Stream air, which means if we have a hard freeze that kills everything out in the unstable soils of the glades, which are muck soils, then we still have a place to produce our winter vegetables to feed ourselves and our children. A lot of these vegetables go to the school lunch programs because they can be brought to these kids for less cost. And there are also seconds out there, tomatoes, peppers, whatever, that don't quite meet market grade, but people can still go out there and get them. So I think as far as the ag reserve goes, it should be protected forever. That was the promise. We're not outgrowing our need to feed ourselves. So modernizing is not building over the ag reserve, it's preserving it and reminding the people who moved out there that that's what they knew they were getting into, was having farm operations nearby, and they shouldn't be expecting everybody to change for them. Ted Winsberg told me when I was back in my 20s, everybody knows who he is, that sooner or later the sympathetic board would come along. You guys don't strike me as that board, but sooner or later would come along, and that would be the end of all our preservation efforts. I have faith in you. Your questions have been fantastic, and I feel very good about this board. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Miss?
My name is Josie Makovic. I'm at 584 Northwest 16th Court. I want to make it very clear. I'm here representing myself and friends that I have in the South County that have brought issues to me about this land swap. First of all, I want to say if this board wants to make a change to the comprehensive plan, then you have the power to do that. But I would encourage you to do that from you and not from an outside source that is coming and pitting county constituents against each other. I've been a county resident since I was 5 years old. Although I was not able to vote in the referendum, I understand it a lot, and I think it was a very wise commission, that created that referendum in order they foresaw what was going to happen to this county, and they weren't wrong. And so I want to say that if there's an opportunity for this board to want to change something, then that should come from you, because what we're seeing right now is commissioners having to choose between which constituent group they can support. And it's pitting constituent groups against each other. It's North versus South. A lot of people have talked about how this is a great project for all of us. It's not a great project for me in South County. I'm going to get traffic. I'm going to get extra people. I'm going to get so many things, and I don't get anything. The North is going to get a 200 acre park paid for, and we're going to get 25 acres that will not be paid for, that will not be built in my children's lifetime of being able to want to go play on a park. So what is this benefiting? How is this benefiting all constituents? It's not. And so if the board were to decide that they wanted to make a change to the comprehensive plan, you could do that and then make that a benefit to the whole community, rather than it being this piecemeal thing of a developer coming in and saying, well, we'll give this to this community and this to that community, and making commissioners having to stay up all night trying to decide which constituents they don't want to, forgive the language, piss off more than others. So I just want to encourage you, this is your legacy. You will not be remembered for what you've given, but that the ag reserve was either broken or preserved. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Baxter is recognized. Do you have a question?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask Josie, so you could state for the record, so everyone also has some relevance. And everyone knows I love Josie. I've known her a long time now. Josie, who is it that you work for?
I work for Commissioner Woodward.
And so I just wanted to make it clear that this is not completely, this is somebody who does work with us and is also speaking to this issue. But I do appreciate your thoughts. My question, though, you had referenced traffic.
Yes.
Do you think that the traffic would be more detrimental to you than to the north area?
Well, here's the issue. If you really want to know, and for the record, like I said, that's the reason I stated that I'm here on behalf of myself. I've sat through lots of meetings on this issue. I've done a lot of my own research, so I just want to make it very clear that has nothing to do with my role in the county. I've been to this county board many times on other issues in the past, so this is not my first rodeo here, so I just want to make that very clear. The issue that I see with, since you've asked, with the traffic in north versus south is, I think it's a moot point. I think it's getting distracted and we're getting caught up on all of these things. Do we want a water project? Do we want this? What's traffic versus north versus south? It's been approved up north. Unfortunately, I do think that was probably not a wise move by the previous board, but it is what it is. But then why does South County have to pay for North County's issues, which is what's happening? So you're saying that we don't want the traffic, even though it's been approved in our area. Instead of trying to come up with a way to fix it up there, it's being pushed to South County. That's my opinion, since you asked.
Thank you for your opinion.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Commissioner Woodward, you're recognized.
Yes, and thank you. I would like the record to show that Josie does work for my office, and she asked me if I had a problem with her speaking. She grew up in West Boca. She is a constituent, as almost everyone that works for this county is, and I encouraged her just to please to make sure that she was speaking for herself. And I think that anybody that works here, anybody who works here as a tax-paying resident should be allowed to voice their opinion.
Okay, excuse me. Thank you. You guys are doing pretty good. Okay.
Sir?
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. My name is Mike Atchison. I live at 913 Snowden Drive in Lake Worth, and I am the president of the Palm Beach Chapter Florida Nursery Growers and Landscape Association. I've also been a grower in the Ag Reserve for 18 years. When I came here this morning and was filling out my comment card, someone in a blue shirt told me that if I plan on speaking tonight, I better cancel my dinner plans. They were right, I guess. What I told him was if he keeps trying to develop farmland, they're going to cancel everybody's dinner plans. My uncle, Thomas Atchison, moved to Delray in 1979 and started growing in what we call the Ag Reserve now. My uncle Jim followed him 5 years later in 1984, and my aunts Connie and Jackie followed a few years later. Through a whole lot of hard work and a little bit of luck, Jim and Connie were able to purchase a little farm in Delray Beach in the Ag Reserve. And luckily, I got brought into work there 18 years ago. If it wasn't for this land being turned into a preserve, my cousin and I would have never been able to purchase it this past year. So that's kind of the reason I'm here, is I'm fighting for the next generation. I want my son, Thomas, to have a chance to do this if he wishes as well. I didn't have time for my whole statement, but I got some time to read a little bit of it. Some may see the Ag Reserve as merely land, but for many it represents hope, legacy, and commitment to a tradition that has sustained our county for generations. The potential implications of this land swap extend beyond the immediate. It affects our reputation, our identity, and native Palm Beach County's agricultural heritage. As you contemplate this decision, I urge you to consider the broader impact. Think of the legacy each of you wish to leave behind. Think of how your choices will be remembered and what they'll mean for generations to follow. When I found out there would be a separate entrance for the workforce housing here today, it blew my mind. It blew my mind that so many people in blue shirts here would support a development like that. And I don't think you want your legacy to be the death of the Ag Reserve and the first segregated development in Palm Beach County.
Thank you. All right, I think that is everybody. Oh,
Hi, good evening. I did fill out a card. I don't know if you called my name. I am Judy Hill. I live at 9718 Happy Hollow Road. And I do have a 10-acre farm in the Ag Reserve. Here we are, spending hours and hours again discussing the Ag Reserve. It's a very important issue, and the Ag Reserve is under severe assault of more development on preserved land. And this land swap could be the end of agriculture in West Palm Beach County. So I think it's important that we adhere to the rules of the Ag Reserve. Everybody wants clean water. Water is a very important issue. You can see it's very complicated, and it should be a separate issue and not be tied to this land swap. So I would say we vote no for this at the expense of saving what's left of the Ag Reserve. Thank you.
thank you, Ms. Hill. All right, I don't see anyone else, so I am now closing public comment. I've been asked that we provide our staff a short break, which we will do, so we will break. It is now, call it 1:14. We'll have 7. I can't even see it. There's a light up there. There's a reflection. I don't see the 7.
We can make it 1:14.
I'd like it to be 1:15 again. Let's be back in 5 minutes, so let's call it 7:20. Traffic consultants next. Thank you all, appreciate it.
All right.
If you can keep your presentation.
Thank you, Mayor. We will. We know it's been a long day for everyone,
Thank you.
and we're standing between a lot of discussion and next steps. But thank you, Mayor and Commission and County staff for having us here. You've heard the VHB study referenced a lot tonight, so we're going to present a little bit of what that study is. So VHB was brought on as this third-party independent consultant to assist county staff with evaluating, doing a review and impact analysis of just that, the impacts of this development to county services and county facilities. So we'll just give you guys a high-level summary. We did provide detailed memos covering everything in detail to county staff, the commissioners, and I do know those were shared with GL Holmes. I'm Roberta Fennessy. I'm the Director of Planning and Design at VHB in the Southeast. We pulled together an interdisciplinary team to do this impact analysis. VHB is a large full-service engineering firm with planners, engineers, designers, environmental scientists, and so we really looked at all angles of this project. I'm joined today by my colleague Joe Dell, who leads our traffic and transportation division as well. We began this work at the directive of this board in June to review and analyze the impacts of this development. We presented our first set of findings in August to county staff. We had about 2 rounds of comments and discussion and clarifications with them. We had the opportunity to brief all of you commissioners here just about 2 weeks ago, and we are here today presenting our summaries. And just project background, so our impact analysis our scope of work really only included reviewing the impacts to the Hyder West piece of this overall project. So we looked at the study area consisting of 680 acres of agricultural land in the Hyder West PUD. And our analysis included a review of the proposed development yield as well as population-based calculations on the impacts to county services and facilities. You guys have seen this information a lot today. This is that development yield that we looked at and analyzed. We did just that. We used the yield to help us generate those impact studies. We did not do a qualitative review of the site plan or development itself. We strictly looked at the number of units and also any population projections associated with that in our study. Again, just a timeline. We presented our first findings on August 4th. We reviewed and revised with staff on September 5th, and October 5th issued some additional clarifications and comments to questions regarding mostly traffic and environmental. So the county services and facilities that we reviewed, this was consistent with what was required of the applicant in their application, was traffic, water, sewer, drainage, stormwater, environmental resources, and fire and rescue. There was some specific discussion or more enhanced discussion with county staff regarding both traffic and environmental, which we'll review in a little bit. With water and similarly drainage, our findings were pretty consistent with the applicant. Water is available. Confirming the capacity and the connection points is the next step that would be needed in this review. A lot of our findings and recommendations identified sort of those next steps needed, not necessarily solutions or mitigations at this point. With fire and rescue and community facilities as well, we identified the impacts to those services, resulting in the increase to school capacity as well as to fire. Station number 54, which resulted in about an increase. The average response time is about 7.5 minutes. We projected with that increased population and development to an increase of about 2 minutes to 9 minutes and 30 seconds. I'm going to let Jodelle answer any questions about traffic and walk you through our methodology there.
Good evening, Jodelle Zaballero, VHB, 225 East Robinson, Orlando, Florida. Traffic is usually a very big topic in terms of a very large development of this nature. So an independent traffic analysis to see whether or not the impacts that we identified were also in line with the impacts identified by the consultant's engineer. So that independent study included basically a high-level analysis of the roadway segments within a certain study area, and also looking at whether or not the trip generation that was developed by the consultant was in line with what Palm Beach County would have seen if we were to submit it on our behalf. So we did match essentially their trip generation. We did go through a couple of iterations in talking with staff and kind of redefining some of the land use assumptions, namely the office, but also looking at the study area. So when we had originally had it at 4 miles, and with the reduction in terms of the trip generation, that actually reduced 3 miles, which dropped off some roadway segments. But in the end, based on all of those revisions and discussions with staff, as well as reviewing some of the comments that came from the applicant, we still were able to identify the State Road 7 deficiency due to background traffic.
Excuse me.
Yeah, go, please.
Thank you. You made a statement a minute ago. You said that you made revisions to your review, which you, with our independent consultant, had previously articulated, but revisions were made on behalf of whom?
In discussions with county staff. So
county staff, but I thought you said the applicant.
So the applicant had some questions regarding, when we did our reduction in terms
the question is, I know you're a scientist, right? The question is very simple. You started out with one study. After the study was submitted, it was revised by questioning by the applicant, by GL Homes.
No, so the first round of comments were questioning by county staff.
County staff, correct.
County staff. So
after county staff reviewed it, did the applicant review it?
Yes. So
Yes,
they did
wait a minute, just, it's real simple.
Okay.
So county staff reviewed it, then the applicant reviewed it, and as a result of the applicant reviewing your independent consulting report, what, if anything, did you do? Did you revise some of the traffic generating statistics?
So one of the revisions was I guess, the reduction of the study area. So that wasn't.
I'm sorry. It was the reduction of the study
area,
limits, right?
Study area, yes.
So that would make the trip generations fewer.
No. So the study area is based on significance, which is basically a percentage of the project contributes to that roadway. There's like a certain capacity. So a roadway, usually like a 2-lane roadway, will carry about 800 trips.
I understand, and I know you're going to get into science again, and you're going to lose me.
Yeah, okay.
So please, let's just keep it real simple. Did you not, and I don't say mean you, but did you, our independent consulting that we paid for, did you revise the trip generations by making revisions after the applicant asked you to revise and revisit your study?
So no, the trip generation was not revised.
So what was revised after the visit or after the applicant, GL Homes, asking you to revisit it?
The study area.
The
And then-
study area, did that result in any difference?
So that we had apples to apples. Because typically, your study area is determined on the impact, how far the impact carries on the roadway network. We needed to reduce that based on what we had in terms of the trip generation.
And
So
that was given to you by the applicant.
So-
I think the bottom line is this, and I don't want to be argumentative, but it's important to me. Because we paid for an independent study that was later reviewed by the applicant. Based on that, there were different metrics used in order to scientifically review trip generations. Let me get it real simple. Are you still, you have 8,996 additional trips on your review of trip generation as a result of Hyder West being developed. Is that the same today?
So the 8,996 is your total traffic.
Correct, that's it. That's all I want to know. 8,996 additional trips based on the development going into Hyder West.
Yes.
That's it, thank you.
Commissioner Baxter, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mayor. I know this was asked like 3 times, but I just want to clarify. So the number of 8,896 trips did not change before or after the applicant reviewed this?
Before the applicant reviewed. So that change was made before the applicant made any comments or reviewed that study.
And after they reviewed it, did any numbers change?
Not for trip generation, no.
Just making sure, thank you.
Just correct, it was 8,996.
Right. So there's actually 2 totals. There's one that's like the total for the entire project.
Right.
And then there's one that actually goes out and are created new. So that's like 8,700 and.
Got it, thank you.
Can't read it, but,
Please.
so I'll turn it over to Roberta.
All right, the other piece, the other element that we had some discussion with county was the environmental review. And for this one, we did what we call a desktop analysis, where we pulled available data, GIS data, permit data from both the county GIS layers, but also the South Florida Water Management District. And our findings, this is one where our findings and recommendations really are a series of next steps. So while our desktop review and land use designations from the South Florida Water Management District do indicate that there's presence of wetlands, we recommend that the next step be to field verify those and actually delineate those. So determination is merely that first step that says there are wetlands present. The delineation is the more specific, accurate identification of those boundaries. That would be needed to determine the level of impact to the wetlands and any mitigation that would be required. So the summary with the environmental piece is that It is permittable with those proper permits to be acquired from all the districts, all the jurisdictions in place, and any mitigations imposed upon the applicant would be have to be met as well.
Vice Mayor Sachs, you're recognized.
Thank you. I'm reading from your report, and what you're saying just now is true, that they would need to get permitting because, and I'm reading, quote, the potential impacts to wetlands, surface waters, and protected species within the study area is going to require both permitting and mitigation. Do you know what protected species is within the study area that would require the applicant to get permitting and maintenance requirements for the existing burrow pit? What species are there that you needed to make this recommendation?
So the field verification would confirm the presence of those species that are that reside within this region on site.
Species?
I do have a long list. I apologize. I don't have it on top of my head, but I do have it on my computer and I can read off to you. There's a number of species that reside in this part of the county that may have habitats on site.
Like burrowing turtles that get, because, okay, I'll wait.
All right, I told you it's a long list, but
there's a long list of protected species?
There's a long list, protected species, and
this is the first time I've heard, and I'm glad you did this.
that may have critical.
So this protected species are within this Hyder West.
Yes.
No, that's not what she's saying. That's not what she's saying.
Say it right here. Go
No,
ahead.
she's saying it's possible.
Possible. So that's where we won't know if they have habitats in the area until field verification.
I can't hear the mayor and you, but go ahead. We're paying you.
So that's why that field verification is so important, to confirm whether there are habitats for these species on property.
We know today, before we take a vote, wait, what's that?
We don't know today.
Okay, so we don't know if they're protected species.
So the list that I have that we can give you today is animals in this region that reside in this region and may have habitats on this property, but it is not a confirmation that they are in the Hyder West area.
But you're still requiring the applicant to get permits before they can build.
Absolutely, and that would not just be, that would be a requirement from Fish and Wildlife and the EPA to DEP, sorry, I misspoke, to do this field verification to confirm presence of any of these species.
Before we take our vote today, you cannot tell us what protected species are there.
No, we cannot.
Thank you.
All right. And that's it from us. We're happy to address any other questions. You guys all have our detailed reports and information, and I know we've been able to brief you all, so happy to field any additional questions.
Vice Mayor, you're recognized, and then Commissioner Baxter.
Thank you. Thank you for your report, by the way. I appreciate it. And I've had a chance to review it. You've had two of them, one before you staff reviewed it and before GL reviewed it. So I'm looking at your most recent one after the applicant had an opportunity to review it. And that is with fire rescue, which is particularly important because those areas of 55 years and older have higher medical needs. I've seen in your report, than those that do not have over 55. So would you tell us the increase in time from Station 54? I'll let you say it. Will there be, what will happen with EMS and safety for the folks who will be living at a 55 and older community?
Sure.
Tell us.
And the only modifications to our findings were made to the traffic and environmental. So the fire and rescue remained unchanged. So the way that the fire department there's no min or max in terms of response times. It is determined as what the average is. The Station 54's average for 2022 was 7 minutes and 33 seconds.
I think we discussed, you and I, that that's about the average for any EMS officer to get to a site
Exactly.
where there's an emergency, about 7 minutes.
Yep.
Okay.
And so the increased population demand is the fire station estimates that the response time would increase to 9 minutes and 30 seconds to the study area.
So in other words, that would be almost 10 minutes for a 911 call from Station 54 to the Hyder West properties. That's without traffic?
Right.
Without traffic.
And this is the metrics that the fire department utilizes that we, in our meetings with them, was passed on to us. That's would generate an additional 193 calls per year to the station.
Thank you. And if I may continue, one other question, Mayor? Please. Thank you. We learned today that there's going to be 288 additional beds that will be filled by seniors and adults with disabilities. This number was given to you or not?
It was not. So
it was not given to you. And yet, this was in the site plan for some time, but it was never given to you.
So
let me finish. So since it was never given to you as part of your review of trip generation for traffic, which is a big deal, then would you need to revise the 8,996 additional trips based on the fact that there would be 288 beds with the need for transportation for them?
So that number as beds was not given to us, but it was included in the civic uses that we analyzed. So
they did
the
give
civic
you.
uses do.
They did give you 288 beds.
It wasn't broken down as beds when we received the program at the time.
So you were never.
So those 280 beds are included in the 275,000 square feet of civic uses that we.
Civic uses could have been a library, a community center, a
house of worship,
church,
yeah.
right? But the 288 beds, those are people in those beds. That was never given to you in your review.
Mm-hmm.
Yes or no?
Correct.
No,
It was not
it was never
outlined to
given
us.
you.
Yeah.
How about the Chabad, the synagogue? Were the numbers for that community service, was that also given to you?
No. So again, we just got a number of 275,000 square feet of civic uses.
Did the number of students for the Torah school, was that given to you?
No.
Thank you.
Commissioner Baxter, you're recognized.
Thank you for your presentation. It was only very recently that it came to my attention when we reviewed this that the area studied was only next to the property down south. So fortunately for us, I do believe that we do have information regarding the area around the ITG property. So if we could have somebody from the applicant come forward so we can have both sides of the information, I think that could be very useful.
Do we just want to have the rebuttal at this point? Or
Well, unless there's any other,
are there any other questions for VHB?
is there any, yeah. There are no other cards.
We're done with the cards.
Well, we took them all together. Okay. Are there any other questions for VHB at this point? Okay. So with that, then we will go ahead, bring up the applicant for their opportunity for rebuttal, and you can ask your questions to the applicant.
Thank you.
Okay.
For the record, again, Brian Kelly with Simmons and White. I think the question was comparing the Hyder West trips to the Indian Trails Grove trips. So I will summarize, and I know it was part of the presentation, but the reduction in traffic from Indian Trails Grove, eliminating those homes, some of the other uses and everything else, was approximately 16,500 daily trips. So the increase in Hyder West trips has been discussed, which is about 8,700 and change trips. So the net reduction, when you compare both of them, is right here. 7,730 is the overall reduction, and just recognize that it is in two different locations.
And what do you attribute most of the reduction to?
So a lot of the reduction is, as I mentioned, they're reducing single-family homes, Indian Trails Grove, and they're adding age-restricted homes. That's a huge reduction in traffic. There's also some reduction in the non-residential uses in Indian Trails. There's commercial and office that are being reduced as well. So that's the big part of it.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor, you're recognized.
Let's talk about Indian Trails, shall we? Could you come back, sir? You're a consultant for the applicant, is that true?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. There's been talk here today, serious talk, about developing an ATV park in that area. Would that generate any trips at all?
Yes, ma'am.
And are those trips considered when you say that, how many trips would be generated by I really don't know that much about it except what was said today. I've never really reviewed it, but why don't you tell me? You have an ATV park plus an RV park, right?
Yeah.
And you have 21 deficient roads in North County. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am. The background failures is 21, yes.
21 roads, deficient roads. So will there be any, and I know you're not an independent consultant, I respect that, but is there going to be any trips generated by this ATV park and RV parking, sir?
Yes, there will be trips, of course, associated with it. The number that I gave you, the reduction of 16,500 trips, includes that ATV park.
So there will be a reduction of trips.
Yes, associated with the overall Indian Trails Grove.
How about just the ATV park?
No,
sir?
the ATV park will generate about 600 daily trips.
600
Yes,
trips
ma'am.
a day?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
All right, I don't see any other questions at this time. You want to go ahead and, is this move into your rebuttal, or?
You think I'm going to do a rebuttal? No, it's the evening's late. Obviously, the board's still got a debate, so please, do your thing, and we'll step aside. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. All right. Well, with that, we have satisfied our legal requirements.
Unless staff has anything else to add, which...
If I may, just to clarify, that $100 million bond in the Ag Reserve has been stated repeatedly as purchasing the Ag Reserve. It didn't purchase the Ag Reserve. It purchased the 2,455 acres with the bond money. The intent was to, preserve that as much as we could purchase with the $100 million.
Thank you. It's something we seem to have to clarify frequently, but okay. Commissioner Marino, you are recognized.
Since so much has been made about the bond, I'd actually like to read into the record what the bond actually stated. Shall Palm Beach County issue general obligation bonds to implement a land acquisition program for conservation purposes by financing the acquisition of, and in specific instances, the cost of certain capital improvements to environmentally sensitive lands, land for water resources, greenways, agricultural lands, and open space not exceeding $150 million, bearing interest at not exceeding the legal rate, maturing no later than 20 years from the date of issuance, payable from the county's ad valorem taxes. Nowhere in this bond does it say Ag Reserve, And also, what has not been stated at all today is that $50 million purchased a lot of land, a lot more land in the north end of the county. And I'd like to see that land preserved too. And I think this will also help that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Bernard, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to make a motion to not adopt an ordinance for the Indian Trail Grove Agriculture Exchange FLUA Text and Map Series Amendment.
So we have a motion to not adopt by Commissioner Bernard. We have a second by Commissioner Woodward. All right. Commissioner Baxter, you're recognized.
I'd like to let the current motion play out, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we have a motion on the floor. Vice Mayor Sachs, you're recognized.
Thank you. Well, it's my district, and I have a couple of words to say. I really feel like there's a movement going on in this county that I have never experienced before. And as you know, some of you may not, but I have served in the legislature representing Palm Beach County with pride. And I feel today that there's something going on that I really feel very, very, very heartfelt about. I've never felt it before, and I've argued in front of the Florida House and the Senate on some pretty big issues. But this is different. This is a movement by people. We've got thousands and thousands of signatures by people wanting to take pride in being Palm Beach County. Palm Beach is not 7 districts. It's not north and east and west and south. Because if we do that, we dissipate our power. Ladies and gentlemen, there are 67 counties in the great state of Florida. And we are the largest geographically, and we're one of the richest. We're the world's provider of sugar and winter fruit. We have resources in this county that no other county can ever, and not just Florida, but other counties as well throughout the United States. I am proud. And you know what? I have sensed that in you. I have sensed a pride in this county as being one. And many of you have spoken up about, don't diversify. Yes, we represent different districts, but we are Palm Beach, and you have let us know that. This came from the people. This came from folks getting here at 7:30, 8 o'clock, wanting to get a seat, standing outside, watching a screen on another level, 12th floor, watching what was going on. Why? Not because of these little issues of the parties who are involved, because you are Palm Beach, and you want us to act as one. We are the government of Palm Beach. And we learned something today from the people, from you. And I just want to thank all of you. No matter what side you were on, the overriding issue, the emotion, the passion was that we are Palm Beach County. And we have to take pride in what we have as a county. And you trust us as your county commissioners to do that. And I've heard this over. This isn't my idea, this is your idea. When you came forward and said, we trust you as government to take care of what's the best for all the people here. And you expressed a lot of needs. And I've heard needs from many of you. And it touched my heart because I want to make sure that government, we, 7 of us, take care of your needs. That's why I said to that lady, you have a family that has a child with development, we'll take care of that. Synagogues, you need a place, we'll find a place for you. We'll find a place for you. That's our job. Water? Don't talk to me about privatization of water. This is the most essential purpose and function of government, is to make sure we have clean water, fresh, clean water. Ali Bayat, who's the head of Palm Beach County Water Utility, has been sitting here all day. And I know that when I turn on the tap, that if I have a problem with my water, I know who to call. I don't want to call an 800 number and get somebody on the line who may not be from Palm Beach County. Now, I don't want any company to take care of my water. And I want government to take care of the water. And that's what we should do. And that's why the questions were, did you check with South Florida Watermen? Did you check with all the different water companies and agencies, federal, state, and local, takes care of water? No, we could probably find a company to do it cheaper. But no, the American way of government is that government takes care of water. We also take care of our most needy, the handicapped, and the folks who need a special attention. You pay us to do that. And if we fail to do that, you come up and you make sure we do it. It is up to us to make sure we have houses of worship where folks can pray, that are available to everybody, not a private organization. That's almost shameful to think of American governments not being able to provide that. That's our responsibility. And I accept that responsibility, and I know every one of my colleagues does too. There is so much involved in this that is very essential to the American way of government. And I am an American, and I'm very proud of it, and I'm very proud to be a Palm Beach County citizen. And I'm very honored to serve you, the people. And I will never let you down when it comes to taking a function of government and giving it over to a private entity. Now, I trust GL. They're a good company, even though they are based in Broward. A good company. I wish it had based in Palm Beach. Well, what if there's another company, ABC Company, based in New York City or Washington or Seattle, where I don't know where all their shareholders come from, and they want to take over a government function? Should I trust them? Do I need to trust them? Has government failed to the point where we need to get private entities, private enterprises to do our job? I don't think so. I still have trust in our government. I have trust in Palm Beach County. I trust my colleagues. So if there's water issues, and I think that we have poked a lot of holes into the, not just the veracity, because everybody here is telling the truth, but I think in the readiness of a private entity taking over our water distribution. And I'm taking this from a newspaper that talks about protect our water. And this is, GL Homes has a bold solution at no cost to the taxpayers to take care of our county's water. That's my responsibility, folks. That's our responsibility. And we accept it. And we will do a good job. So when staff tells us in government, our staff, professional staff, says this is not a good deal, and when every major newspaper, editorial boards, and feature articles say, not a good deal, and when the thousands of emails say, and these are from people, I get emails, sure, that support it, but they're getting something for it, and I respect that, and I respect your honesty in telling us what you're getting. But when people are not getting any sweeteners, they say, don't do this. This is our county. This is what we want. This is what we paid for years and years ago. Trust, we want to trust you. When social media reaches out and says, government, we trust you to do the right thing for all the people of the 7 districts, that's heartening to me. And that is why I cannot accept giving up our precious land in the agricultural reserve that has been promised to the people, not the farmers or not any, but to the people, to keep it like it is for sweeteners. And it could be sweeteners, yes, in my district too. Doesn't make any difference. I'm not for sale. This is what the people gave us their trust. They trusted us, and I will follow that trust for the people. So I certainly will be voting no on this today. Thank you.
You're actually going to be voting yes.
Whatever it is, you know.
The motion is to deny, so it would be
That's right.
a vote to yes. Just want to make sure everybody knows what's in front of us. Okay, next we will have, where's my list? Okay, well, Commissioner Woodward put her light on first, and then we'll move to you, Commissioner Baxter. Commissioner Woodward, you're recognized.
Thank you. It's been a long day for everyone involved in this. I would just like to say 2020 was a big year for me. I was living my happy private life with my husband, doing what I did. And I found a picture that I took on April 9th, 2020. The nursery, I don't know if you can show it here. It's the back of my car. It's 5 boxes of vegetables. Here's all the vegetables. If anyone remembers that time, all the hotels, the resorts, the restaurants, everything was closed, and all of our growers in this area had a surplus of produce.
Right, I remember that.
And they were selling boxes for $10. And my husband and I went and sat in a very long line on Lantana Road next to the turnpike. I forget the name of the nursery right now, or the packing house. And they were selling these boxes for $10. And they were local produce, was all I saw in the social media ads. So I went there. I have several elderly neighbors who were not leaving the house at that time because times were very uncertain. They didn't want to go anywhere. And we told them, it's like, hey, look, there's fresh produce. We can go get boxes. And they're like, sure. And we'll divvy it up for the whole neighborhood. So I could fit 5 boxes in my little car. And we came back and divvied this up. And everyone was shocked to find out that this was produce grown right here in Palm Beach County. And I was shocked because, I know about sugarcane, I knew sweet corn, I know of a handful of things, but this box was filled with food that fed my neighborhood for a week. And we went back again the next week, and we did that for several weeks in a row. And the reason that I bring this up is because we live in very uncertain times. No one predicted that pandemic to come and lock us all down. And with what's happening in the world, we live in very uncertain times. And something that I found incredibly reassuring about living in Palm Beach County was knowing that should another future catastrophe happen, which we don't know, and if it's fuel shortages where we can't get our produce from Mexico, we can feed ourselves right here in Palm Beach County. One problem with living in Palm Beach County is we are prone to natural disasters. Even if it's just a tornado that goes through and tears something up, we have a hailstorm, there's any number of things that could come here and destroy a crop, which is why it's important that we have farmland in multiple different parts of the county. If we put all of our farm eggs in one district and something swoops through here, we lose entire crops that not just hurt us, but hurt a lot of people that rely on this food. So it's actually a very wise protection to spread out our farmland and have it in different areas. I understand that the calling it of a farm island, I believe it was. We've got 480 acres growing here, 600 acres growing there. But by them not being all in one place, if a wildfire were to swoop through an area and destroy the entire crop, we have other areas growing food. And that is brilliant planning that I would like to say I was a part of that, but I wasn't. It came before me. So for all of you who did that, who wanted to preserve farmland, preserve agriculture in whatever form it is, and put it in different parts of the county, wherever we could find it, thank you. And I want to be a part of a board that keeps that, because it's not just important for us now, but it is important for the future. And I understand that maybe farmland isn't as beautiful landscaped as what GL has built there. It's gorgeous. I drive by, it's beautiful. Farmland is beautiful in a different way. And for me to have that type of protection, it's something that I think our children should be experiencing. I grew up near farms, so I have that memory. I have that history with it. I understand that, row crops are beautiful because that's where my food comes from. It's not grown at Publix. And I think that we are doing a disservice to the next generation. If we hide that from them, they should see it. They should be able to see it from the road. And I hope that we can tell them that's where your food actually comes from. So I've heard another, death by 1,000 cuts in the ag reserve. Is it damaged, scarred, wounded? Then yeah, it's not perfect what has become with this, that we've made tweaks along the way, but so far it's been tweaks. This is not a tweak. This is a death nail. And if we don't do this, then the area can begin to heal. This farmland can prosper. We have been talking about agritourism. South County deserves a chance to participate in agritourism. Any of the farms that are there, they deserve a chance to be a part of this and not just be developed. So I hope that my fellow commissioners can see that this is not as simple as a water project. It's not as simple as all of the civic uses. Any one of these taken on their own, I would wholeheartedly support. I would. But the cost is just too great. And the future of what happens next with preserved land, if we give it up for this, everything that comes after is on us. And I think that we can be the ones that's correct course a little bit. I don't think we've gone off course completely, but we are at a crossroads right now. We are at the bridge, and we can cross it, or we don't have to build that bridge, and we can contain what we have that's good. I am team Palm Beach County, not districts. When it comes to something like this, we are county commissioners, and that's the most important thing that we need to consider. So, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Baxter.
Thank you, Mayor. I changed my mind and decided I wanted to make a statement. Imagine that, changing my mind. For so many things I want to comment on, but I know everyone's tired and it's late, so I want to try to get through this. Originally, when I was running for office and briefly after I took office, I absolutely was against this. There was no ifs, ands, or buts. I didn't think we should put the bond at risk. I didn't think we should do all these things and all these reasons that everyone has stated here today. And then after I got in and I started asking questions, and I said, well, what did the bond buy? 2,400 acres. Are we talking about any of those acres? The answer was no. I said, well, what's the bigger picture here? Where's the precedent going that we're setting? And I dug in, and I won't bore you with all those details, but the more questions I asked, the less that I fell onto the side of what was being presented, because it just wasn't adding up. And then when we moved forward, I don't like this vote for a lot of reasons. I don't like the divisiveness that this has caused. I don't like having us split. I don't like being up here and having us all on opposite sides. But I do appreciate some good questions and good answers and having all information provided for us to make an educated decision. All of us up here do absolutely represent Palm Beach County as a whole. But we are also beholden to our districts. Regardless of what anyone says, we are representative of our individual districts. And for District 6, this is detrimental on many levels. And so having those units, 1,200 plus units, it's terrible. I can't even express that to you. But then this isn't a matter of if something gets built, it's a matter of where and when it gets built. So anyone who thinks that we can save every property, both north and south, and perpetuity, that isn't going to ever happen. And I think it is our job and our responsibilities that if this is going to happen, to represent our areas and to get the most community benefits that we can out of it. And we have heard long lists of all the community benefits that are being provided. And I'm just going to kind of briefly go through the long list of things we have already discovered. And we've already covered agricultural land. We keep hearing we need to save agriculture. We're literally preserving more per acre. No, it is not in South County. It would be up in the Loxahatchee area, but it's still farmed land. Mr. Hunley was here today talking about it. He was here saying, we love this land, we want to continue farming it. So that's a big deal. We have huge drainage issues. I had a constituent talking about having to live in 3 inches of water for 3 months out of the year. We need to solve and help solve these problems, absolutely. Is it government's job to do that? 100%. But unfortunately, we've known about these problems for a long time. Nothing's been done. So I ask when. Government takes twice as long and costs twice as much to do anything, which I am constantly reminded of on a daily basis. So I say when. Also, we saw 21 failing roads around this property. 21. Not just one section, but 21. Absolutely, is it government's job to take care of those roads? Should they be building them? Should they be constructing them? 100%. That was not up to me at the time. I've only been here a year, or almost a year, and I have to tell you, I have found some things that are very concerning, and I look forward to addressing them. But here we are now, and this decision is today. Safety. Between the drainage and the road issues, safety is a huge concern for residents. We had another resident come in who was saying that her kid was stuck in a school bus for 2 hours. 2 hours, because our roads are that bad out there. It just can't be built. It would be so detrimental. The amount of development out there, so let me say, if you're unfamiliar, the acreage in Loxahatchee area are all 1+ acres. People have been riding around out there on ATVs, go-karts for decades. My grandfather moved out there in the 1970s. I'm a second-generation Floridian. And I tell you that it is a completely different world now. We have taken away open space from families who moved out there to be able to enjoy that kind of lifestyle. So this ATV park wasn't the reason for the swap. It was extra. It was icing on a cake of many, many problems that we have out there, and it solves a problem of giving families an outdoor space to exist and to go and to have fun. And that is why a lot of people move to our area. Outdoor space. Otherwise, they would move to other neighborhoods. Over an acre, meaning they like it. Also, we shouldn't have seniors. Somebody had said this, and it struck me as very true. Seniors should not have to move 25 miles north to find affordable housing. If they're going to construct 277 units that allows for seniors to have a place that is affordable in an area that is more suited to them, I think that is absolutely a win. And let's not forget what has recently happened to the poor people in Israel. And we sat here and heard a Jewish community crying out for schools and a place. And absolutely, is it our job to help them? Yes, I think we should help our residents. But at the same time, we've known about these needs and nothing has been done. So again, I ask when. When is something going to be done? It's real easy to sit here and say we're going to do something, but I'm more of a person of action than just talking. I would like to see stuff actually get done. So one of the reasons I did change my mind is we sat here and heard all the reasons and all the community benefits that we need in this community. And the list of these things help those. So I don't think we should have to rely on builders, but government has known about this problem for quite a while and it hasn't been accomplished. So I'm very appreciative to GL for stepping up and filling that void where we have failed. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Bernard, you're recognized, and then Commissioner Marino.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. At the end of the day, no means no. And that's it. You know, when you're making these decisions, you're thinking through it politically, and sometimes when you're making these decisions politically, you're not sleeping at night, and you're trying to figure out exactly what to do politically. But today, this is a public policy decision. That's an easy decision, which is to deny this land swap. Now, GL builds nice homes in Palm Beach County, and as the president said, you know, they've built over 12 communities. The Ag Reserve is 22,000 acres of land, and the bond purchased about 2,400 acres. And through preservation, we've preserved an additional 8,000 units. Now, yes, the bond didn't purchase all of the land that was preserved, but we had a plan and it's working. We gave GL, which is a previous board. In 2016, you had Westlake that was, that wanted to incorporate their own cities. And there were two projects. And so you had the Indian Trail Groves project, and then you had another one that was called Iota Carroll. And Iota Carroll was one of my first major decisions because the previous commission gave them the zoning, which was to build this project in your district. And I was adamant about killing the Iota Carroll because it was bad for District 6. But the commission granted GL in 2016 to build 3,897 units. They only could have built 359 units, and we increased it by 3,538 units, and they were able to include non-residential units, about 350,000 square footage. And since 2016, they have done nothing with it. They don't have how much it's going to cost to build, the properties and all that kind of stuff. They've done nothing. And sat around until they can find the right board to do this swap. I've been here for 7 years. I know some of the residents talked about, yes, we need workforce housing. GL had the opportunity to build 390 workforce housing units since 2016. They've built 0 of those units. And out of those 390 units, it's not like they're saying, well, you know what, we still want to build the 390 units, workforce units up there. They want to reduce it. So at the end of the day, this is going to be a net gain of 148 workforce housing units. Should we change our public policy based on a developer who just wants to give us all these sweeteners? If you know my kids, they would tell you that I love vegetables, so I'm not big on these sweeteners. And you go into the precedent, Lions West, Valencia, they were supposed to preserve 370 acres. Kenyon Isles, which is Fog South, 23.42. Kenyon Springs, Fog Central, 25.76. Kenya Lakes, Fog North, 19.09. Whitworth, Valencia Grand, 90.44. And the Hyder AGR PUD, which is about 23.84 units. Having been a commissioner for 7 years, what I know is that if we allow this to happen, tomorrow, those developers, and they're going to have their lobbyists, and they're going to be here and say, you gave GL this, and then this whole 8,000 acres that we've preserved. I know some folks said, yes, only 2,400 was purchased with the bond, but the full 8,000 acres will be gone. For what? Because they said that they're going to build a water resource project. And when we asked questions about this water resource project, we didn't get answers. And I wanted to support this project because I represent the city of West Palm Beach. And I want to protect the city of West Palm Beach water supply. But this project does not do it. This project does not help the city of West Palm Beach. It does not help the residents of the city of West Palm Beach. When the city of West Palm Beach asks questions in writing, GL never responded in writing to those questions that were asked by the city. The South Florida Water Management District, there was a permit pool, and they've asked for additional questions. GL has not responded yet to those questions. And we've talked about the MOU, and yes, we've heard that you don't need an MOU. But there are 5 parties that are involved. I asked the Mr. Leonard, how many parties are involved? And he said 4, which is South Florida Water Management District, the City of West Palm Beach, the Cypress Grove Community Development District, which is controlled by GL. And then you've got the Indian Trail Improvement District. And then finally, we have Palm Beach County, which no one mentioned that we are Palm Beach County, and that we would give our rights to a developer to determine our negotiating power so GL can control this whole water project. Why would we ever do that? We are Palm Beach County. If there's a water project that's important, GL, a private developer, should never control how the negotiations are going to take place, because they didn't even recognize that Palm Beach County is one of the parties to this agreement. Now, in regards to the workforce housing, everybody knows that I am into affordable and workforce housing, and I'm big on it. When GL had the chance and they were getting the approval in 2016, they didn't put 25% workforce housing. They asked for 10%, the minimum. When the Boca Golf Course was being developed, they refused to build the property on site. We begged them and begged them to add it, and they refused. And I believe they also did that with some John Glades property. I don't have the exact name. And then this workforce housing that they came here and said, hey, these 277 units, we want to build 277 units, and they've put it in the paper. And then county staff met with them for over 2 months. And you know what? They wanted to charge the residents an additional $5 million until I raised an issue about it, and today they're acting like, oh, wow, we want to address this. But for 2 months, they refused because they wanted to be greedy and charge the people more money. All I'm asking is for GL to build exactly what the previous commission gave them to do. If there's an issue with the Indian Trail Groves that you believe that it's got these 21 roads that are failing, it's about time to have a conversation with GL so in that way they don't build those 3,897 units. Folks, I've heard the saying, you can put lipstick on a pig and call it a land swap, add sweeteners, add a water project, add workforce housing, add so on and so on and so on. Folks, it is still a pig. I'm voting no on this land swap. The 2,400 acres that the bond purchased and the 8,000 acres are protected God's land and not GL. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Marino, you're recognized.
I'd like to thank my fellow commissioners. I'm not as good as an orator as you all are, so I will just stay to my lane. I sit on the Loxahatchee River Management Coordinating Council. I sit on the 16-county coalition board for Lake Okeechobee. Water is an issue, and it has been identified over and over again that water is an issue, and the north end of the county has a severe issue having to do with water. It's been identified many years, many times, and in all of those projects, this parcel of land has been identified as a key piece. I'm just going to say that. We're not giving up preserved land. It is leaving the ag reserve. It is going to the north end of the county. So preserved land is not being taken out of preserve. I'm not saying it's not taking, I'm not talking about where it is. I'm saying it is still going to be preserved land. I don't think we should have a different standard when it comes to MOUs if we don't even have one for cells 12 and 13 and we're the county. I'm not asking for debate on that. I'm just stating a fact. The EAA has 600,000 acres of farmland, plus or minus. I don't have the exact figure. We've received a letter of support from Mayor James, City of West Palm Beach, for this project. Our comp plan is a living, breathing document. That's why every couple months we have these amendments. That's why the book that's in all of our offices gets new sections put in and old sections taken out. Drainage is an issue in Indian Trails. And I would be remiss if I didn't represent the north end of the county and say that I'm against this project. I am in support of this. Commissioner Baxter, you laid out a good case. I agree with you, thank you. And this is not a political decision. This is not about one party against another party. I know that there's letters out there with parties telling their representatives that they're not going to support them if they vote for this. That's not what this is about. This is about 7 folks up here who are doing the best job that they can for the people that they represent. And in my case, I represent the north end of the county. How the commission before me okayed a project that had such impact to the north end of the county, I don't know. Nobody seems to be concerned about that. But the two district commissioners that represent the north end of the county are. So I will be voting no for the motion that is on the table. And if that motion fails, I believe the commissioner and I will put in a substitute motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Go back to Commissioner Baxter.
Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you, Mayor. I am going to actually make a substitute motion to adopt an ordinance for the Indian Trail Groves Agricultural Exchange Future Land Use Amendment, subject to the applicant's modified conditions 18 and new condition 19 and 20 contained within the FLUA Exhibit 1-A, and subject to the applicant's modified FLUA policy 1.11K Western Communities Park, and applicant's deletion of FLUA policy 1.5.2.F County Hyder Park contained within FLUA Exhibit 1-B.
We have a motion by Commissioner a substitute motion by Commissioner Baxter.
I'll second.
We have a second by Commissioner Marino. Commissioner Bernard, you're recognized.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a substitute motion to not adopt an ordinance for the Indian Trail Groves Agriculture Exchange FLUA Text and Map Series Amendment.
So we have a substitute motion by Commissioner Bernard, going back to the original motion to deny, and a second by Vice Mayor. Okay. All right. So we are back to where we were a minute ago. I don't see any other lights lit, so I'm going to go ahead and make my comments, and then if there's no other comments, we'll go ahead and take our vote. So first, I want to speak to the people that are still here. Thank you for sticking with us. To the people that were here earlier, thank you. As somebody charged with chairing this meeting, I just want to let you know how much I appreciate your cooperation, your passion, your interest, but I thought the decorum and the civility was outstanding, so please congratulate yourselves. I saw people on both sides of this issue wearing different T-shirts, helping each other out, and that makes my heart very warm to see that people have looked beyond this and understand that they're neighbors. To our staff that are sitting in front of us that have been here since 9:30 this morning and probably earlier to get here, thank you all. I know you have invested a tremendous amount of time helping to analyze this, to speak to us, and helping us with this meeting today. So I just want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for your efforts today, and for those that are not here that have supported you in doing this. Look, this is a difficult decision, at least for me. I can't speak for anybody else, because as an elected official, it is my duty, my absolute duty, to try and study and understand the issues that come in front of us. I want to try and make the right decision, but I seek out the assistance from experts, of our staff, from outside, and from the public to hear what people think. And I appreciate public participation. I think it makes for better decision making. Honestly, I do. And I'm debated going into this, but this is a complicated issue. And unfortunately, sometimes complicated issues get boiled down to bumper stickers, and that's not helpful. But for those people that understand the complexity and understand that there are good people on both sides of a decision, I say thank you, and I appreciate that. It's not perfectly clear initially, but over time, the fog and the lack of clarity clears. The Ag Reserve was an area with specific planning principles. And for the most part, it's this 60-40 split we talk about and the limit on commercial areas. But it's not static, and we've seen that. We've made changes because once you allow development into an area, there's needs of the residents that were not contemplated. I looked at the history of the Ag Reserve. I read the plan. There was never, ever a contemplation of a hospital. But there is one out there now. And I think if you ask the residents, was that the right decision to make? They would say, absolutely. So all I'm saying is that changes have occurred, and I think mostly for the good. Hopefully, we're going to see our first multifamily units out there. We're going to see our essential housing, meaning we're going to have restricted housing, both workforce and affordable, in every part of our county. Why that was allowed to happen, we don't know. We weren't here at the time, but it was always contemplated in the original master plan. So we made that change. And I think that was a change we made for the better. So as I come down on this, my real driving interest in this has been about water. I think to my colleagues, they know my passion for water. You may not, but they do. So I'm going to implore them and take them on their word that we are going to take care of our water, that we are going to wholeheartedly support what needs to make sure that this county can provide the water, the drainage for both the people and our environment and our agricultural needs. But we clearly have identified an issue, and that is we can't move water from places where we have it to places where it needs to go. We need additional storage. Yes, we've been blessed to be able to get new storage out at C51, cells 12 and 13, but we need to be able to clean that water. And as my colleague and fellow representative of the city of West Palm Beach, who knows this all too well, the city of West Palm Beach also needs water. So the way I come down on this, I think there are too many loose ends in what's being proposed to us. I think there's too many unanswered questions. And while I appreciate the applicant working hard to try and identify and help us, I am going to be supporting the motion that's on the table to deny. And I just want to say, I want to thank you for your professionalism and that of the staff you've hired. But I think in this case, that's where I land on this decision. But this does not end the need to take care of water. And I've heard from my colleague in the north regarding the traffic, and the traffic in the south. But we are going to have more people here. We've got to get moving on this. And I applaud you all, but I'm going to hold you all to your word on what you said here today. So you can look forward to me pushing on you after this. So with that, I just want to turn to my colleague, Commissioner Barnett, if there's anything you'd like to add.
If there are no other comments, I'd like to move the previous question.
Okay, he's calling the he's asking if we call the question. So I will go back to our parliamentarian. So in calling a question, just understand what happens is we then have a vote to call the question. If you'd like to withdraw that, I'd like to just ask them to call for the vote. I'll withdraw. Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. Okay, with that, I'm going to ask for a roll call vote.
And Mayor, to clarify, the motion on the table is to not adopt.
That is correct. The motion is to not adopt. So if you vote yes, you are not adopting, meaning denying. If you vote no on this motion, you are in support of the project moving forward.
Wait, one more time. I'm sorry, I'm tired.
Okay, this is sort of, let's just be clear. So the motion is to deny. So meaning if you want to deny, you vote yes. If you don't want to deny, you vote no. Did I do that right? Yes. Thank you. Yes. Okay, go ahead.
Commissioner Barnett?
No.
Commissioner Baxter?
No for not to deny.
It's backwards.
It's backwards, right?
Yeah. So if you vote yes, you are denying, and if you vote no, you're not denying. And you're basically.
No.
Commissioner Bernard?
Yes.
Commissioner Marino?
For the sake of the residents in the north end of the county, no.
Commissioner Woodward?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sachs?
Yes.
Mayor Weiss?
Yes. Not there yet. Okay. I don't think there's anything here, but it's on the agenda. We now move to comments. Assistant County Attorney, any comments?
No.
Planning Director?
No comments.
Zoning Director?
No comments.
Executive Director? No comments. Any comments? No. I'm sorry. No, that was Executive Director was you. Sorry, wrong one. Assistant County Administrator? None. Commissioners, any commissioner comments? No. This meeting is adjourned. Thank you all.
Mayor, real quick, I just need an off-site proclamation for Farm City Week. That's
Okay,
it. That's all I'm at. Just as
Okay.
long as we're good with that, I'm good.
All in favor? All opposed?
Thank you.
Okay, meeting, now the
Can I
meeting
get
is
us-
officially adjourned.